eriwo ya eriwo ya eriwo ya àyàpó àyàtó àyàké àyàmú omeriwo sí ń pé. Ìbà Olódùmarè ọba àti rere kí ayé ìbà tí òjò ìbà tí òrùn ìbà lé òkè fi kó yé rí ìbà Ọ̀rúnmìlà lè pín ìbà Ọ̀rúnmìlà tí kò tó ń bà fún ìlú kò sí ìbà kọ́dà ìbà ṣẹ́dá ìbà ọba àrìṣà nífẹ̀ẹ́ ìbà alájẹlú nífẹ̀ẹ́ ìbà ọbalùrin nífẹ̀ẹ́ ìbà olóyè fọ̀ṣù ibodimi ìlú oníyàbígbà ìbà Ifágbàmílà ìbà Olúṣọlá Akérèdọ́lù ìbà Arabalọ́tífẹ̀ ìbà Ìyàwójú Ẹyẹ ìbà Egúngún ìbà bàbá ìbà yèyé ìbà olófin ògún fún mi níre ìbà pópó àwo ìbà ojúpọ̀nà ìbà ọmọ Dúdúwà. Ifá tí mi wáyé dùndún apọ́n bí akọ akọ bí ọkọ àpọ̀npọ̀npọ̀npọ̀n àkọ́kọ́ wálé kọ̀kọ́kọ̀ oníkọ̀kọ̀lọ̀kọ̀ àkọ́ta àpàtọ̀ fílé rèsílé tìkínní kiri ọ̀nàpẹ́ ọkọ̀ kúnlẹ̀ ooo hu àpọ̀tọ̀ kúnlẹ̀ ṣe pẹ́lẹ́pẹ́lẹ́ kúnlẹ̀ huwa ọba huwa pọ̀tọ̀ kúnlẹ̀ ọba ṣe pẹ́lẹ́pẹ́lẹ́ akọ̀rẹ́ lè mẹ́ dandan sípàdé yín gèdè sípàdé ìlàjà ìgúnyín ọmọnìyàn kan bẹ̀rẹ̀ owó jẹun síkún àtẹ ọmọ bẹ̀bẹ̀ ntì síkún òkú ọmọ ká lẹ́sìn ọdún àkìrì títí pẹ́ ní kórè jẹ́ ooo wẹ́n kò máa bá Ọ̀rúnmìlà ṣòwò pó kí ni máa rere ajé ẹ̀jẹ̀ ní ìbáni pé náà ya àkìbà Ọ̀rúnmìlà ṣòwò kí ni máa rere aya ní ìbáni pé náà ọmọ àkìbà Ọ̀rúnmìlà ṣòwò kí ni máa rere ọmọ ní ìbáni pé náà ilé àkìbà Ọ̀rúnmìlà ṣòwò kí ni máa rere ilé ní ìbáni pé náà ṣin àkìbà Ọ̀rúnmìlà ṣòwò kí ni máa rere èṣin ńlá ooo máa kún ṣàwò àìmọ̀ bí èṣin kankan lọ́ba ní Ifá èṣin ńlá ooo máa kún ṣàwò àṣẹ o àṣepè àtẹkùrúkùn Ifá tí máa wáyé lé o 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 wáyé léde pé àfin ló fin gbogbo ra ewu àrò ní ọ̀nà àgbà ní ọ̀nà wò ó kó pepa ọ̀sàlájà tí a fún ẹni tí sọmọ oríṣọgbà wújì èyí tí yóò tí ò lájà láwùjọ rárá èbùnú ní kò wá ṣe ọ̀gbẹ̀pọ̀ orúkọ ntí òrìṣà tẹ̀mí lọ́ṣọ́rọ́ oṣù tẹ̀mí lọ́ṣọ́rọ́ tẹ̀mí ọba bò kò sí ọ̀hún yóò nu òrìṣà tẹ̀mí lọ́ṣọ́rọ́ Ifá ní ọ̀hún náà ń parí ọ̀hún lẹ́nu jẹ́ àdífá fún ẹ̀gbín tí yóò jẹ ilẹ̀ tí kò níkùn ìpínjẹ ilé ọmọ àwò ìpínjẹ ilé tí kù mọ́ ìpínjẹ ilé ọmọ àwò àṣèlè o àṣewárí pé àtàwá pèpèpèpè àtàwá yẹlẹ o wáyẹlẹ o wáyẹlẹ o wáyẹlẹ o wáyẹ ní pẹ́ Ifá tí mi ò wá Ifá tí mi ò yá ẹ̀láyé o ẹ̀lá ni wáyé kánkán Ifá tí mi wá yóò dùn ọ̀tá abẹnú ṣòro dífá fún ẹ̀jẹ̀ òye ẹ̀jí tí o ṣẹ̀gbà kejì ògbà ẹbí ní kò ṣe ọ̀bẹ̀ gbòǹbẹ̀ orúkọ ǹjẹ́ tá a bá mú òṣìkà tán ìwọ̀jì òye kọ́mọ́sẹ̀ tó túnjú ń lọ àṣewà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ẹ̀tẹ́gùrúgùn Ifá tí máa wáyé rẹ̀ àhẹ́rì òkú ìwọ nìkan ṣọ̀ṣọ́ nínú ọkọ̀ ẹrú ọba abábáníjú òtítọ́ bàrà rọ̀ kí ahéré ọ̀tọ̀ díẹ̀ lẹ́ni o díà fún èpè tí sọ bíbí inú àpò níwègún ẹ̀bùn ní kò wá ṣe ọ̀bẹ̀gbọ̀ orúkọ ǹjẹ́ owó tí ò ṣe láàní fi afá àtọ̀pẹ̀ ǹjẹ́ owó tí ò ṣe láàní fà bífá bàhù méjì máa tẹ ọkàn ọ̀wọ́ tí ò ṣe láàní fà bífá bàhù ọkàn máa tẹ tẹ́jì máa tẹ́jì owó tí ò ṣe láàní fà àṣewárí pé atẹ́kùrúkùn ifá tí màá wá wo àti màá wá yèdì gún. ìyá bẹ̀múbẹ̀mú lókùn inú ìgbà ọ̀rọ̀ bẹ̀múbẹ̀mú okòkùn ikún àpàlàpà tí a fún ilé màá jẹ́ yìí tí yóò kéré ayé jẹ ẹbọnì ní kò wá ṣe ọ̀bẹ̀gbọ̀ orúkọ kò pé kò jìnnà ewọ́ bá ní jẹ̀pútù rẹ̀ popo làbá nílẹ̀ ṣé ò bá rè ṣá àṣewádìí gbé ṣẹ́ẹ̀dẹ́gbẹ́ ẹ̀dàmí wáyé pé ẹ̀rẹ́wọ̀ òrùkùn ifá tí máa wáyé lé ní ìgbèpè àtàwọn kòrókùn ifá lókùn orí ẹni làwúrẹ́ gbé orí ẹni làwúrẹ́ ní o orí ẹni làwúrẹ́ ní mojí lọ́wúrẹ́ gbèpè orí ẹni làwúrẹ́ ní o orí ẹni làwúrẹ́ ní mojí lọ́wúrẹ́ mo fi ọwọ́ mu rí orí ẹni làwúrẹ́ ní àṣewárí gbé àtàkùrọ̀kùn ifá lókùn ifá tí mi wáyé dín gbà orí oníṣẹ́ àdáyé orí àpẹẹrẹ àṣàkàrà mú tá lọ́jà ìdìpọ̀ mẹ́kùn àtàlẹ́ ìmápẹ̀rẹ̀ ní orí bàbá ọ̀hún pọ́pọ́ orí làbákì pọ́pọ́ ara kò jẹ́ nǹkan kan bí orí bà kúrò lé ara ọ̀kùtùlùkù kúkú rákò ara kò rérù orí jọ̀wọ́ dàkún o mápẹ̀lẹ̀ mi orí bàbá ọ̀hún pọ́pọ́ bí o bá máa lówó béèrè lówó ríre o bí o bá máa ṣòwò béèrè lówó ríre wo bí o bá máa kọ́lé o béèrè lówó ríre o bí o bá máa láyà o béèrè lówó ríre wo orí màá ṣe pẹ̀kúndẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ rẹ̀ ní mi ń gbọ́ wá sẹ́yẹ fún àwọn ọmọ mi di rere o àṣẹ wá orí mi máa padà lẹ́mí o ẹ̀dá mi máa pẹ́lẹ́ mi orí mi máa pẹ́lẹ́ mi o ẹ̀dá mi máa pẹ́lẹ́ mi ìràwọ̀ epo àdó lẹ́yìn oṣù orí mi máa pẹ́lẹ́ mi àṣẹ wá rí pé ẹjà máa ń pè ẹta wo oró àti mi pèpè èdè mi pèpè ìdá mi wò ẹrí òpá kọjí ọfẹ ọ̀dọ̀ sí òpá kò sí pa ìwọ́fà kọ́ dàgbàtàgbà kò níyàn sí lówó rẹ̀ mọ́ dífà fún bọ̀pọ̀ ọ̀kan lẹ́yìn wọ́n ìmọ̀lẹ́ wọn lọ rẹ̀ fara sọ̀fà lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀run ẹ̀rọ̀fà ọ̀run kì í yà ẹ̀yìn lọ́fà àpòrọ̀ rẹ̀ jẹ́ àṣẹ o ọ̀pàdàpọ̀ dídì òmòlẹ̀ kankan lókòtà nídìíyé àdífàfà jẹ́ tí ń ṣe ọmọ olókùn sani adé àtàwẹ̀ àtàgbà àrẹ ajé lansakiri àdá wò àtàmàgbẹ́ pé ètàmì ìwà yédin ọ̀sà ṣe òbí ṣe òtẹ̀sẹ̀ bọ̀rọ̀ kó o do dífà fún onílé tí omi ẹ̀yìn dọ́là yóò máa rọ gègé bí fà tí ń ró babaláwo kò pé kò jìnnà àṣẹ o àṣẹ wá akin òṣó akin òkun ọ̀sẹ̀ tèrè ni wọ́n pọ̀ bí lo dégétu àjànláwẹ̀ ni wọ́n pọ̀ bí lo dé ìláwẹ̀ wọ́n ní kí wọ́n ọmọ tí wá wọ́n ní ọtí ọ̀fìn po wọ́n ní kí wọ́n ọmẹ́mú wá wọ́n ní ẹmu náà ní ọṣẹ́ o wọ́n ní kí wọ́n ọmú omi tútù wá wọ́n ní ìgbà yìí lẹ́nu mi lóì fín ìgbà yìí lẹ́nu mi tó ire o dìfà fún kòlógbò tí yóò tẹnu gbìngbìn rè ẹ̀bùn ní kò wá ṣe ọ̀bẹ̀pọ̀ orúkọ oníkòlógbò tẹnu wúrẹ́wúrẹ́ kòlógbò tí o wúrẹ́ tàjẹ́ tí o wúrẹ́ tàyà tí o wúrẹ́ tọ̀mọ́ tí o wúrẹ́ tèrè pópó tí o mú tàìkú tí o fi pẹ̀lú rẹ kòlógbò tẹnu wúrẹ́wúrẹ́ o àṣẹ o àṣẹ wà rí péré 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 àlẹ́ o ìlú pèrú àwọ̀ ìlú pèrú àwọ̀ ìlú pèrú sòdún kó sòdún pa àwọ̀ ìlú ká àfọ̀mìdàn wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ sẹ́lẹ̀ àwọ̀ ilé alákọ̀ọ́lẹ̀ mẹ̀sìn díà fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà Ifá ìṣàwọ̀ lọ sí Ifẹ̀ àjàǹtẹ́ Ifá ni yóò bù yóò sí o àṣẹ̀dígbé àtàwọn àyè o àtàmì wáyé gan àti pé àdá òkúrúkùn Ifá lókun ẹ̀ láyé o. Today, pretty much what I'm doing is just strictly in the making. Look back and see who was coming on. Specifically, this is Babo Poisson Ifa Kodi de Fadairo, 10th generation herbalist. Also, I am a Babalao a la Bigba. That means I'm a Babalao that uses the tool of our Bigba. So I definitely am when I'm coming on. So I'm answering questions, but I'm not. There's no particular topic today. I'm just in the making. I'm making some different charm stuff that I'll consecrate later. I'm not. Obviously, I'm not going to consecrate it online, but I'll consecrate these things that I'm making later. But these are different things for different ashes, different things that I'm using specifically for wealth, for abundance, for prosperity, for success, for abundance, for all of the, bokboyere of this earth. That's what I do it for. A lot of the charms and stuff that I do make is for that. So if you definitely wish to inquire about any of the things I'm making, definitely inbox me and I can definitely get back to you without a question, without doubt. Thank you for joining in. I appreciate you for joining in. If you want to come in, and I left it open today. So if you want to come, because I haven't been on for a long time. So if you want to come in and you want to join, definitely be respectful or you will get kicked out immediately. So that is the road that I rode down. So if you want to come in and do any of those things, you're more than welcome to come in and speak with me. So I'll just be making different charms and medicines and things like that for clients and just specifically in general. Sunshine, how are you? This is what I do for a living, full time. I don't do anything else. So, yes, I'm definitely praising Ori. I was praising Ori. And definitely anyone that seeks to come in, ask questions or, inquire about. I do practice traditional Ifa. I am not in anything of the diaspora, but I don't disrespect anybody either from any part of the diaspora that you may come from or that you may deal with. I like to always make sure everybody has a comfortable space to talk and come forward in, just because that's what I do. Always make a way for others, and those that make a way for me always make a way for themselves, right? Because I never seek to make any way negative for anybody. I always make things that I speak about or pray about or go into or any of those things in harmony with what I speak about, which is Ifa. Traditional Ifa is where I'm coming from, but it doesn't necessarily mean just because I'm coming from traditional Ifa that I don't respect anybody else's views or traditions. I'm always respectful of your views and your traditions, but what I personally do is traditional Ifa. So as I go along, definitely if you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to come in, chime in, to get online with me. Doesn't take much. It's just primarily for you to ask questions, and then I'll respond respectfully. I'll respond respectfully if those that come to me are coming with respect, right? But those that are coming disrespectfully will quickly get ushered out. Akbo ato asuri guru wufun. Yep. We're just looking for my other things. Here's my weights. There we go. I'm just making medicines today. That's what I'm making right now. It's just medicines. And different crochets and things like that. So again, if you seek to gain access or have understanding of these things, you can always call me or inquire, DM me, because I'm always open to people when they are seeking to have questions, honest, respectful questions only. Okay? Because I don't do any of the other foolishness. That's why I say honest and respectful. I respect all, and I expect all to respect me. Because why would I want anything for you than I will want for myself? Bro, if you have any of those questions, feel free to come in and ask. I wish I could play my music. I was in here grooving to some stuff earlier. And no, I'm going to say this once and I'm going to say it again. That no, this is not dreadlocks. We call it dada. Okay? In traditional Ifa, we call it dada. Dada is, because I was born like this. My hair was born like this. Locked. So it's not dreadlocks or dreadful, or I'm not dreadful in any way. So I like to say that because people love to get on and, profess and do and say many things, but I'm only going to come from a perspective of who and what I am, first and foremost, before I can, never seeking to disrespect anyone, never seeking to come in any kind of way other than with the three pillars. Okwan, Idajo, Iwakbale is what it is that I focus in and hone in first and foremost, is those things. Like I said, I am a Babalawo ala Bigba, so I use the two Epa and Abigba always. These are the tools that I use. So others may use other things, but this is what I use. There it is. Yeah, so if you have any questions, feel free to chime in at any time or come up with me. Definitely open to any of those things, because it's always good to make acquaintance with people who seek to have a greater understanding of Ifa. As this is a consistent journey. It's nothing that comes and goes with the wind. It's something that is constant, that you're constantly learning. You never stop learning when you're dealing with Ifa. Ifa is constant. So those that think that they know everything are only fools that speak loudly. and fools that speak treacherously, right? So be wary. Be wary of those that speak loudly, because those that speak loudly usually have nothing really to say. And so that's why, I always come in to blow away or knock out any misnomers that are nothing to do with traditional or any form of Ifa, because Ifa is one, period, across the board. Come on if you want to come in. It's no problem. Because respect gains and begets respect, first and foremost. That is key to all the things that I do. As long as you come with respect, you always get respect from me. Oh, I'm in Oakland, California. So I'm in the States. I'm in California. So definitely, if you feel the need to inquiry about Dafa or otherwise, you can definitely give me a call. We can talk about that offline. And I want to say this once, because I never define or talk about somebody else's Odu that somebody else has put together, because that's that Babalao and that's that time that you spent with that Babalao. So I'll never, ever, ever define or talk about somebody else's Odu with you. So don't ask if someone's asking for that. Ever. Because that's disrespectful to that Babalao, also disrespectful to me, because I'm not the one who opened that Dafa out for you. So it's good to be respectful. So, some people don't know that. Some people, say many things and don't know what they're speaking about. So you have to be very careful about those things as well. Because I'll never be disrespectful to anybody in any system or any one that they choose to do. Because there are lineages, many, infinite lineages that this system has. Believe me. So much on the continent and off the continent, right? So, like again, all my teachers have been in Nigeria. I was initiated in Nigeria, and I've only had teachers from Nigeria. I never had any teachers from anywhere else. So, again, that's not to disrespect anybody else's system. I just never had any of those other trainings, but I've had many lineages that I've been fortunate enough to connect to and build with. Um, hmm. So, if you have any questions on those lines, I definitely feel free to come up and ask, because I'm always open to have a dialogue with anybody that's respectful. But that's first and foremost, respect. Respect is the key. So that's why we say, I stand on those three pillars. Okwan, Idajo, Iwakbale. Wisdom, justice, and good character. Nothing less than good character. Right? You can't have wisdom without good character. You can't have justice without good character. You can't have any of these things without good character. People wolf a lot about many things, but then truly don't want to study. So be careful. Be wary of those things. Be wary of those people who say that they know everything, but have not put any time into anything. So I always say that first and foremost, because there's a lot of people out there doing dubious things that don't have anything to do with Fa in any kind of way. Yeah, and I haven't been on in a long while just because I've been extremely busy with Ifa work, the year stuff, and dealing with my students and classes and things like that. So, aboye.
Hey, Abora, how are you?
All right.
I haven't been on in a while either.
Nah, I haven't. I just, what I've been. I've just been really focused in on my students, and Ifa work and herbal work and all that stuff. You know how I do it.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Ah, aboye. Aqua chose good phone. Papa, Elewe. How are you? I'm coming out there in August, by the way.
And
And
oh, that's good. You
how
get to come out to Vegas and live a little bit. What are you going to be doing out here?
I was in Vegas just recently though, but I was and I'm going out to do some other spiritual work and meet up with other Babalaos and things like that in North Carolina coming up soon.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
yeah, that's what I'm be doing.
Oh, that's cool.
Mhm.
Networking and hanging
Yeah,
out. Yeah.
yeah.
I
And then
was
just come
just,
back. If I can, I'm gonna go back in. Go ahead.
oh, I was just passing through. I was just drifting. And hear your voice, and I like to drift off to your voice.
I appreciate that.
Yes.
But I'm
So,
always, yeah, I have not got a chance to get on here, and I didn't even know this was still moving and grooving. I was, posting little things here and there because I just want to see whether or not it was still up and mobile. They were saying they was gonna get rid of it and all that stuff. So I don't know what's going on, but I definitely want to get on, chop it up with a few people.
yeah, it's a lot of crazy things going on in the world.
It is, it is. And I try to stay away from, all the foolishness that doesn't have anything to do with my destiny.
Uh,
Definitely.
yeah, that's true. But it all does in a way. It's part of the universe.
True, 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 true.
Yeah.
Yeah, accompaniment to the phone. Aqua, to the guru phone. Thank you for coming in. Um, yeah. So you doing well though?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing well. I was a little sick today.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm getting better. Maybe I
That
just needed to rest. It is Friday.
it is Friday. It is
Yeah,
Friday.
yeah.
Yeah, definitely in the West Coast. It's still Friday.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
out
no,
here.
no. Actually, it's Saturday now. It's 12:34.
Oh, oh, it sure is. Sure is. Well, it's a good Saturday. I'm starting off my Saturday well.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Yes.
I'm just making charms and things like that so that I can um,
Um,
different things for prosperity, for success, for protection, all those
um,
different. Mm-hmm.
may I take a look?
Uh,
Can
I'm
I
just making
see it? Oh, yeah.
just making a bag right now, but
Yeah, okay. That's
yeah.
cool.
So put
Yeah.
these together, and then I go back, like some of the other ones, and then I put the medicine in there. But I don't consecrate it. Some medicines don't need to be consecrated though. Some medicines are just already have a natural shade to them. But I'll go back and consecrate some of the other ones that do, um, and then later on, obviously not online.
That's true. Okay. Well, I'm going to drift off now. But it was nice talking to you, brother. I'm sorry.
So good to see you.
Good to see you too.
All right.
And good to hear your voice.
About
Yeah. How do I get off?
all right, son. Hey, long time, long time, long time. I didn't know you were here. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. Come on in if you want to come in and chop it up with me. I always am open for that to come up, speak, ask questions about Ifa, about traditional Ifa specifically, because that's what I practice is traditional Ifa. Again, I don't disrespect anybody else's lineage or anything like that. I just always am highly respectful of anybody that comes in and asks what I seek from others is respect. I give respect and seek respect always. It's always important to do so because that's how we build. That's how we're able to get a hold of and to develop and grow. You're only stagnant when you aren't willing to learn. I'm always willing to learn and develop with anyone, even if it's something counter to what I do. I can still, long as it's respectful, be able to speak to anyone, and that's really important. And so, if somebody got blocked or pushed away before, and you weren't a troll, I apologize. But I'm very careful. Oops. I'm very careful in how I get those things done because there's so much foolishness out there. So I try to definitely not go there with anybody that that comes in, because there's so much madness out there. When somebody's willing to come in and actually build, that's what I deal with primarily. Yeah. But I'm always willing to build. That is key to any Babalawo, is because there's so much always to learn. Because Ifa is infinite in scope. There is no ending to Ifa. Because A is a binary system. Like all things in our body and outside of our body, outside this universe, outside of this planet, everything is binary. That's why it is a very powerful tool. That is Ifa and the medicines. And like some of the verses that I was speaking earlier were from the corpus of Ifa, right? It's important to understand that because we speak of Ifa. Ifa is not some, stagnant thing that is stuck in the past. It is very much so alive and flowing consistently in all angles and all dimensions and all realities. There's nothing that can be seen, spoken, or known that is outside the scope of Ifa. And I think that's important to really realize, because when we look at that, Ifa itself is infinity. It is mathematics, pure mathematics. When we're talking about 200 on the right of, when I said my Ifa, 200 on the right of Olodumare, 200 on the left of Olodumare, 401 that came down to the earth. That's all mathematics, pure mathematics, right? And so when we start looking at it from that perspective, and then it becomes no longer this hocus pocus halimatosis. It's actually a physical thing that is living consistently, as mathematics is living, as our cells in our body are living with mathematics, with Ifa. That's why you don't need to ever, smash in, or I don't definitely need to add anything to Ifa. Right? Ifa is complete within itself, and it's infinite in scope because it's never rooted in just one place. Ifa is universal. It is powerful. It is words of not just guidance and wisdom. It is all existence, in existence. And as we go forward in this life, we know that Ifa encompasses all the things that we seek to accomplish in this life and beyond this life. So that's why Ifa is so powerful, because it never, ever, ever, ever does it allow or open up a pathway for foolishness. Ifa is the pure sight of all existence, pure wisdom of all light and darkness, because darkness is not negative. Darkness is actually very powerful. And so when we think about that when we think of Oyeku is pure darkness or primordial wisdom, right? That's why so much comes out of Oyeku. So that's why I love to speak versus not only from Oshika, or Ogbe, as some people call it, but Oshika is what we call it in Abigba. It's so important to really understand the different things that we do specifically in this tradition, because there are many. There are many, 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 many ways to flow. So respect that, respect those things, and then your life is nothing but blessed and fruitful. Because with the light of Ifa, all is insight, all is fruitful, all is successful. With the light of Ifa, all is encompassed within the wisdom of Olodumare, right? As our Ori is Olodumare, is a one drop within Olodumare is our Ori Inu. But that one drop is so powerful, can never be outdone. That's why that is how we are able to maneuver in our life consistently, right? Because when we maneuver in this life, There's nothing that can impede or block our life in any way, shape, form, or angle. So I appreciate everybody coming in. Come on in, ask questions. But if you're coming in to argue, you've come to the wrong place, because I don't argue. Because any Babalawa Labigba doesn't have to argue. So we don't. We don't argue today. We don't argue tomorrow, because it is futile to argue when Ifa is infinite in scope. It doesn't waste time. It doesn't waste anybody's time. It only brings forth blessings and abundance and Bokwaire. That's why I spoke those things in the way that I did. Those verses, because it's so important when you speak the verses of Ifa, that those verses in power never tear down but uplift, always open up and persist. People who know it, people who do not know it, because it is a powerful entity within itself. It can never be taken, shaken, or stirred. It always can be developed and grown. And that's what we seek to do with it, is bring forth wisdom, bring forth justice, bring forth bokboire, bring forth good character, always. Without good character, all will fail. All will fail without good character. So also want to see what people are thinking out there too, in the context of if I like, subscribe, share, follow. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going to happen with this TikTok, but you always can go to my page, my profile, and get a hold of my, I think my YouTube is on there, Essential Obi Trade, because I have a lot of herbs and things like that. And also Afro Urban Apothecary is the name of my business. Again, I'm a Babalawo ala Bigba, meaning I use the tool of Baba Bigba and Epa, the 8 lines of Odu. And so this is what we do from this side of the road. Now, people may not understand or know what those words are. So if you have any questions, feel free to come and ask. That's the best way to know something, is to ask. If you don't ask, you don't know. You don't know, you don't ask. It's always good to be respectful, as I'm respectful. Because those that are respectful gain much in this life. Those that are humble gain much in this life. Because those that are disrespectful only, seek ego and their own foolishness. Those that are rooted in Ifa only see forth Ifa in all aspects of its manifestation in this life and beyond this life. So I respect all those things and all those Babalaos, whoever, or Yanifas, Yalawo, all those that actually are who practice this tradition. Because this is no small feat. Anyone that practices tradition knows the strain and struggle that it takes to really practice, to fully practice, to truly awaken those blessings that Olodumare has brought forth, not only in this realm, but in the many infinite realms that Ifa exist. So any questions, feel free to come up, ask. I'm just making some charms and some other things for folks, like protection, for prosperity, for stability, for calmness, coolness. That's what these charms primarily are doing, the ones that I'm making. Okay. How many years have you been practicing Ifa? I've been initiated for 18. So obviously before initiation, going through the whole motion too. So that probably more so 20. But 18 is how long I've been initiated into Ifa. Amongst many other things, as Egungun and other things. Yeah. Going through the grove of Ifa in Nigeria is where I was initiated. But there's, again, Ifa reside in so many places that it's not just a one-horse pony, you know, many different spaces and places that Ifa reside and lives. So I'm always respectful of those who have truly gone through that process because they know the how that process really is, you know, life changing to self and family and others. You know, because as a Babalao, we are here to serve, to develop, to grow self and others, always, right? That is the work of a Babalao, to heal, develop, grow self and others. It's not ego. It's not trying to get over. It's not trying to maneuver anyone. So someone seeking to do that, they are only seeking their own demise, not by my hands, but by their own negative works. So with Allah Bigbas, we are held to a higher standard because um, it comes from a tree called Igiakba. Igiakba is a tree that kills negativity, right? And those who've had Ifa Bigba divination know the potency and how it actually flows very quickly and does not like to waste time. Get straight to the point. It is definitely not tarot cards or pendulums or psychic readings or anything like that. And, you know, nothing to disrespect those things because those things have a place for whoever seeks it. But Ifa is more. Your pronunciation was so impressive. And Iba, she's so sincere. Modupe. Modupe Ifa. Thank you. I appreciate you. Definitely, if you have any questions, feel free to give me a call or, you know, DM me. So I'm always open to speak and develop and connect with people who are rooted within the tradition. Because it is just that. It is a root. It is a purpose. It is a thing that guides and develops and awakens wisdom within self, within others. I appreciate you coming in. Anyone that seeks to come up too, please feel free. Feel free to come in. Feel free to ask questions. That's why I'm here. Yeah. And, you know, once you begin to really get into Ifa, it's not just a thing that you do, it's your life. It's part of my life. It's who I am. Every aspect of my life. Not just to impress somebody or to, you know, say random words that I don't know what they mean. These are something that I practice and that I deal with on a daily basis. Full time. Full time. This is not a game for me. You know. So that's why I always try to make sure people don't get duped by 419s, as we call them, or scammers. Because there are many. There are many, 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 many scammers online and offline and everywhere. So that's why I always ask that question. If somebody wants to know more or seeks to study, they can always contact me because that is what I do. You know, seek to bring light in the midst of those that don't know, that are seeking. You know, and that's the true work of a Babalao, is to aid, help, develop, grow self and others. Abura Boye. Akbo Ato Suriguru Fun. Alicia, how are you? It's so good to see you. So good to know that you're here with me. I appreciate you 100%. Thank you for coming in. I'm a hello, good evening. Yeah, well, good evening. It's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. I need to get out there to you. Yeah. I'm just making different charms and things like that for folks, for people who are seeking protection charms, also for prosperity, for blessings, for success, for wisdom. Because wisdom comes in many forms, right? It's not just one thing or another. It is all things. Wisdom comes in a way that when I've been amazing. I've been amazing. Modupo Ifa, I can't complain. My life is always successful because Ifa is there with me. Always successful. And those who had readings and divination with me, please feel free to come up and talk about your experiences. Don't have to give up, your information, what happened and came up in there. Just, your experiences with Abigba. You know, it's always good to see folks taking that purpose seriously in their life and the things that they seek to accomplish therein. Because this is a beautiful system. The more you open up yourself to Ifa, the more things open up to you. Especially Ifa Bigba, especially Ifa Bigba, because it's not a game. It's really something that you really connect to or build with or open up to. What is your on your eye? F1. Or a mixture of things, but F1. Yep. Yep. F1. Oh, which is also medicine. It's F1 and other things, but definitely it is that. It is a medicine that I have. Oh, thank you for all the likes. Subscribe, share, please. Again, anybody know what's going on with the app these days? I haven't been keeping really in contact with anything that's going on right now with the app. I've been so busy with clients and other things. I've not even been paying attention to what's really going on. So anyone that definitely has any other insight to what's going on with those things, please let me know, because I don't know. I just seek to do the work that I'm destined here to do, which is fine. That's how I get down. Yep. Been down so much, we get to really sit up. So those things I always like to talk about. I try to be pretty consistent with those things because it's important to talk about and connect to Fa in a certain way. Because those who know that this is not a game. This is something that is not a hustle. This is a life shift. When someone becomes a Babalao, this is their life. This is my life shift, right? Because that life shift says that these things that I seek to do is rooted within my destiny, my purpose. And so when someone is going down that road, that's exactly what they seek. They seek to understand and develop their purpose in life, right? In many different aspects, many different ways. That's why it's important to really understand what that means and how that develops in and around and through the things that we seek to accomplish in this life. Because Ifa itself is infinite in scope. There is no ending and there is no beginning. It's binary, right? In its own nature, it is binary. And anything that is binary is consistent with all existence, right? So something that is truly binary knows that it is never, ever, ever ending. It is constantly flourishing and flowing in the ways of Fa. Fa opens up the doorway and closes it, and it opens it again. Right? That is what Fa is constantly moving, shaping, developing, growing. Never does it leave any stone unturned, any mountain unlearned. It's potency. It's power. Power in its truest sense, because not lording over anyone, because power is never a lord to lord over anyone. It is specifically to develop and grow self and others, as a Babala was meant to do, right? Bring insight, hindsight, foresight, clear sight to those who seek it. That's why we study this in so many ways, in so many angles, in so many places and spaces. There's no ending to it. There's no beginning to it. It is consistent with all existence, right? It's consistent with all things that are in line with what Ifa has to speak on and deal with and connect to. That's what makes it really powerful in a lot of ways, too. People come to Ifa because they know of its potency, of its relevance to their daily life and existence. That's why it's so potent. There is a pathway that it develops through and in. And as you begin to see it, you begin to, oh, you're in bed. Okay. I see you. I see you. Yeah, it's always a blessing to see people that, um, from the past and from now. Because, hoping your journey has definitely been a blessed one on a consistent level. Consistency is always my thing. Hopefully your life has been more consistent than anything that's been brought forth. So regardless of what else is going on, that your life is fruitful and successful, and blessed, and in sync, and in line with the truth and divine will of Oludumare. 4 o'clock here. Thank you. Oh, really? Whoa. Oh, yeah. It's almost 1 o'clock. Yeah, that's true. Yep, almost 1 o'clock in the morning here. You haven't been in California for a long time. Why are we taught energy is finite? I don't know why you're taught that, but within Ifa, energy is consistently infinite in scope. It never ends. As with Ifa, Ifa never ends. So I can't speak of, and even in theoretical physics, they don't think of energies as being finite. Only the lay or those who are not initiated and those who, oh, in July, cool. I hope to see you when you're here, Sanjay. When someone seeks balance in their life, they seek it because that is their destiny to do so, right? Not because they're seeking to get over or to get under or get through anybody's space or place or way. Because Ifa is infinite in scope, as all is in existence. So there is no ending, because light itself, or photons, only a reflection from the darkness that illuminates all existence. It can neither be created nor destroyed, that it transmutes. Exactly. Yep. Period. That is Oyeku, a primordial being. Yep. These are facts. These are the facts. That's why I said, this when we talk about Ifa, it's not this hocus pocus halimatosis thing. This is a real functioning reality. It's not. That's how it generally is portrayed, because usually when people talk about African systems, they generally don't have any understanding of what it is. Due to colonization and all those things, people tend to think of it as some hocus pocus thing, when in reality it's nothing of that sort. It is a science that goes far beyond words, actions, or deeds. Just saying. And so the more that you understand that science, the more that you start to understand the purpose of why you exist. And what's the purpose of your purpose on this earth, right? So that's what I always say. Ifa itself is purpose. It's not a game. It's not something that people do because of fame, or they shouldn't do it because of fame. It is a life journey, a life path. Ifa is infinite in scope. And those that seek otherwise, misinformed. or ill-informed, I should say, because Ifa, there's nobody on this planet that encompasses all that exists in Ifa. Impossible. Ifa is the full scope of all existence. And when people seek it, or they know it, or they connect to it, they know its potency by the way that it moves, shapes, and grows. Thank you for liking the live. I appreciate it. Little coins and things like that would be nice too, if you don't mind passing it through. Don't mind receiving it. But I am a Babalawo Alabigba, which is a sacred science, which is an indigenous science. It is a science in and of itself. These medicines that I'm making is not some hocus pocus either. This is based off of, thousands and thousands of years of work, of things that exist, that have worked over the course of that time. So many things come, many things go, but many things are always in alignment with how we seek to accompany them and deal with them. Because when we think of herbs, people generally are mistaken that it's just the plants that they see. There's many things that are dubbed and that are herbs. Medicine goes beyond just words, because words are medicine, or they are poison. And so within E5, we always speak of that in that way, because when we know the potency of a word, we never misuse it. We seek to make sure that that word is respected in every way. And so that's why it's important for those who speak the word of Ifa to be of the upright nature, never to seek to get over or get under, get through, because that's not the nature of what we do in any facet. Someone that knows Ifa knows its potency. Mm-hmm. Elayere wa woro koroko. Efati mi walu. Aboyu. Hello?
Hello, Baba.
How are you?
Yeah,
Where you
I'm
come?
fine.
Where you coming from?
How are you?
Modupe Ifa. I just praise it to Ifa.
I I am in Mississippi,
Oh, Mississippi. Okay.
in the
Yeah,
United States.
I'm in Oakland, California. That's where I live.
Okay, I've been there before.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Driving. Yeah,
You drive trucks?
yeah, in Canada.
Okay.
Pardon, your your voice is faint. I don't know why.
Because when you talk, then when you're up, my voice is faint because it lets you speak up. That's why. And then when you go down, you can hear me clear.
I can hear you clearly. Okay, that's good to know. Good to learn.
Good, good, good.
Hmm.
Are you familiar with
I
this?
just came across you. Uh, I am in many facets and ways. I am.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I used to my occupation. I have sailed to Nigeria and met with the people, and I was a merchant marine, so I was a sailor basically in
So
the oil industry, and I ended up in Nigeria in some places. It was a spiritual uh, journey for me. It was something else.
yeah,
Yeah.
I can imagine. Are you familiar with Abigba?
No,
Ifa Abigba is still Ifa. It's just another
I
school of
I
Abigba.
okay. I know some of the, the Yoruba and Ifa.
Mm.
Like I hear some of the, like Oramila, the um, some others that you were speaking of. I believe the herbal initiation of some of my acquaintances, they come with Palmieri, Palto, or whatever. That's where they went on that herbal side mostly.
So
So is
so
that where you
so you said
got your herbalist side?
I didn't hear that that first part. You said Palm what?
Well, the Palo side of it is where that they really got into the herbal side
Mm.
of it,
So when we think of because I don't I'm not familiar with the diasporic forms of things. And no disrespect to it, but I deal with traditional Ifa. So I don't deal with Palo or anything like that. I am a Babala Ala Bigba, um, traditionally initiated in Nigeria. And again, no disrespect to any
right?
religion. So they have their own forms
Yeah,
of medicine, which is like Onishegun is that society of herbalists, as well as people know of it, different aspects of the science, but Onishegun is a society.
uh,
And so that again, a lot of things are
yeah. I hear you trying to get them to understand that the role of a babalua and what the way you were speaking. I was enjoying to hear you speak on that.
yeah,
You know, and what some people just think it's all about, as you say, the hocus pocus. It ain't that.
yeah,
It's about
so much more.
it's a lot of things. They're about maintaining peace. They're about the weather, the pestilence, and the prevention of or bringing upon some people. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's like
Exactly.
it's weird.
I mean, because E5 is infinite in scope.
Yeah,
That's where a lot of people get twisted that
yeah,
one thing or another, but it is infinite in scope. It's not just so.
yes.
Um, mhm, go ahead.
I was trying to get a understanding and you asking a question about and bringing about the energy part because that always bothered me that definition, And I understand the physics of it saying it's not destroyed, it transmutes and it does that. But to me, I have a hard time dealing with that. It's a finite uh, form of something, It's like they're saying it's neither created nor destroyed, but I find that very difficult to say that it's not being created. That the amount of energy is here
Mhm.
is what exists within our universe or cosmos. That can't be. It,
Well, you have to
it
think about
can't
it
be.
from perspective too, though, right?
Because even in a thunderstorm, for example, when you have lightning strike
Mm-hmm.
through the atmosphere,
Yep,
it creates O3. It creates ozone.
exactly.
I'm like, that's where I'm taught. So something is being created all the
Because
time.
I think when
You know,
we think of, I think when we think of something to being uh, created, something is some. So when you have, like for example, in Odu, right? When you have two Odu that harmonize with each other and they fuse together as Babalao throws it. It's already been there. It's already existed, right? But then at the same time, when we think about that, these things are being reborn every time they're being resaid. The verses are being said because when I open up Ifa, Abigba, or Epa, even the 8 lines of Odu, then they're being told from the perspective of that person that's in front of me. That opens up that doorway, right, to their reality at that particular time, at that particular space. And so, of course, everything is created, everything is opened up, or everything is developed and grows, you know, because when something grows, it's never stagnant. That's why we think of Olodumare, the great quantifier of all existence, is never, ever, ever stagnant. That's why we have the, that equation. 200 on the right of Olodumare, 200 on the left of Olodumare, the 401 on Earth. There is no stagnancy. Nothing is stagnant. All things are consistently growing and expanding and developing in so many ways. And I think that's where uninitiated sometimes have a problem with that concept. Not necessarily that they have lack of understanding. It's just that that's sometimes hard to think of because all that we know is finite, right? It's the grass that grows, the coming and going of children, the animals that die and rebirth into something else, right? So all these things are constant. That's all we physically know. So sometimes our human minds, it's hard for us to fathom something greater than creation, right? Because think about Olodumare, goes beyond creation. And so really we're talking about mathematics. We're talking about science. We're talking about something that is constantly repurposing itself in all existence, because that's why we talk about Ori Inu in ourselves, right? Ori Inu is the repurpose of Olodumare. It is our infinite aspects of how and who we are and how we are able to develop in the context of who and what is Olodumare. That's why our Ori Inu is the most powerful Orisha. It's not just, this thing that just happens randomly, or when we go into Ifa, and generally when people from the outside looking in, not initiated, look at it, they don't know the complexity of it. They only know what people have said about it, which is, okay, because, you can't know everything. But that's why I always am open to learn about new aspects of how other people practice, because I know that my way, my lineages that I've connected to may be different from the ones that you have, right? But doesn't discount anything that you've experienced in this life or any other. Why? Because the things that we seek in our life are meant for us. Because our Ori Inu develops and grows in harmony with what Olodumare is destined for us to live and become in this earth. So someone is reborn every day. Something is created every day. Something dies every day. But it doesn't necessarily die because it's constant. That's why I say Baba Tunde or Yeye Tunde. The father's return, the mother's return, because we're constantly recycling on a daily basis. Even when we wake up, we recycle ourselves every day. We re-aspire ourselves. We reassociate or reconnect. That's what that verse that I was talking about in Ejiokbe, or Shikameji, what we call in Abigba. We was talking about, Emi, the breath of life, was asking, what is my purpose on this earth? The eyes see, the feet take us where we need to go, the hands create. But Emi, so he went to Ifa, Emi found out, I was like, no, without you, there is no purpose for any of those things. Those things don't exist without you. The breath of life, who puts that breath of life in us is Olodumare, the great quantifier of all existence. There is nothing far greater than that Ashe that Olodumare places within us, right? So you can call it many names. You can say whatever that you feel most comfortable with. That's irrelevant. The most important part is to realize that there is something always greater than self, right? Always. Because these things that we align ourselves with or connect to is in harmony with the things that our destinies purports us to live and to do and to see and to encompass and to live and to open up for self and others. That's true power when we're able to open up that pathway of self and others. It's only a selfish person that learns something and seeks to hide it for themselves, right? A true practitioner is someone that seeks to develop and grow self and others. That's powerful. Many just misuse or misunderstand, I would say, when we say power, because power is not a dynamic of someone lording over somebody, because that's minimal in life. Power comes not from overlording. Power comes from harmony, in aiding in developing self and others, right? The more that we understand that part of it, the more we understand what is Ifa, what is energy, what is these things that we encompass and are on a consistent basis, right? Because when you think about binary, ones and zeros, once the one has come out the zero, then that's when it starts to question things around it. But when it's in harmony with the zero, it is infinite in scope and there is no question, right? Doesn't mean you can't question things. I'm just saying that there are things within our life, within our span of life, within the things that we hold, which is very small in comparison to all existence. It goes beyond just this finite reality or this finite focus. So that's why I can talk to anybody from any tradition or any angle. It may not be the same tradition that I speak of, but it is. Because Olodumare is all things. There is no not seeing and not knowing Olodumare. Even if you don't even practice this system, you're still dealing with Olodumare, right? Because you call it in some other vein, in some other way. That doesn't negate anything that you believe or belie. It is your own reality, your own destiny that you have to live in this life, as is mine. So it doesn't matter if that person is Muslim or Christian or whatever that they claim to be in any capacity, because Olodumare is all existence. Ifa, the word of Olodumare, is all existence. As in my name, Ifa Koride, Ifa, the word of God, brings forth or brings back abundance, prosperity, success, wisdom, clarity, right? Wealth, all the beautiful things of this earth. That's my name. That's why a name is so important. Word is important because when we think of a word is not a random act. It's a vibration coming from us, coming from the source, right, of us, or the source code of us. And that's what makes it beautiful, that when we recognize those things and harmonize with it, that it is not ever a conflict. Only a conflict because of ego, not because of the physical act of learning and developing within it. So that's what I say in general when we are able to open it up, that guide or insight. Some people get lost because they're seeking to caught up in ego. Ego is irrelevant. You know, it has no purpose. It has nothing to do with Ifa. Because you get humbled really quick in general when you seek to come with ego. But if you're coming with prosperity and success and wisdom, then that's a whole other scope of understanding, right? Because anything that we encompass in our life is based off of our own Ori Inu. And so anything else is ego, trying to prove something to someone. And I know for a fact that I never have to prove anything to anyone because it's Olodumare that opens up the doorway and gives insight to all existence. And I muted you only just because. So when you're talking, I can't, my voice, nobody can hear my voice. But when you go down, then people can hear me. And then, you can come back in and chime in if you want. You can unmute yourself if you want to come and ask questions or talk or whatever. But, I guess it didn't. So that's really where that comes into play. So if you want to come in, definitely come back in and speak. I just muted you because it's hard to, you won't be able to hear me when you're talking.
It was necessary. I get very vocal and I have a bunch of questions or statements or points that I would ask, and that's why it was necessary for you to mute me. I believe so. So I'm fine with that.
No, it's
Yes, it
all.
was, and you in turn you did address those issues. A lot of time, if you can hold your peace to let the voice of instruction, they will cover your point if they're speaking. But sometimes you interject and interrupt in your zeal or your craving about a subject that you'll be off putting the whole conversation.
Yeah.
That's just my take on that. So I'm okay with it.
And
As a
that's
matter of
really,
fact, I appreciate that.
and that's really where when we have conversations, that's what the conversation's supposed to be. So I had this, I'm pounding down this herb, ekbokbo, and when I pound ekbokbo, it makes you sneeze and all that kind of stuff. That's what that is. But when we talk about Ifa or any other system for that matter, it's always I love it. I love to have conversations with dialogue with people because that's how you are able to learn and develop, right? Self and others, bring their
Right.
opinions, their things that they've experienced in their life. hmm hmm Like when I talk to my,
Well, what do you do
go ahead.
as uh, taking on or someone to teach them or instruct them? I know it would have to be they would have to be really extreme, but I would like to hear your take on that, and also hmm,
Uh,
um,
oh, go ahead.
the the divination,
Mhm.
your divination methods, is it the same as most
So,
Babalos
mhm.
that
so,
they they use the ecan nuts and the tray, the wooden tray?
so with Ikini, well, so Ikini Fa, I started. That's what I was initiated in the globe of the Igbo do, right? You see Ikini Fa, I receive Ikini Fa. Uh, so Abigba comes from the same grove. Both of them come from the same grove. It's all Ifa. Um, and so understanding that is to understand that when we speak of Abigba, it just goes deeper. It has um, a deeper understanding. It doesn't take away from any of those other things, but it is an older tool of Ifa. But I started with Ikinifa, definitely. Ikinifa is where I began, and then I was exposed to the mystery system of Abigba, and Abigba does not, negate anything that others do. Because I would never talk down on any other Babalao. That's facts. As you know, when someone is a Babalao fully, truly initiated in the Igbo I receive his Odu from the Grove in Itefa. Then there are things that go through that grove that I can never speak about clearly, right? But it is the same process because it is Ifa. There's no distinction between Ifa and Dahomey or Ifa in Igbo land, what they call Dibia Afa, right? Or there's no distinction between the Igala or the Edo. So the only difference is that there may be certain nuances to their kingdom within the Yoruba people, because it's more than one kingdom when we call Ifa. Ifa is more than just one people. I mean, Yoruba is more than just one people because it's over 16 kingdoms that encompass within what is the Yoruba people. So my descendants, I descend from people called the Awori people that originally come from Ile Ife. And so that in itself, they use Abigba as well. And so when you understand that, and you understand the many other aspects of what Ifa and Ifa Abigba is, then you understand those nuances that people may or may not have understanding of, right? So it is a system that is consistent. So to answer your direct question, as Habib was very direct, it is Abigba. Abigba is the tool from. It comes from the seed of Igiakba. The Igiakba is that tree. Igi is tree. Akba is that tree. Igiakba, right? The tree that kills negativity. So any Babala that's doing anything negative won't touch Abigba because they know that they'll be exposed immediately. And you know, you don't play with Abigba because it's very, very, very clear, very direct. It's not like to waste time. It gets directly to the point. And if someone seeks to bring negativity, they only bring negativity against themselves because they'll be exposed immediately. And that is Abigba. Abigba is that tool that is 4 Odu instead of 1. And then there are the supporting Odu that surround it, right? And it's only in one throw. The difference between Abigba and Ikinifa is that Abigba, again, has 4 Odu. And then also Abigba does not have Igbo. It has Ebo. Ebo was always there. But Igbo, the determinants, aren't there because everything goes in the first row. Everything is there. You know, like, for example, with Opwele. Opwele, you cannot do Ebo on Opwele as you can with Ikinifa because Ikinifa is standalone. And that's the same thing with Abigba. Abigba is a standalone. It needs nothing else. It's a shrine within itself. And that's also the difference. And there's many other nuances that come from Abigba. As far as studying wise, to answer that question, there's always divination first. Always for me. I always do Ifa Abigba divination for that person. Because if the person is not willing to complete the Ebo, then I'm definitely not willing to train or study them in any capacity. Because it's foolish. A person who doesn't respect Ebo does not respect themselves. And then they also, are only harming themselves. And I wouldn't want that to compound or harm anyone, right? And so screening would come from that. A person that seeks to train or study Abigba, depending on their level and things like that, I always start with Obiabata. So most people in the diaspora don't know what Obiabata is, the 4-lobe kola nut and that divination system. And there's many different levels of that. And so I always start people off with that because there's 4 Odu, or there are 5 Odu, or 5 signatures that come up within Obiabata. And that's the beginnings of understanding certain aspects of what I teach with Abigba as well. Because Abigba is vast. It's so much information that it is not something that you can quickly pick up and learn overnight. It is something that over time it develops and it grows and it opens up and it gives insight to, and it opens up. So Alabigbas, Babalawo or Ianifa that is using the tool of Abigba. That's what Alabigba means. um, does not. We just learn differently than most people. Most people don't even understand what it is, especially in the diaspora, because it's not really known in the diaspora. And on the continent, definitely, all throughout the continent is known. But in the context of the diaspora, most people don't know Abigba because it's just not used here. Not many Babalaos a la Bigbas are here. And so when people encounter it, they're like, that's not Ifa. What is that? You know what I mean? But it's just a lack of understanding. That's why I do videos, and I also do I talk in my lives about it a lot, because just so that people have a good understanding of what it is that they deal with. And again, that takes nothing away from any other system. It's just that Abigba itself is not something that is something that does not most people know. So, for example, you can go online right now and buy an Opwele from anywhere, right? You can't do that with Abigba, no, because you have to be, exposed to that tradition and the training in X, Y, and Z before you can even get a Abigba tool, right? It's not something that's easily like just obtained as Opwele or Ikini Fa. You can get the Ikini Fa, right? But that's not how it works with Abigba. So Ifa itself is so vast and so infinite in scope that there is no way that one thing can ever encompass it fully, right? Because so you have Abigba, and then you have Epa, the 8 lines, and you have 16 lines, and you keep going and going and going and going. So it goes beyond 256 Odu, and that's where people don't realize that this Ifa is beyond 256 Odu, because Ifa itself is infinite because it is a binary system. So it's just a lack of understanding, but it's not that any one system is wrong. It's just that your destiny, whether you purport for you to come forward and learn it, you open up that door when you learn it. Not because of it, because there's many Babalaos you can go to. But if you go to Babalao Ala Bigba, you'll see a major difference very quickly, because it affects you. Even if you're not even exposed to the mysteries of Abigba, once you get a divination with it, it opens you up widely in a greater sense. And the more that you are able to understand it, the more you're able to actually see and obtain greater insight from it, right? And that's what makes it beautiful, is because the more that you're able to understand those subtleties of Ifa, Abigba, the more you're able to see and understand the subtleties of really all existence. There is no ending to its wisdom. It in itself is infinite. So the more that you study, the more that you know. So to answer your question directly and plainly, yes, there is a process before somebody begins to study, because they have to get an Ifa Abigba divination first, complete the Ebo, and then, like, depending on what comes up in the Odu, it could be 2 weeks after the Ebo is complete that now you can begin studying. It all depends on what comes up in the reading itself, right? Because it may be something that you have to do and deal with before you even come to Abigba to study. And so that's where that comes into play. Okay. So, and I do train, I do teach people on a consistent basis. Thank you for the share. I appreciate it. And so that's where, when we talk about these things, we have to be very careful in who and how we speak about it, right? Because again, Ifa is infinite in scope. There's nothing that can impede or block the course of Ifa. Because of that, there is no ending or beginning to the wisdom of Ifa. It is consistently expanding and contracting on itself on a consistent basis. So you may get a divination today, and tomorrow, if you got divination, it'll be a completely different Odu, because you've already opened up the scope of what that is that day. Then the next day, it is that process that you're learning and developing and growing into. So, people say, "Oh, that's not me. I don't know what you're talking about." Blah 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 blah, blah, right? Wolfing at the mouth. Um, but most people don't understand what that actually means when they say, "I am getting an Ifa divination." They usually equate it to astrology or psychic reading or chakra reading, whatever that is, right? And no disrespect to those things, but Ifa is completely different because there is an accountability that comes with Ifa, Abigba, but Ifa as a whole. There's accountability because there is an Ebo, and so I record it. The reason why I record it is because so that you can always go back to and listen to what Ifa has brought forth for you. And I never say I say this and I say that because it's not me, it's Ifa that speaks. Even the Ebo price, I don't come up with the price of Ebo. It is Ifa. I ask Ifa, is this acceptable to you for the things that are the Ebo that needs to be done to take care of these things? And that's where that comes in the scope. Because Ifa in itself is limitless. There's no ending to the wisdom of Ifa. Because we know there's no ending, we understand that there actually is no beginning either. You say, what? No ending, no beginning? What is that? You saying that's God? No, Ifa is not God. Ifa is the word of God, or the infinite emanations thereof, because it's constantly expanding, right? And that's where that comes into play. That's why it's never a conflict, because it's not a religion, it's a spirituality. Because it's constantly expanding and growing and developing and opening and closing and developing and honing in on your Ori Inu. Because it is your Ori, is head, Inu, your inner head, that is connected directly to Olodumare. So that's what Ifa. We open up Ifa, we open it up to connect to Ifa, to your Ori Inu, so that your Ori Inu speaks about what's out of balance, what needs to be put back in balance, what needs to go forward. Okay. So that's important to understand. Because Ifa itself is infinite, no ending or no beginning, because it is truly the word of all existence. It is a consistent vibration that never stops. That is always expanding and contracting and developing and growing and awakening in all aspects, angles, and dimensions and beyond dimensions. That's why we speak about that when we speak Ifa. And that's the beauty of it.
So that is like the creator that don't participate per se, but the creator of the all of the God. How does that figure in on that, if I may say, hierarchy
You talking about
system?
Olodumare? Olodumare is the infinite there is, right? So when we speak of Olodumare is the infinite expanse of all existence. So when we talk about Ifa, because Olodumare is so far removed from us, but then is directly connected to us through our Ori Inu, that when we speak of that, we open up Ifa. Ifa taps into that infinite wisdom of Olodumare by tapping into your Ori Inu. Right? There's no separation. So that's why it's a misnomer when people think of traditional religions or traditional system. I don't want to say religion. Traditional systems where they say, "Oh, they're praying to this tree or they're praying to this river." No, 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 no. They're praying to Olodumare consistently, right? They're opening up emanations and aspects of all existence. Period. Right. So there is no distinction between Olodumare and ourselves, because Olodumare is so much a part of our everyday existence. There's nothing that is not Olodumare. right? Because he's a great quantifier, great mathematician, great architect of all existence. There is none without Olodumare. And that's what makes it beautiful too, is that, there is no um, thing that we can accomplish or develop or grow in without Olodumare, without the scope of who Olodumare is and how it figures into our life, into our existence, to who we are, and how we seek to make these things apparent in our life. There is no distinction between Olodumare and ourselves, and that's what makes it potent. Because as we seek that, we know that Olodumare is the essence of who we seek to reconnect or relaguer with. So those Western systems really are looking toward Olodumare, regardless of what they call it, to relaguer, to reconnect to the great mathematician that is in existence for an infinite amount of time, right? That does not and cannot be quantified by one thing or the other, but it is consistent with all existence. That is Olodumare, right? When we speak of Olokun Shani Ade, right? Olokun Shani Ade. So that's more from the Yoruba perspective, but Olokun Shani Ade. If you speak about Olokun from the Edo perspective, it speaks about the same thing, because they say Iha Owega is Abigba, right? So it doesn't take away from any system. I don't care what it is that you practice, how you practice it. It doesn't take away from it, because it is infinite, infinite in scope. Words are so important. And as we use and we connect and we conduct these words, we have to use them wisely, right? And so that's why I say when we think of Ifa, we think of all existence. We think of the persistence of all existence and how it functions and how it opens and how it closes and how it brings forth life, not only in our time, but in the infinite time that we spend in unison with our life. Because it is our daily prayer when we go to first time here. What is the topic? So there's no real topic today. I'm just making these charms and medicines specifically, um, for health, for wealth, for prosperity, for success, for many different things. That's what I'm doing today. But there's no topic today. I appreciate you coming in. Yeah, yeah. The question.
So, with that being said, I I hear that. Am I wrong in saying that basically all Babalua they draw from Ifa,
Yeah.
and yeah, they all draw from Ifa. That's
Uh-huh.
to, to support them. And I heard you speak of other branches, this and that, and the third, but basically, as I know that they all draw from Ifa,
Exactly.
and anything other than that, wouldn't that be counterfeit?
Wouldn't that be what?
That wouldn't be that would be counterfeit. That wouldn't be exact science. That they, even though they're different branches,
Mhm.
they they all basically draw from Ifa and are supported by Ifa.
Exactly. Exactly. And so when
Okay,
we
when I go on mute, I can hear you better. So that's
yeah, and so basically, yeah, that, I know when you go on mute, that's exactly when it comes out a little clearer. But you're absolutely correct. So Ifa is the holy corpus, but there is no, it's an oral tradition. We speak of Ifa. Ifa itself is an oral tradition. Because it is oral, it is consistently expanding, right? And there is no ending to its existence and how it functions. And that's why Ifa itself is so potent, because you could have 50 Babalaos in a room, and then you have many different ways to associate with Ifa. Why? Because, so for example, there may be someone that says, oh, Ifa is um, in unison with or connected to the uh, breakdown and emotion of all existence, or this taboo for someone to have chicken, or taboo for this. They could have the same Odu, but they could basically have a uh, different scope, because their direction or their Ori has a different purpose on this earth, right? So when we go to Ifa, Ifa is telling you, look, this is your purpose on this planet. It's not just a random thing that you're here. You're here to have a purpose and bring some clarity to someone else, right? In your purpose, in this life. And that's what makes it beautiful, because um, there's no misinterpretation of someone's life. Their purpose, their way of living, their life span is. I had a dream about African culture before, whether what I saw is real or not. I don't know. Well, that's where Ifa comes into play. You always can gain a deep understanding of what it is that comes forth for you in a divination, and that's why Ifa divination is so important, because it gives you clarity of mind and the things that go on. Um, so that's why it's important to really look at that from that perspective. That Ifa is never, ever, ever in conflict with anything. That's why there are Babalaos who have clients that are Muslim, that are Christian, that are Buddhist, I've had people that were Jewish that came to Ifa, you know, from all over the world, right? Because again, it's no conflict, because it's a great body of wisdom. That's what Ifa is, right? And so if you understand that, there is never a conflict in what you believe and how you believe it. Because Ifa comes from the perspective of all existence, all wealth, all understanding, all knowledge, great body of wisdom. That's why I say Olodumare is a great quantifier of all existence. If you understand that, then all of these other things make perfect sense. Camila, yeah. Definitely, if you have a question, you can come up if you want to too. I'm always open for people to come and ask questions, and to come up and to bring forth, what it is. And if it's too personal, then I always say that you can DM me. Aboye, how are you?
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing amazing. This way is fine. Are you familiar with
Um,
Ifa?
I'm sorry.
Are you familiar with Ifa?
I'm not, but like I just heard you say that you talk to people from many different backgrounds. But I was always curious because I know that we're African American, Black, Negro, whatever they want to call us over here. But I
Right.
was always curious if we were born with some of those gifts, even though we weren't born in the motherland, because I have seen stuff, even though I don't understand it, but it's like it's spiritual.
And I
So I
would say
always
this.
wondered where it came from.
I would say this. So I'm a 10th generation urban. Hold on. I'm gonna put you on mute.
Okay.
Instead of putting you on mute, give me just a second. So when somebody comes to Ifa, right, they are primarily, so for example, I'll tell you from my experience, right? So there's many things that connect me to Ifa. My lineage goes back to the Awuri people, which come from Ile Ife and on and on and on, right? But my grandmother in Louisiana was, she practiced hoodoo and some other things. Uh, but it's interesting because, from my family lineage here in the States, um, there are 10 generations of herbalists. I'm the 10th generation. Then my daughter would be the 11th, right? We can go back at least that far back, right? And a lot of things that I learned when I was studying with my grandmother and uncles and many other people, but mainly my grandmother, um, cousins and stuff like that, but mainly my grandmother. Uh, she a lot of things I learned with her, I relearned when I was dealing with Ifa, right? So we all come here with a specific destiny on this earth. Our Ori Inu is that destiny. That's why that's the most important Orisha, right? So when you have a destiny, your destiny is rooted within your Ori Inu, right? That Ori Inu is the thing that gives you life and light. It opens up that doorway for you. So everyone on this planet has a gift, right? And it doesn't negate that gift. It just says that, look, this gift that you have has purpose why you're here. It doesn't take away from it. It actually enhances it because it says, look, this gift that you're dealing with is meant for you, right? And there's nothing on this planet Earth that can take away that gift from you. So Ifa, again, delves into your Ori, and then it asks that aspect of yourself to really go in and create harmony with what it is that you seek to accomplish in your life. Because your Ori is your pure destiny. And so when you get a divination with Ifa, that's what that is. It is your destiny that you seek out. It doesn't negate anything that you are, anything that you learned from the diaspora or anywhere. It is you, right? Matter of fact, you should never deny your own Isheshe. So that's what gets twisted out. I always say this too. People get twisted about what Isheshe actually means. So Isheshe means your mother or your father, doesn't matter which one you start with, your father and his ancestral lineage, your mother and her ancestral lineage. And then your own Ori Inu and your path on this earth that Ori Inu is supposed to lead. That is Isheshe. So everyone on earth has an Isheshe. Everyone. Everyone has a point of origin, right? So we never deny you in the midst of this because it is you that you're coming to in terms with, right? When you come for a divination, when you seek out Ifa, when you seek out these things, it is you that is being brought up in your destiny, in your purpose, in your way, the things that you have to accomplish as you live on this earth. And so that's where people get twisted. So again, that's why I don't have to disrespect anyone's lineage or way or purpose or place where they learned, because Ifa is infinite in scope. It does not take away from anything that you learned as a child or as an adult. It actually enhances it. It opens that doorway even clearer for you because it gives you clarity of mind, body, and spirit. You know, so the gifts that we have are only enhanced when we go to Ifa. So the difference between someone seeing something like in a dream, because our Bigba, we dreams are very important. In Yoruba culture in general, dreams are highly important, extremely important. And so within that dream state, those things that we obtain or look or see or do or know are rooted within those aspects of why, where, when, how these things come about. And so the difference between Ifa and like a psychic reading or maybe some gifts that someone has or tarot cards or pendulums or anything like that is that there is an Odu that you can always refer to, that you connect to, that there is work that needs to be done, right? Because sometimes things may be told to someone, but the work itself is not necessarily told to them. Okay, what's the work? So this is what's going on, but what is the accountability of that work, right? What are the things that make it happen? So in Ifa, we have something called Ebo. Ebo is that accountability. The things, the taboos, the things that you need to work on or deal with on a consistent basis. And so that is that aspect of Ifa that makes it Ifa, that Odu, that purpose, that wisdom that comes forth, right? It doesn't discount it. Like my grandmother, like I said, there's many things that I learned in Ifa that I learned from my grandmother. I learned from other systems that I've studied, right? But Ifa is my path. And so my destiny was destined for Ifa, regardless. And so it doesn't take away from anybody. It just says that my destiny is this. So when somebody comes to Ifa or they come to for Ifa reading, doesn't mean you have to be initiated to Ifa. It could be something else that you're destined to do in your life. Let me plug up my phone because it'll be going out if I don't. I don't plug it up. Hold on a second. Excuse me. So even when people talk about Fudun and things like that, right? Fudun is Ifa. How do I know this? Because in Dahomey, in Yoruba land, in Nigeria, because Nigeria was a fictitious name that they made up, right? That's not the original name of that area, because there was no Nigeria before the colonizer, right? Um, there was a place in Yoruba land spanned far beyond those borders, right? Um, and so when we think of those things, that our pathway in life, whether you be you call yourself African American or you call yourself whatever the case may be, your ancestry still goes to a place that calls you to do certain things. And that's the most important thing to realize. That when your ancestry calls you to do something, there is, you may say, okay, I'm in control of this. Okay, but there's certain things that you have to accomplish in this life, on this earth, that you're destined to do, right? So some people may recognize that, some people may not. But you're still called to perform and do things to aid and help others. That's why you're here, right? To help and develop self and others. So there is no mismatch or anything like that, because all of this deals with Egun. All of that deals with your destiny, your purpose, your place, your wisdom, your light. So when somebody tries to tell you, oh, you have to do such. No, 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 no. So the thing is that your Ori guided you. If you seek to do a divination, it guided you to do it. Your Ori Inu. That's your purpose. It opened you up. It gave you insight. Said, look, these things that you're feeling or knowing, maybe you need a little more insight to it so that you guide into it deeper. Maybe there's something that you need to see through this system of Abigba, right? That you may not have been exposed to prior. And so that's where there is no mistakes. There's no haphazardness. There is no things that just kind of randomly happen. There is no such thing as randomness. Even the so-called things that we call chaos is not chaos. It's actually the things that are destined for our purpose in this life. And that's where, when you begin to see that, when somebody says, oh, this way is better than that way. Okay, that's a colonizer way of thinking. That has nothing to do with our specific destinies, right? Because, again, there's a difference between spirituality and religion. But what does religion really mean? Relaguer, to relink, reyoke, rejoin, right? To self and others, to your destiny on this earth. So that's where it gets twisted, that we have to have this relaguer that is outside of ourself. And it's not. It is firmly rooted in ourself when we relaguer, when we reconnect. Because the Yoruba language is so mathematical. And so is some of the other systems that are related to Yoruba people, right? Because Yoruba people, again, I say this, is not strictly in Nigeria, what they call Nigeria today. It's not. In many different aspects. It comes in many different places, in many different respects. And so because of that, you begin to see those things. You're like, oh, I know that. I've seen that. I've experienced that, because it is you. Your Ori holds everything that you are and more. Because of that, it never is out of sync or out of link with who and what you do. So hopefully that answered that question. You can come back in, unmute yourself, and just if you want to respond to that, definitely.
So everything that you said, I definitely agree with. I don't believe in religion too, and I also believe that um, we have been extremely colonized, and we just it's sometimes hard to let go of, like, it's not right, but because you've been in it for so long, it's like you still end up swaying that way because you don't know anything else. I don't know if I explained that right.
No, no, you know how you know why I shake my head and laugh because um oh mute yourself one more.
I'll mute. Okay.
So the reason why I laugh is because I grew up in a Jehovah's Witness household, right? And so it's interesting. And again, I'm not disrespecting that either, but it's like when you understand yourself in a place, and then others are saying, "Oh, that's horrible. That's devilish. That's this. That's that." Blah 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 blah. Right? Um, it's never wrong to appreciate yourself in the midst of you, who and what your destiny is, because you know innately what it is. Certain things just awaken it further, open it further, right? So it says, "Oh, I do such and such, but I still, connect to these hymns that I used to know when I was a youngster." Okay, there's no conflict with that. Why? Because these are things that you are, that you've experienced. There's no mistakes in your life, ever. There's no such thing as a mistake. Your parents, the reason why you had to be born within those scopes of that parent is so that you could experience certain things. Period. Because if you didn't, your outlook, your way that you look at things, the way you deal with things would be different, right? So those are things that I think when people think of Ifa, oh, it's in conflict with what I do. No, no, it's never in conflict. It's actually enhancing what you do. Just like anything that opens you up. So the thing is that what happens is that people get caught up in uh, right and wrong. This is right and this is wrong. So again, that's a colonizer way of looking at things. It's only one way. This is the way. If you don't practice this way, you are not right in thinking or action or deed, right? So when people have that kind of mentality, they actually are harming themselves more than anything else because they're not allowing themselves to grow. They're stuck. Um, so again, it doesn't disrespect anybody's view. It just says, look, if you are seeking, like a seeker of light, a seeker of truth, then those things will come to you anyway. It's going to open up to you because your pathway dictates that it does. Right? Your Ori Inu guides you to where you need to be in your life at a particular time with a particular people or places or spaces or whatever. Right? That's what makes it potent. Everything that you do in your life is destined to be, or opening up that doorway so that you have a greater understanding of those things that you have. Right? And so in that road of thinking, that mind of thinking, you're never at a loss for anything, right? Because you're not at a loss, nothing that you seek to accomplish is wrong. It's just that now you have to put things into perspective and what it is that resonates with you the most. Your ancestry actually guides you. Your Ori guides you to the places that you need to gain access to, gain function to. So it doesn't disrespect what you believe. It just says, look, these are things that are here and are apparent in these aspects. Now, you may not be exposed to that, so you may not know that is your destiny. Or you may not be exposed to that, so you may think that, oh, well, it has to come this way and only this way. And that's fine, but I think that's where a lot of things get twisted, is that we get lost in a system instead of our destiny or our path, right? Because a lot of people don't like to say path, you know. Oh, Crystal. Uh-huh. Because your path is something that opens up and develops on a daily basis. So when somebody asks, "Oh, Baba, you know, do you know yourself?" Oh yeah, I know myself fully to this point, and I consistently knowing that self as I grow. Right. So that's the thing that we, as human beings, seek: growth, development. That's why I said we stand in Bigba. We stand on those in Ifa. We stand on these three pillars: Okwan, Idajo, Iwakbale, wisdom, justice, and good character. You can't have justice without wisdom. You can't have wisdom without good character. These things are interchangeable. These things don't lapse in any way, shape, or form. They're constant. And so, because of that, none of it stops. None of it is wrong. None of it puts you in a place where you are out of an alignment. Even when you're learning things or something comes across your way that presumably is in conflict with you. Sometimes you learn what not to do, and sometimes you learn what to do. That's the beauty of living this life in Ifa, because with any system, with anybody, as long as they're human being, there's going to be shystiness. So that's why I like to be 100% transparent in all the things that I do, because when you're transparent, whether it be with the divination, you come in and you get a Ifa Big by divination. I always say what to expect with Ifa Big by divination, so that you don't. There's no like, what is this? I don't know what to do. How does this function? That there is Ebo, or that there is no. These things are, you have to get that Ebo done within 6 days. Because Abiba works very quickly and directly. It doesn't like to play. So it doesn't take away. There is no conflict. There is nothing that dictates someone to have fear about anything. Because if anything, it is your own Ori Inu that brings about why you're here. Your Ori brought you here. What do you mean, Baba? Your Ori brought you here. So if you choose to ever go forward, and I always tell people this, I never try to force anybody to believe or see or do. It's like, when you're ready, if you seek to come in when you're ready, when you seek to have a divination, if I speak by divination, when you're ready. Because I don't chase after people. People call me. I don't call people. So maybe they come to the live. Maybe they are curious and they DM me. Oh, Baba, let me get your information so that we can, exchange X, Y, and Z. And then you go forward with that. But then I will say, okay, so I send you with the breakdown of what that means. Then you say, oh, well, I don't know if I'm doing it now. Okay, well, when you're ready. Right? Because if somebody's coming at you and they're hawking you, that's not how that works. Because you go and you seek out that person, not the other way around. Because if you go seek it out, automatically you are seeking out insight and information from what it is that they deal with in practice. Not, I'm seeking you out because I want to make money, blah, 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 blah. I mean, obviously there's a balance, there's a harmony in that. But there's always, you have to seek it. So if you don't seek it and I push it, then that would be, you wouldn't have any insight to what's going on. You would just only be like, okay, well, he pushed me into this, and this is why this is happening like this. No, 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 no. You have to seek out. That's why I say when somebody's interested, oh, sure, DM me, and then I'll send you information about what goes on. Oh, Bob, you can call me X, Y, and Z. Mm-mm-mm. You call me because I've sent you my number, and then you can go and we can discuss and go forward with what it is that you seek to accomplish. But I never hawk or seek to seek out anything or anyone in any way, unless they themselves have already inquired on a live or otherwise. That's the only way that I would say that I would ever connect with anybody is through that. process, right? Because that's the only real clear way that you can get a good understanding of what's going on, because nobody's seeking to make you believe or see anything. It's something that you're seeking out yourself. you know yeah, so I always say that because that's important. That's important to realize that when you are seeking something, you yourself is seeking it. Not me seeking you out to hawk you or to make you believe or see or do or think anything. That's why, when you get to a Babala or Ianifa or any other practitioner within the system, they should never say, I say, this is my opinion, because it is not their opinion. It is Ifa that's speaking, first and foremost. And through Ifa, all of these things are coming forth. Because again, the difference between Ifa and other things is that it is a holy corpus of Ifa. So when those things come up, which is an oral tradition, those things are coming from a set pattern or set binary code for information and insight. So when you gain that, that's when you start to open up that doorway and gain greater insight into that binary system or that system that you have sought out. You understand what I mean?
Yes, I understand. I I understand everything that you're saying, and also I kind of believe in spirituality for the simple fact of what I have seen and what I know. I guess it's just like you said, seeking and putting like puzzles, putting everything together. Because some of the symbolics that I saw when I seen Africa in my dream was very symbolic, and I went and looked at like did a lot of research because it was so symbolic. I seen myself as a priestess in this dream, and I was in all white. I had a staff, and also energy was coming out of my hands. So I've had vivid dreams like this, not just at one time. Like I've seen myself on a mountain with, like it seemed like there were billions of people in white. We were all in white,
Right.
and it was real quiet. It was like I could feel so much peace. I've never felt that peace in my life. That's how much peace. I just can't even explain it because we don't know peace in here. But I'm just saying, it was just like no worries. It was like in that dream, it was peace. That's the only thing. That's the only way I can explain it.
That's beautiful. That's what's
So
up.
I do get you, and I do understand that we do have to. Um, it's a process of learning ourselves, our true selves, and trying to get through. Like you said, we will learn things whether they're good or bad, and we'll learn what to do and what not to do. But we also, my own opinion, we also have to learn how to dissect some of that stuff because some of that could weigh you down. So you have to learn to let some things go, even though you've learned those things.
Right.
You have to learn to let some things go.
Mm-hmm. Because that's the definition of growth, right? Is that you learn one thing, and then you're able to develop that thing through another way, right? Because like a child who learns a language, at first they may only have one tool or the alphabet, and then they have to progress past that alphabet, right? To have a better understanding of what those words and actions and things mean and how to communicate in it wisely, right? That's really where that comes into play. Because when somebody is literally looking to communicate or to open up a dialogue, they're literally looking to open up a pathway that they had maybe no experience with, and then they've come across it, and they something else spark something else. But none of it is in conflict because all of it is rooted in your ori. That's what you were destined to do. You're destined to come forward to those things. It doesn't take away from anything that you've already learned. And that's just it. You don't that's why you don't deny any of your own ancestors, your direct ancestors. Because those things are you specifically. And the more directly that you connect to those ancestors is where they open and expand you. like your Egbe. Egbe is your astromates, or those things that are other set of teachers, right? We have teachers on earth and we have our Egbe also that are teachers. So that in itself opens up a doorway of thought, of action, of deed, of purpose in our life. And the more that you're able to open that up is the more you're able to see, right? What is it that you're supposed to be doing here and now? And so it's not always just, oh, I have this gift and now I'm good. No, you're always expanding and growing. Because if you're not, then you wouldn't be alive. You wouldn't be here to deal with things. That's why in Yoruba we say that, the earth is the marketplace. And Orun is or heaven, or, that's loosely termed heaven, is our home, right? Because we come here to learn and develop and open up. And then we develop those things again. We harmonize with those family members that we are destined to connect to, right? And so that's why those things are so important when we deal with our ancestors, because our ancestors are not something other outside of us. It is who we are innately. Purpose in our life, success in our life, wisdom in our life is all rooted in our ancestors, right? Because that's why we're here, to communicate, to commune with ourselves and those that are surrounding us, right? And then our Ori Inu is that basis or that purpose or that wisdom that guides us along this path, right? That's why we say Isheshe, our mother, our father, and our path on this earth, or through our Ori Inu. Because everybody, even though you may have a mother and father on this earth, everybody does. Even a rock has a point of origin, right? Even with that, it still has its own purpose and things that it has to manifest and live on this earth. It's not stagnant. It's not only in one way. It's infinite. And the things that you are destined to do are the things that you're exposed to and open to. That's why you had to have the parents. That's why you had to have these things in the way that you did, So that's where, when we deal with Yoruba tradition, that's where that comes into play. And so Yoruba tradition is not strictly, like, again, there's so many different avenues and angles. You could go to Togo. You could go to Ghana, and you'll still see Ifa, right? And you'll go to these other places and you'll still see Ifa, because it's all encompassed within that same system. Because again, what these borders, these fictitious borders, aren't real. They're not real, because it literally had a relationship through how and where we connected to our purpose was through our ancestors. And our ancestors visited this purpose in the way that we communicate now, right? And without them, there is nothing that we have. It's because your mother, your father co-created with Olodumare. So you could say that our mother and our father are like our first gods, in a way. I know that people will have conflict with that, but you understand what I mean. Because they are the first ones that we communicated with, or that we had an existence with, or that we built with, or that we had a conversation with on this plane, to understand and see why these things came to pass, right? It wasn't random that we have a mother. It wasn't random we have a father. All these things are rooted within the same scope of who and what we are and how we function. And because it's rooted in the same, it doesn't have anything that stops us from obtaining it, from listening to it, from gaining from it. And so you may say one way, and I may say another. Is it in conflict? No. We may have the same Odu, but is it in conflict if I say my Odu says this is a taboo for me, and then you say, well, that's not a taboo for me. I have the same Odu. Well, because you have your own distinctive Ori too. your own distinctive destiny that you have to live on this earth, right? That I may not have on this earth. And that's the beautiful part of it, that there is no ending to that purpose. Repurposing those things that you've learned are always flowing, always opening up. And that's the point of a reading or divination, so that you gain clarity. So and traditionally, when someone has a naming ceremony, they are opened up to that path that they may have forgot that they had to live on this earth, right? So that's why that path is so important. That naming ceremony tells you, look, these are things that you come here to do. Don't forget it. So that's how do you remind you? Through the name that you gain. So when somebody says, Okwesanwo Ifa de Fadairo, right? Okwesanwo is Ifa is my pillar of support or my foundation. Right? Okwe is representing of the palm tree that has the Ikini Fa. They represent Ifa. Okwesanwo is the Ifa is my pillar of support or my foundation. Ifa Koride is Ifa brings back Kor, blessings, abundance, success, wisdom, clarity, right? Opens up that doorway on a consistent basis. And so that's what that means, right? So when somebody says my name, they speak my purpose in life, right? When somebody even says Baba, da 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 da, right? Because that also says, look, this is recognizing that, look, I am a Baba Lawo, Baba Niawo, right? Father in the secrets, or father of the secrets, or father of the mysteries, right? That's what that means. Iya Nifa, or Iya Lawo, is the mother in the secrets. So that's where the conflict comes in sometimes in the diaspora, because in their tradition, they don't allow women to be initiated to Ifa in a way that they are practicing. But that's not true across the board. And so some lineages have different things that they do too. But within my lineages, that's not the case, right? Because Ifa is that potency, the great body of wisdom. And so that's when you start to look at those things. You say, oh, there's no conflict with this. This is actually something that I could learn and develop and grow in, and that's what makes it beautiful, that you are constantly growing and expanding in the scope of your destiny. And that's what makes it amazing, that your destiny purports others to live their destiny greater, right? There is no conflict with your destiny, as your destiny is a part of my destiny too, because we are intertwined in our own scope of who and what we have come here to do. So we engage on a regular basis. So when I say there's no conflict, there's literally no conflict. But people make it a conflict because they lack understanding of their purpose, right? So when you lack understanding of your purpose, then you want to indoctrinate others into your way. If somebody comes to Ifa, that's why with Ifa, there is no proselytization. There is no, oh, you gotta, you gotta, da, 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 da. You're called to it, or you're not. Period. That's how it comes down. Either you're called to Ifa or you're not called to Ifa. You're called to a certain Orisha or you're not called to a certain Orisha. But your main Orisha is your own Ori Inu. First and foremost. Before you even get to any Orisha, it's your Ori Inu that guides you and protects you and opens up that doorway to a greater understanding. So that's where that, again, there is no conflict when somebody comes in and says, oh, I practice this. Okay, cool. That's why I love to have conversations with people, because the things that you do are actually purposeful for that pathway, for things that you established for yourself when you came to this earth. And then others establish it for you too by having that naming ceremony, or by looking deeper into that that name or those things that were there. And so some people haven't had that naming ceremony. It doesn't mean that they don't still have a purpose. It means that they have not seen or connected to that purpose fully. Right? So when you go through a naming ceremony, those things are activated. Right? Or when you go through the Grove of Ifa, we say even like that. When you go through the Grove of Ifa, those things are activated. Or the grove of whatever that your destiny may hold for you. Right? Because not everybody's supposed to be Ianifo or Babalao. It's not destined for everybody. It's destined for those that are coming to Ifa, that are willing to study and develop and grow within it. So that's again, there is no conflict. There's nothing that puts that out of purpose, because there is no nothing that makes it wrong or right. It just makes it what it is. So as you begin to grow and develop within the things that you know, it opens up that doorway even further. It even speaks about it even deeper, right? And the deeper you go, the more you actually have a conversation about those things that you delve into. Good, bad, or indifferent, your pathway is always wrapped up in the connection and building of others, right? Always. I don't care what you do. I don't care what path or who you are. You always connected to one person or another, one purpose or another, because your purpose is the thing that guides you to where you are, who you connect to, how you connect with them, what it is that you're connected with them for. What is it that brings prosperity for you in that connection? There's no disconnection because you have a different pathway. It's just that your pathway may interact with me differently than mine interacts with yours, right? And so that's the beautiful part of it. As we begin to learn our destiny, those things open up further and further and further and further. There may be something that we have to learn from each other. It may be something that you have to learn from Ifa. And so that Ifa is a thing that opens up the doorway. Never is it just the opposite of that. Because Ifa is what brings forth success. So when somebody says, you look like an Oshun person, or you look like a blah, blah, blah person. Nope, that doesn't work that way. It never has and never will. Why? Because your purpose in life is not rooted within an opinion. Your purpose in life is rooted within your own path and destiny. And then everything else that comes forth out of that awakens and develops you in that path, in that destiny, in that way. So that's where that comes in. And again, no conflict. There's no need for one. It's like, okay. So, Baba, what does that mean? Well, that's when we come to an Ifa divination, because you start to see what exactly does these things mean, dreams or otherwise. How does this come into focus for you? And that's where that comes down. Okay, not in conflict, not in any kind of disruption, but as a path that is destined for you. And we learned that through Ifa. And so that's where a lot of these things, that when people come in, oh, you got to be initiated to Ifa right now. So you got a definition that said you have to come to Ifa. Doesn't mean that. It means that those things are around you at that particular time, but you have to study first. You don't just immediately just jump into something. It's something that you study. It's something that you hone in on, something that you develop, something that you grow into, learning the fundamentals of. That's where that comes into play. It's never just some, oh, yeah, you're a da-da-da-da-da. No. And then that's, where things that enhance and open up your Ori to a certain degree. And they aid you in a certain way. They open you and guide you down a certain pathway. Allow you to open up further. And that's no conflict because that's your Ori saying, look, this is what we need to do. Everyone's path is different 150% without any doubt. Without any doubt. That's why when you get to a divination, there's always going to be different nuances. It may sound like somebody else's divination, but it's not because it's always nuances specifically to you. Right? And that's what's beautiful about Fa. Any questions? Any questions? Camila? Is that how you say that? I don't know.
Yeah, it's Camellia.
Camilia. Okay. Trying to pronounce people's names correctly.
Thank you. I mean, I understand everything that you're saying. I think it's very interesting because I was just like, I had problems sleeping all the time. And I was like, okay, I don't really come on TikTok much, just to be honest.
Right, right.
It's so much on the internet. And I try not to be on the internet as little as possible, but I just couldn't sleep. So I just opened it up and said, let me see, I like to hear people sing. But then you came up and I seen Africa, and I've always am attracted to the culture of learning more. So I said, well, let me stop here.
Are you in are you in the East Coast, the South, the West, where are you?
Oh, Ohio.
All right. Oh, okay. Well, cool. You know, I know a lot of people in Ohio. It's a trip.
Unfortunately, I did get a chance to live in Morocco for a while,
Oh,
and that really opened up my eyes on a lot of things.
beautiful. That's beautiful. How long were you there in Morocco?
Like a year.
Hmm. Yeah, I had a similar experience when I was living in Morocco, and going back and forth to Nigeria. It's just been, changing. You covered the Mother of Earth, Baba, and her version of devotees. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, and it's a beautiful thing to have conversations because when you can have a genuine conversation with somebody, it's never a conflict, right? Because it's genuine. Because you seek to make that connection with someone that may have a different way of looking at things or connecting to things or seeing things from a different perspective. And that's good because all of us has a different purpose. So if I'm seeing it from your perspective, okay, cool. I never really thought about that. Let me see how that looks. Let me see what that means. And her vision of devotees. Yeah. So that's really where it comes into play. When you begin to see it, then you have a better understanding of it. And how does that work in unison or, you know, in otherwise for you? I think that's what's beautiful about it. So if you ever, you definitely want any more information about Abigbo or any other thing, feel free to inbox me. You can get my number from there because every time I put my number up here, it always has conflict. I don't know why. Um, but that's definitely a way to communicate with me specifically. Um, so that is how I generally commune or connect with folks. If they have a question or have something that they want to talk about or something that they want to build with um, within the tradition, outside of the tradition, because I'm also an herbalist, so I also talk about herbs, roots, formulas, because I do herbal classes. Uh, like I said, I'm putting together these ashes for clients and then in general for when people need them because certain medicine comes up and God will inbox you definitely. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Camellia. Did I say that right? Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Like I said, because people usually can't say my name, so that's why I always make sure to pronounce somebody's name in the way that it's supposed to be said because it's important. A name is potency. You know, it speaks of lineage when somebody speaks of a name. It speaks of purpose when they speak of a name. It speaks of reasons and insights to the person and to their purpose and to their place on this earth. So that's why I like to really make sure that I repurpose your name or say your name in a proper way, which is always important to do. So that is what I do specifically. And anybody that seeks to have a great understanding of that, of those insights, of those things that I speak of, definitely feel free to call. She mentioned a staff in her vision. She need a consult. Yeah, most definitely. But again, I don't ever force anybody. So if she seeks to do Ifa divination, then that's something that she was going to have to seek out with me or someone else. Because when things are forced, it never works out. When somebody seeks it out, it always opens up the doorway. You know, that's what it comes. And then to understand that those things come with insights and clear sights and ways to develop. That's what comes into play. But always, when the dream is involved, it's always good to get a divination because you can get a lot more clarity on what it means and where and what is speaking in particular for you at that particular time, and what needs to be brought forth and where that bowl needs to be done so that things are not in conflict, but they are opening to you or aiding you in your destiny. Right? So definitely, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, I don't believe that it's by accident that I met any of you here. You know that we all on this platform for a purpose. So I definitely will inbox you before I get offline because I work nights. If I don't do it now,
Exactly
it
what
will.
happened.
Yeah, yeah. So like when I leave here off of your live, I'll go straight to your and inbox you directly because
I don't know
I
what's
believe
going on.
everything has purpose. I'm sorry.
I don't know what's going on with TikTok right now. Right? So definitely you can DM me. I'll go to my profile and look at my YouTube too, because then that way it's another way to get in contact with me. You know, Essential Obi Trade. That's what that's called. Um, yeah, so definitely go in and we'll have a good conversation and go from there. When you when you're ready, you know, when you're within your time scope, when you feel like it's ready to happen, that's when we're gonna have it. That's when it's gonna go on. So, yep.
I want to say this because it's kind of funny because, like I said, I believe I met you all with purpose, you know, to come here. But I'm actually on a 90-day. I don't even know how to say what this 90-day is, but this is my second month. I only have like next month is my last 90 days, but I heard in my spirit to get everything in order in these 90 days. So I'm just like, I've been throwing things out and eating, you know, changing my eating habits, and it's like been real spiritual, you know. So it's just like, okay, I don't know why you got me on these 90 days, but I'm gonna do it. So I really believe, you know, it's purpose. So definitely, and I appreciate you too, brother.
Thanks for coming in. Too. I really appreciate the conversation. Aboye.
Abushishe.
Yep. How are you? Long time no hear from. I haven't been online either though.
I've been running around chipping my head off, but I'm good now. I'm good.
Okay. Okay. I know we're supposed to connect up before, so I know a lot of things have happened transpired. So you know,
You've been
you know.
MIA too. I haven't seen you in a minute.
Yeah, no, I haven't been. I've just been working. Just been a lot of work in accordance with FI. EFI work and herbal work and just things moving and grooving. So That's really what's been going on. Trying to make sure that I'm on point and paying attention. Yeah. What's been new? Otherwise, work has been good. Life is good.
Changes, positive changes. Found out some. I'm not going to discuss that on live, but I found out some very interesting information about some things that said that made me go, "Wow, okay." But yeah, yeah. Sometimes you got to go through the you got to go through through the fire in order for you to learn what you need to learn.
Facts.
But
Sometimes when you put a fire, it's always going to be the one that's going to be.
mm-hmm. Right now
Yeah.
I'm traveling. I'm on my way to New York. I'm on my way to New York right now.
Okay.
Hmm.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
yeah. I'm gonna go see my mother. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. I want to go visit my mother. Me and my lady. I'm gonna meet some of her family,
Oh, cool.
and she's gonna meet some of my family.
Hmm.
So this is the first time her meeting some of my families. Well, she met a couple of people, but this is gonna be the first time me meeting. Um, well, no, that's a lie because I met some of her family. We came back from on our way from Louisiana. We stopped by and I met her grandmother and her uncle.
Okay.
So now think I'm gonna meet one of the aunts and don't get me the line, other people. No, her brother. I'm gonna meet one of her brothers.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good thing, man. I'm glad you it opens up the door a little further, right? Greater insight to folks that's around you.
Hmm.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
That's what's
but
up.
the other stuff I'll talk to. I gotta give you my new number because
Okay.
yeah, that's another thing that happened too. So yeah,
Another little thing jumping off one way or the other, but I get it.
yeah. So I gotta give you my new number because the old phone is gone. So even if you was trying to contact me,
It
you
wasn't
wouldn't be
gonna happen.
contact.
Got you.
Yeah, yeah. It was a wild ride. It was a wild ride. It's been a
Yeah, but
wild ride, and in the mix, I found out some stuff. I'm like, woo, okay,
yeah, you definitely got to be careful who you expose yourself to. That's the fact.
absolutely. So now I'm in the process of you know, doing some changes with some things too.
Okay, good.
But I'm gonna do it slowly,
Of course.
of course. But I'm definitely gonna make some changes.
Yeah, that's how it usually comes. All right, when things that you think that are gonna be on point in one way, we adjust on GP.
It definitely it was definitely a readjustment. Definitely a readjustment, Bob.
Yeah. But it's a good
It
thing
was,
though, right? Because you open up that doorway again and start to able to have a conversation,
mm-hmm.
you know, in a different way with different things, different people. So that's really what it boils down to. What conversation are you having now, as opposed to what you was having before?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, and then like when it comes to the education and what you're receiving, and then you're doing I'm a researcher, as you know,
Right.
and when I see that there's certain things that are not that should be there or not, and then you investigate some other stuff, and I mean certain things I'm not going to find out, but that's just what it is. But there is so much that you can if you know how to look.
Right. Exactly.
There's a lot that you can. There are credible things out there that you could actually find out credible information.
Well, they say a seeker of light, a seeker of wisdom.
Exactly. 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 So I'm
So
just
that's
like, okay.
when that comes into play, man. The more we try to open up the doorway on our own, the more it opens up for us.
Mm-hmm. And you're gonna get and then something else gonna be revealed, and something else gonna be revealed, and something else gonna be revealed. And the next thing you know, you're sitting there like, okay,
Okay, this is where we at right now. This is where we going.
this is where we at right now. Okay.
All right, let's make it happen. Yeah, now that's a beautiful part though. That's what keeps it moving.
Mm-hmm.
That's what keeps it moving.
Mm-hmm. And I can't take all the credit for this. I gotta give my lady credit for some of this as well because she was an inspiration for that process to happen as well.
Good, good.
So I can't take full credit. Like, yeah, I dug it all up myself. No, that would be a lie.
And that's in general, right? Because every time we come to something, we're always looking for the things that open us up further,
Mm-hmm.
what we seek to accomplish. And those things may come in one form or another, or they may come
Mm-hmm.
in one angle or another, but they're always coming.
They're always coming. They're always coming.
Yeah,
I'm just grateful that it came.
yeah, exactly.
So
Exactly.
I will. I guess I'm gonna have to text you my new number
Yeah, 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 yeah.
because you ain't got this number.
I don't got it. I don't got it. But you still have mine, though. You should, right?
That phone is well. Maybe it might be in the. I don't know. I don't. Well, no. Just I'll inbox you and then but I'm not even gonna even. Yeah, it's just it was a hot mess. We'll talk. We'll definitely talk
Yeah, we'll
because
definitely go
it
over.
was a complete hot mess,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
which
yeah.
is part of the reason why I'm on my way to New York now.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, that's how it usually is, though. Things that open us up also, shut us down from foolishness in a lot of ways.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Without that
Definitely.
discovery, we don't have nothing else. Because that
You're
discovery is what actually helps us.
yeah, you're right. Discovery is what gives you the foresight to say, wait a minute, let me go about this a different way.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Let me do this differently because this
Mhm.
that's not working.
Right. Right. 100%. 150%. Yeah. That's good. I'm glad to hear that, though, that this thing's opening up for you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, financially things are good. I'm working. I have a second job as well, so I'm able to compensate for different things. So it's not like I mean, I'm not broke. I'm not the richest guy in the world. I work
Yeah, yeah.
hard,
Of course.
but
Like
I
anybody.
am able to sustain myself. And I am able to do different things. Opportunities are opening up for me. I just reconnected with some political people that I know that I lost contact with. So I just reconnected with them, and they expressed interest that hey, let's get it together, let's do something, let's see the needs for different things. So
Oh,
those
beautiful.
things are in line and whatnot. So
Yeah.
because I was doing a lot a couple of years ago, and then
Right.
everything stopped. But now those avenues are opening up, and there's something. And then I gotta text you on something else. Or I gotta talk to you about something else that's that's going on that hopefully we can get your blessings on
Okay.
and whatnot. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's
We'll
work.
definitely talk about it and get into it a little deeper. 'Cause that's really where things are going. Oh, actually, it's funny. So, I don't know if you're gonna be around in August, but I'm gonna be in North Carolina the 8th, May 8th, all the way to the 20th.
You're gonna be well May 8th in May. You talking about August 8th to the 20th?
No, 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 August. Excuse me, August 8th to the 20th.
August 8th to the 20th. Okay, now the week of the 12th, I won't be there 'cause that's my birthday week. The week of the 12th, I won't be in North Carolina.
Okay.
I'll probably be there the 8th. I'll still be in the 20th, and I'll be around there for the 20th and stuff like that. But
Okay.
I'll be gone for at least a week. The week of the 12th, I'll be gone.
So the 20th, that's the day that I leave,
That's the
but
day that you leave.
the 8th is when I get there, and then I'm there for just kind of building with folks and just kind of expanding a little bit and help people come into what needs to happen. Um, so within that time frame, that's when I'm.
We definitely can meet. We definitely could. We'll definitely meet. I mean, that's
Yeah,
that's definite. We'll definitely meet. That's a definite. Um,
and I think that's where we can actually build and do things otherwise too because I'll be there.
well, brother, you just come on through. That's it. That's that's not even a question, bro. It's like okay,
Yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
just come on through. That's
Uh-huh.
all.
That's
That's all
good.
that's
That's
gonna
good.
be.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I mean, because that's really what it. That's why I'm going out there too to make those connections with folks that I have talked to before or built with before, um, but never got a chance to open up a little further for whatever reason. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And so that's where I think coming out there because it was a student that wanted me to come. And so originally I was supposed to be out there for like a month in H1Z, and I was like, well, let me come out there and see what's going on first before I go. So we can make up, so I know what's going on. And there's another brother that's on here,
Could I get your attention, please?
Baba Omoya.
Tasha Wolves
He's
go back to
in
chapter
North
20.
Carolina as well.
Tasha Wolves go back to
There's
chapter
a
And
lot
he,
of opportunity here in North Carolina. I'm gonna let you know that right now, bro.
okay, okay,
There's a lot. I mean, you get yourself a decent E-leg group out here. It will jump. I'm just telling you.
okay, okay.
Like you get some people and get it together, it will
Mhm.
jump because it's scattered
Yeah,
here. It's really scattered. So if you're able to build a central thing that everyone can come in and really do their thing, I promise
mhm.
you. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they were telling me too. It was like this spots is here and there, but folks are really kind of looking for this in a connection with stuff. So that's what I'm looking to do specifically because I know that's needed, right?
Yeah,
So
it's an absolute need.
I want to definitely get in and try to make sure that I give people the word, or if whoever that I connect to is what I'm supposed to connect to out there. But
Hmm.
we'll
Yeah.
see.
But when you get here, I'll definitely go. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like I like to deal with just good people in general. People
Yeah.
like, what's going on? What's you know the lay of the land better than I do. What's happening?
Yeah. I'll take you to, we'll take you to a couple of spots and whatnot, and let you see
Yeah,
how different things are, and then you'll see just how the best way of doing your thing is going to do it.
yeah,
Yeah, it's here. It really is here.
yeah.
It's nice. It's
And
good here.
there's a because I'm always looking for places and land and things like that out there too. So I'm always kind of keen on that level and try to figure out what's the best way to travel. In a way that I'm not just kind of like, oh, this is such and such. Let me go here. Let me go here.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
people to kind of connect to and build with, and then kind of develop from there. So, look at that. Yeah. So when are you getting out of here to New York? Was it like you got a major layover or?
No, I'm just going to I'm going to New York because I'm going to go visit my mother. So
Yeah.
that's it. I'm just sitting here waiting for my
The flight.
waiting for the daggone. I got here mad early.
Oh, okay, so you
But you know how that go. You got to come in early to sit back and
right.
yeah. I went to the TSA, but I thought they was going to be longer than I anticipated,
Okay.
but it wasn't that long.
Okay.
So now I'm just sitting here waiting.
Right. That's
Checked
that's
in
the
and
hard part,
everything,
right?
but I'm just waiting to
Yeah,
board.
that's that maddening point, right? You're like, okay, here I am. What am I gonna do now?
For
Oh,
all this, I could be going overseas for all this. Shoot, feel like I'm on a layover.
right. It's so funny. When I went out to Las Vegas, uh, a month back or so, and I had I was like, it was only supposed to be like a 6 hour layover in LA, and it ended up
Hmm.
being like 10 hours. I was like, what is
Damn.
no, for real? That's like going to Nigeria. So I'm like, okay, I kind of
Yeah, you could have went overseas like for
right.
all that.
What is going down?
Ooh, you could have went
It's good to hear
overseas.
your voice, though, man. I'm glad you're doing all right. But I was worried. I was
Yeah,
like,
I'm
well,
doing.
I don't know what happened, but I'm sure it's a purpose
Nah,
behind
it,
it.
it definitely was for. It definitely was a purpose behind it. It wasn't all what I wanted. I
Right,
promise you that much.
right. Yeah, but it
Bunch
never
of stuff
is, though.
happened back to back to back, and
Yeah,
then I wound up having to reconstruct. But it turned out for the best though. At the end of
good, good. That's the most important thing is just getting things back on track, right?
the day. Hmm.
Back on track.
Things are back on track and whatnot. So
Yeah,
I'm grateful.
yeah, exactly. Well weighted.
This is the final and immediate boarding call. Delta Flight 5438
Really
service
weighted.
to JFK. All confirmed passengers need to be on board and
I'm
gate
ready.
Oh, that's
Hope
you?
I'm ready to get on this daggone plane, honestly.
Oh, you on standby?
Yeah, I'm on stand. Like I said, I'm just sitting here waiting for the daggone for the flight now to
Hmm.
board. It's gonna be a minute, but it's only going on. It's going on 6 o'clock, and I don't think I'll board for another. For it's going on. I don't board for another 2 hours.
Wow. Yeah, yeah, because it's like 2 minutes, 3 hours, right? So two minutes till six, something like that.
Mm-hmm. I
Yeah.
don't board until 8.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, that's the only thing about traveling, man. You sitting there like, okay, here we go. What we gonna do now? You know, that's why I start getting online and doing X, Y, and Z and start chopping it up with folks and like, okay, here we go.
So you just sitting here and whatnot. I got my little Apple TV thing and whatnot. If I wanted to watch a movie or something, but yeah,
Yeah,
I'm about to start watching the back of my eyelids in a minute.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Nah, that's good, man. Plus, you
Is
got
your
time with you.
inbox open?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's open. You can definitely go in and check it out. What's going on? Cause I oh well if I this ain't go off. Yep, I'm there. Oh, he must have cut back. Jahan Wick. Jahan Wick. Is that how you say your name, brother? Jahan Wick. I don't know if he's still with me. Just sent you my number. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll definitely get back to you ASAP, so you can have my number again in your phone when I get off here. I'm just making these today. There's medicines and things, and then I will definitely open up the doorway to deal with folks. Um, yes, I was given that name. Oh, okay, good. Good. Yeah, that's beautiful. So, like I said, I always like to make sure that I'm saying somebody's name correctly, that I'm not messing it up, because a name is purpose. A name has, the wisdom of that person. Even the so-called random names that we gain in the diaspora, otherwise, they're not random. Nothing is random, ever. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know. Um, that's why I like to build with people too in a lot of ways, because when you build with folks, you learn many aspects of themselves and what that means. Just by communication. That's why the word is so powerful. When someone speaks your name or speaks to you, it is a powerful interaction or inner connection. And I always enjoy that, because when you're able to do that, you're able to have a deeper insight into the person and how they relate to the world around them. Um, yeah. Did you have any questions, Jahan? Why with the H in Ifa Yanye? Mother. Oh, it's Iya. Yeah, I don't know which what you're referring to. You can come on up though and ask if I initiated. And let me unmute you. What are you asking now?
Oh, you said it earlier. You said it correctly. I didn't speak it correctly, but it's like the female version of Baba,
Oh, Iya.
and that's my mother.
Yeah. So Iya is mother, and then Nifa. So the mother in Ifa, right? So Iya
Yeah,
Nifa, and then
yeah,
Iya Lawo.
that's my mother.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And so when you
Yeah, she
look at that, you can kind of see a better
she
understanding.
gave me that name and she consulted with the Babas and they told her who I was.
Okay.
Anywho, I'm just here just trolling and drifting and talking to you, Baba.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the conversation. Definitely. I always appreciate the
Yeah, I'm
conversation.
Baba to Baba.
Huh? Say it
I'm
again.
Baba to Baba. I'm not uh who you are. I'm okay. I'm just here. Um, to be honest, uh, she chastised me in some ways,
Who's
but I
that?
love her though, and
Who's that?
so I just listen to your truth on expressing what a Baba law is,
Babalawo.
and yes, I know how to say it.
And so
I
you're
am that too.
okay. Were you
I'm
initiated?
just sitting here listening to you like a wounded dog.
Were you initiated
Let
in
me
in
just enjoy
in the
your
states or outside?
conversation. Well, we don't have to go into that. We can, if we
Okay.
want to go into that, you can read my energy on a personal one, and
No,
then
no,
you
no.
can
I'm not.
see,
Yeah, I'm not trying to expose
understand,
too much.
overstand, understand.
We can always have a
No,
conversation.
no, but you can, Yes, we always can.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, I
Well,
am what I am,
yeah, definitely,
as I am.
definitely.
We're good.
Yeah, that's what's good about again. I like communicating with folks that I have a good clarity of why folks are, where they're coming from. What's the perspective? Whether they speak on one thing or not, it's always good to have a
Yeah,
conversation with folks, you know, because
yeah.
when we have,
Everybody just what's gonna happen into your life for chance. They're not just gonna just be here in your life and your platform
right,
by chance because you are who you are.
comes in a loop.
So
Exactly.
that's one thing.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I was just asking if anybody had any other questions or anything like that, because I'm just again just making these things and seeking to have conversations with folks. If anybody has any other things that they like to bring up or bring forward or talk about, I'm always down to talk about. So these kind of things that I don't have necessarily a topic on these days that I do this stuff like this when I'm making stuff, just because I'm involved in making this thing, right? So anything that is bringing forth or opening up is specifically in that way, seeking to open and develop and grow a conversation with someone about what their purpose is and what the things that they think about. And it could be, it doesn't have to necessarily have to be about Ifa. It could be about herbs, because again, I am an herbalist, I'm an artist as well. Um, like I said, 10th generation herbalist. I am I come to always build and develop with folks consistently. That's my path in life. Um, so when I encounter someone, I always like to see where they're from, what they do, why they do that way, as opposed to another way. Why do they go to a certain area or a certain thing or initiating one thing or another besides, other places? And then, dispelling a lot of misnomers as well, because not everybody is well informed about everything that's going on, or maybe they have conversations or information about, because of this system is so infinite in scope, uh that there are many things that, like entities or orishas, that some people would never know about unless they speak about to other people, because it may just be a family lineage, or maybe something from a specific area or place or space. So that's why I like to have these conversations specifically, because I know that there's always a way, and things that we build into. You started your reason for sniffing, but I sent you light to stop it. Okay. Um, yeah, there's a lot of herbs and things like that. So that's one thing opens up another thing, and those things stop certain things from happening. It's a good thing. So, anyone definitely willing or wanting to come up and have a conversation, please feel free to. You can always request it. I always will let you up. This, I'm not trying to match with anybody or anything like that. I know people do matches. I don't do all of that. I'm here strictly to speak about Ifa or about the tradition as a whole. In that sense, I don't go into any other things that may, you know, that create arguments, because I don't argue with people. That is never my path. So if you're coming to argue, wrong place. But if you're coming to have a good conversation with me, always the right place. Because this is the place, this is the forum. So there's always, I was looking at a few other lives earlier today, and I'm earlier yesterday rather, and it's like it just was irritating to go in here the whole time. That's not productive. So I like to be productive. I like to connect with people and see where people are and where they're not. And then, we can kind of have a good conversation. Similarities or non-similarities, or things that open up in certain ways, and then how those things open up for you and how those things develop for you may either come in some kind of form that is relatable to you, and some things that may not be, that you may not know. Right? So I lived in Burkina Faso for close to a year and a half or so. We'll go back and forth into Ghana and things like that as well, which I actually learned. I was there not through a school or anything like that, just building with friends and things that were there, and the connection between why and where these things open up. For me, come from a lot of my experiences, and that's where I try to make the connection with other folks too, because when you travel, you see so much more. Just like the brother was saying, the when we begin to travel, we begin to see more outside the loop of what we are used to seeing in our daily level, and that's why we travel, to learn. Lisa Nicole, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. And the more that we are able to see for ourselves things that we do, the more that we're able to open up and have a good conversation. I'm always using and developing herbal formulas on a daily basis, because there's so much that a herb has to offer. There are many ways to process different plants and other things that are good for our system. I like dealing with different kinds of herbs and learning about them from different perspectives as well, because sometimes those perspectives give you a brighter insight just based off of what that herb does in that culture, in that region, in that space. Herbs have a life beyond a nation, and so that's always a blessing to hear and know when I hear it from other people too. So I like that, and I appreciate everybody that's always coming in and asking questions and building with me, because I'm always seeking to do just that, build. build, develop, and grow, right? As all human beings do, I'm always seeking to have an understanding of what's around me and why. And those things that are around me, why they seek to be there. Um, so these, to put this in another context, these medicine that I'm making are definitely available. You can, my website is down still, so you can DM me about these different kinds of medicines. So this one's specifically for prosperity, for protection. But there's also many other things that I do make, right? And again, each herb has a specific understanding of why it exists. So, different kind of ashe, as they say. Do you combine and wrap crystals? There are some occultists and things like that that do deal with crystals. And I do use crystals in different ways. But a lot of the stuff that I deal with are herbs and things. But I do those are a part of Ifa as well. There's always different things that come up specifically. May it be crushed or may it be in other ways, to use them in that way. So that's why, so then I consecrate these things after. Some things don't need to be consecrated because they already have a certain kind of ashe that is held within it. And so that's why I open up and talk about or deal with or connect to people in a certain way so that they can have a better understanding of what it is that they are seeking as well. With the herbs, like cisterine. Yeah, cisterine is a good herb. I call a lot of things herbs, but it's really good for when I doing certain kind of work. Like I use a lot of barite. Barite is really good because it's grounding, but it's also like a yangi, so it can be made into a issue in a lot of ways as well. As monks, many other herbs and fossils and things that I deal with. I like to deal with those things because they have a purpose or a reason or a clarity to why they exist for me. And then to the things that I learned from my Luo and teachers and Sodite. Sodite I've never worked with myself. I've never worked with that herb specifically. But that doesn't mean that doesn't work. I just don't use it. Haven't had the chance to really deal with it in that way. But I like that there's like a moldavite, moldavite, but then also muscovite. Muscovite is one that I like because it's mica. That's what that herb is. But I like it because it opens up different ways to communicate, and I work with that in a lot of ways with Orishanla, with muscovite, because it's beautiful. It has cilantro. Cilantro. So cilantro, there's a lot of spices and herbs, and I love. Oof. Don't get me started on that. We can talk about that all day long. For real. Because those things are also really important. Actually, some of my herbal classes, that's what I do. Open a doorway to really begin to talk to people about what they can build and grow and develop to all around. And it makes things flow in a certain way. Cilantro definitely clears space, clears internally heavy metals and just medicinally, amongst many other things, and chlorophylls and things like that. That's in it, and trace minerals. So that's one that I really enjoy. communicating with in a lot of ways. Um, and in a lot of there's a lot of herbs and things that I like because they specifically root themselves in to hyssop. You enjoy? Oh yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Like I'm a herbalist, so I deal with herbs on a regular basis. That's like part of my whole thing is herbology. Um, that's what I grew up with. That's what I know is herbs. Herbs are my backbone for certain because I grew up with it on a daily basis for real. My grandmother, that's how I learned is through my family lineage. Um, and then, you know, working and teaching about herbs in elementary schools and their urban gardens and things like that. But I always, my herbal knowledge comes from, first and foremost, from my family lineage. That's where it comes in from. And then I work from there. And then I, learning and traveling and learning about herbs, new herbs that I've never dealt with. And then through Ifa, obviously herbs are a big part of what I do with my Ifa work. To have a conversation, mustard. Yeah, mustard seed is it's powerful spiritually and otherwise too. So that is definitely a herb that I love to work with specifically because it has so much rich history that's involved with it, and it definitely opens up that doorway. Fenugreek, um, uh, mallow, you know. There's a lot of herbs that grow here. They also grow in Nigeria, That's what people don't realize either. There are a lot of herbs that grow here that also grow in Nigeria. Um, so those things, those spaces, those places are always good to be and connect to, and I always enjoy being there and connecting with people. That's why same thing. So I love to connect with people and learn about how they're using the same herbs that I use and what way that they're using it. Oh, let me do that. Mm. And for those that are in North Carolina, please feel free to communicate with me because I want to build with as many folks when I get out there. But this is just more like a preliminary, so I can kind of see get the lay of the land of what's going on around me when I get out that way. So definitely DM me if you are in North Carolina. Like again, I'm not familiar with all of North Carolina. The person that I'm going to, so of Yohimbe. Oh yeah, definitely. Yohimbe can be very dangerous and very powerful at the same time. I prefer to use Akeda Jupan because Akeda Jupan is actually a lot more safer to use and just as powerful or more powerful sometimes because it is a herb that is people misuse all the time. Yohimbe, they overuse it and don't understand how to use it, so that it becomes really dangerous. So you have to be very careful, and the way that you deal with herbs and how and where and who you are obtaining those herbs from, because some people just don't know what herbs are. They may have looked into a book and said, "Oh, this is such and such. I can use it for such and such," but those things that's when you um, get into trouble because it when somebody looks at a herb and assumes one thing about that herb, they may it gets tricky because Oriembe bark is potent. Obviously people use it as aphrodisiac and other things like that, but there's so many other purposes for it. So many other purposes. And then you have to be very careful in the dosage and how you use an herb, because an herb is not just some random act. It is a living, breathing patchouli. Yep. Yeah. Patchouli is another one. Yeah. Like I said, there's so many different herbs. So my herbal classes, I generally start with herbs that people may or are more familiar with, and then I work back to herbs that they may not be familiar with, because a lot of those herbs are meant for a specific purpose or reason, for whatever that means for them. Because that purpose or reason may change or rearrange their life or their purpose or their reasoning for using it is different, right? Just because the fact that it may be something that you have to adhere to or deal with that herb medicinally or spiritually. I'm not talking about a hocus pocus thing. I'm just talking about there's herbs that we specifically need to deal with, things that we cannot deal with because it may be a taboo for us, or maybe something that is just the opposite of what we need in our life. So we have to be very careful also in how we use and develop a relationship with herbs as well. So that's also very important to understand when we deal with an herb, or when we speak of herbal knowledge, because herbs are living, and depending on how you process them is how they are meant to be used and how it processes in the body. One process could take something completely out of context of what it normally is known for. You know, that's why again it's always good to have a good understanding of what it is that you're studying or dealing with in a grander scheme, and that's why it's always good to learn from other folks and how they deal with that same herb. Because sometimes those herbs are meant to only be used at certain times, depending on how you use it and what purpose are you using it for. Um, hey, there you go, Nika. Come on up.
Ah, Boru Oboye Aboshishe. How's everybody?
Oh, life is good. Life is good. Just been on here for a little while, actually. I don't know how long I've been on here. I've just been making these medicines.
Nice.
Just making these medicine bags and herbs and things like that. So I want to come in and hook it up.
Looking good.
Yeah. How you doing? How you been?
I've been good. I got some cleaning done. The little one's gone, so and I'm
You been
gonna
busy
go
now, huh?
food shopping. Yes. How have you been?
Oh, life is good. I can't complain. Another day in paradise, as they say. Another day
Yes.
in paradise.
It's
Yeah,
awesome.
we're going
You have
in.
any topics today?
No, just making in the making. Just one of those days where I'm just making these bags and herbs within them for for prosperity, for success, for protection. Um,
Oh,
yeah, that's what these really are. I make them and then put the herbs together and consecrate them, and then that's when I send them out to folks and do my thing with them. Very powerful.
nice. Yes. I might have to see about one of those.
Yeah.
You've been on here for a while?
Here, let me see. Well, how long have I been on here for? I've been on here for 3 hours and 19 minutes. Wow, I didn't realize I was on here
Was
that
he
long.
asleep?
Uh, Not today, because I'm a definitely have to go and do some. It's like 3:27 right now, and I beat my stuff today, so it's gonna be no sleep for a while. Yeah,
Yes. Once, yeah, once you go to sleep, it's like it's hard to get back up. I know that feeling.
Exactly. That goes. Yeah. But it's good.
Yes.
Life is life is flowing. Life is sitting like a bee, stinging like a.
Always. Always. Nice. I'm more interested in that bag, Baba. You sewing it, huh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Looks nice though. Okay.
Yeah. Coming along, coming along. So I just, I get the bags ready, and then I get the herbs and stuff that I'm gonna put together, and different crochets and things, and then I put the incantation with it after I finish. Obviously, I'm not gonna do that online, but
Right.
there's different things that I put together that I can develop, and then I go back and you know create a conversation with it with folks so they know what I got and how I can get there, how they can get it, get it. Yeah.
I'm gonna see. Do you know if the subscribe button thing is still working? I think it's my TikTok. To be honest with you, I'm gonna try it because I don't know. I'm not subscribed anymore.
I don't know. Yeah, yeah. You said something like, "Oh, their thing is going to be going in such and such days." I don't know what's going on with TikTok these days. I don't even know. I couldn't even tell you because,
Okay.
I don't know. So I mean, it's the first time in a long time, as you know, that me being on, right? Because I haven't been on in a long time. So
Right.
I'm really trying to get back in and see what's going on. And I didn't even know. I knew it was still going because I would post things here and there, but I don't know specifically what's going on. Is there a time limit that we got on this bad boy? Is it going to change hands or something else? Who knows? I don't know. All I know is that the work that I'm doing continues. It's catch me on YouTube or anything like that too. You can go to my profile and get a hold of that. People want to do that because I'm, I'm all seeking to make things mobile and user friendly. So
Yes, I'm still gonna try though.
I don't know what's going on though. There's always something. Always something. Somewhere or another. I know. I think the last live I had a problem with people coming on. Then every once in a while that happens too. I don't know why. Um, maybe I was shadow banned, whatever they call that is.
Have you been posting on TikTok?
I have. Yeah, I've been posting some stuff. That's why I knew it was still up and mobile. And
Yes. You
posting.
might be. I hope you're not shadow being. That's crazy. But they'll let all the drama go through.
Right. You know what I mean? 100%. Whatever that means.
Right. I'm like, all right, Jerry.
Yeah, what's really going on in this place in space? But that's neither here nor there or other. But I'm always trying to make sure that anything that I do on this piece is rooted in some kind of relevance to e-file herbs or good communication. I'm definitely not with all the wolf and bull. So if something starts to go down that route, I generally kind of like clog out.
Time to go.
I want to start doing lives on some other platforms like Instagram is Afro Urban Apothecary Shop is the name of my thing on there. So we'll see if that goes forward in any kind of way, one way or other, or t'other. We'll see how
Yeah, I
that.
gotta go on. I lost my page. I forgot my password and it kind of kicked me out. So I'm like, I'm not starting it over again. But Instagram seems like that's where it's at right now. So
Yeah, I'm trying to
the
see
gram of Insta.
trying to see if that's another route to go down because I haven't really posted anything on there because people to connect with me on TikTok, so that's why I didn't really post anything coming from there. But maybe I should just because this may belly up. This will belly up
Right.
soon in the States.
Absolutely. I'll meet you there.
Yeah.
I'll go on there.
I'm gonna make
That'll be nice. Sorry, I'm making my coffee with my coconut palm sugar.
ah, you know, it's fancy.
It's so good.
Oh, it's so good. So so tasty. It's so tasty. Yeah.
Yeah, once you go here, you don't go back. I'll tell you that. Well, for me anyway.
Yeah. Nah, it's good stuff.
It's like it beats honey. I'll tell you that.
And it's not, it's not overly sweet either. It's a nice sweet,
No, it's not.
over the
It
top.
just and it works like amazing with my cream. So I'm really happy about this. I'm a coffee lover, so
I made
big.
no coffee, right? Oh, that's right.
Huh?
Can't have mushrooms though, right?
No mushrooms. No mushrooms. Cane sugar
Yeah.
and okite. Right? Is that how
Okay,
you say it?
okay.
Okete. Oh. So, yeah. But I can have my coffee.
Well, I make a no coffee. That's what I was saying. So
Oh, you do?
yeah, one without mushrooms and one with mushrooms. So I would make a
Oh.
little bit to
Oh.
go.
Oh.
Started to get back on the website again. I think I'm gonna do Patreon and some other things to just see what's working for me best. Yep. Just get through this physical sales tax. Hey,
I can never think of Patreon, that name.
yeah,
But yes, I was on Patreon before. I like it. And you can have you can have like little groups and
classes and stuff, right?
different things like that. So
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking that may be a good road for me to travel, just to kind of get things grooving in a certain kind of way.
yes. And I think you can link it to like YouTube or something like that.
Yeah, all the other platforms and stuff that you're on. So that's what I'm thinking too. So there's a place called Big Commerce. I'm gonna to uh, supposed to be pretty good too in that way, so that I don't lose track of whatever I'm doing, and I can connect with folks in a greater way, and then things can kind of progress in that way too. Yerba mate would do better. Yeah, yerba mate, but it still has caffeine in it. Yerba mate. But there's a bunch of different things like roasted dandelion and barley and a bunch of other stuff that can also be used as a coffee substitute. Like I do it with lion's mane and other stuff too, but I always like to use, um, you know, different ways of connecting with herbs in general, because there are a lot of different things that can be used as a coffee substitute. A lot. People don't even realize the amount of things that can give you that nice little boost without it being overstimulating to the system. And that's really why folks don't do it, because of the caffeine. Because it can be a little overstimulating sometimes, and with the bulk of the caffeine. So it all depends on how people need and want and do the things that they do when they do it. Caffeine, like a substance, not caffeine. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not that as detrimental too when you do it that way. You're right. So I definitely do like that. Those things that I deal with and are dealt with yerba mate. Yerba mate definitely is a beautiful way of getting that stuff taken care of. I love it. I love yerba mate. Yep. That's why I'm up now, because I had some yerba mate earlier, and it just kind of stuck with me, because it does give you energy. It does, like cola nut. like a rugbo. Rugbo is really good for the kidneys too. But I use a rugbo in a lot of ways. Synergy, hey, what's going on with you? Come on up if you can. Can you come up? I think you can come up. Come on up. Come on up. No, you can. Good. Abo yo.
Abora Bashishe.
How are you though?
How's everybody doing? I'm
Uh,
good. I just woke up, about to get my life so I can get to the shop.
right. Oh, that's right. It's Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hi,
Like 6:30.
Nanny.
Aboru, Aboye, Awashishe, Synergy. How are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you? It's good to see you.
Good. Nice to see you too.
Yeah. I've been missing y'all. I'm so far ahead time-wise. It's
Yeah.
good.
Where are you again? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's John. What up, Wick?
Oh, you know. Oh, cool.
I'm in Charlotte.
Oh, okay. I'm in Boston, so I don't think we're too far ahead.
You're both 3 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, the world. No, I'm not gonna say that. I'll be nice.
Yeah.
John Wick, young man, what do?
You have a connect, girl.
Baba,
John?
what you got going on?
Huh?
What you got going on?
I'm just making up these medicine bags, actually. So they are for protection, for prosperity, for um, drawing positive things to you and pushing negative energy.
Hey, baby.
How you doing?
Is it Sinister?
Yes, it's Synergy.
Is this not no John? Hey, Lo. So you found too. You know I'm a hey. You don't know who I am, so we good. I just come up in here. We just speaking and talking. We
Yeah,
good. He's
me
Baba
too.
Lo. Good.
Baba is one of those
I love
mine.
to hear him speak.
Huh?
Oh, huh? Huh? We can,
He's the
huh?
real stories.
Is one of
Baba
those
Lo.
mine?
He
Uh,
don't.
talk about
He don't cross or do when no Baba Lo. I
Say
just
again?
listen to him speak.
Oh, yeah. No, it's good. It's good for good and low. Indeed. Hmm. Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot of folks here that are familiar with it. Hey, who speaks to
Tim,
Oh, oh, you asking about Synergy? Yeah. Oh no, I've known Synergy for a little bit now. Yep, things are flowing.
Sir, you didn't answer my question. Are one of those mine?
Are one of these yours?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
Let me see. What was going on? I have 50 million things, 50 million ways. This is one thing that yes. So this one is really potent. Oh,
I got the package.
you got that package. Okay.
I
Okay, good.
did. Thank you so much. I'm so happy.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you got it. Yeah, that's this is what I've just wanted to make some of these specifically so that I can there's a bunch of different little medicine packets and things like that that can be worn, that can be placed in your wallet, that can be put certain things. I'm making just different ones that have different ashtrays, different herbs within them, and different ways to communicate and connect to it. So, These are definitely things that I like to deal with. Let me get some more black thread. Um, there. So just making and making.
Okay.
Yep. What's on your mind? There's no particular topic today. I'm just making in the making, so I'm just making this and having conversation with good people, folks that are.
Nothing.
Hmm.
I'm sad about the box, but
I know, I know. That's actually really irritating in a lot of ways because this is the third time that happened to me. So you know, creeping up on my birthday. Today's the 18th. Tomorrow's my birthday.
yeah.
Tricky. Yeah, so I'm excited about the birth.
Happy birthday to you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
Made another knot. That's great.
Yeah, it's
That's
all love.
great.
And many more.
Yeah.
And many, many, many more. Even though he had many before.
Oh no, not another rhymer. Oh god.
Hey, mini four, mini bore.
Mhm.
You're the background in Sat Town.
Here we go.
Yeah, life is good. Can't complain. Always happy. You know. Yeah, it's the first live I've done in wow. I think in a few months. Yeah, I got so busy, kind of lost
No,
track.
it's not been a few months. It's just been a couple of weeks.
Oh, a couple of weeks. Okay, feels like a
And this is why we need an assistant.
yeah for real, 100%.
Hmm.
No argument for me.
I don't know what's happening in that satchel, but I feel some real power popping off. Okay.
Well, you can always get AI to assist you. AI will help you with anything you need.
Maybe not yet.
Uh-huh.
I understand that. It's all binary. I put it like that. It's all binary. It's all
Yeah,
binary.
it is.
Yeah, that's a good thing. No,
It's all zeros and ones and
pretty much.
dots
Pretty
and
much.
dashes.
That should make it flow. That should make it flow.
All right. I'm going on mute so I can get my life together, but I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be on here for a little bit, and then I guess I'll get off and do some other work that I gotta do for the day. Yeah. I actually haven't really got a chance to really make anything for a long time, just because I had so busy with other things and other spiritual work. But this is, you know, and at the same time working on ideas for sculptures and art, all that other stuff.
I thought about something. Baba, is
Well,
Nikki in my class?
it's been fun.
Say it again.
Is Nika in my class?
Yeah.
Can you send her my number so we can study?
Oh yeah, no doubt. That's pretty
And
good.
you were gonna create study groups?
Yep, she's in Jersey, and you are in.
Baba, I'm not in Jersey.
You
No,
just said Boston,
I
sir.
keep telling you. I keep saying you're in Jersey.
He keeps doing that.
That's
You
not
want me to
true.
be in Jersey so bad, Baba?
It's not
Are you
true.
feeling that I'm supposed to move to Jersey?
Oh God, don't send her there. Don't
That's
send her there.
I'm
Mm.
sorry, respect to Jersey, but it smells there a lot. All the time you pass through, oh my goodness.
Well, not around the Statue of Elizabeth. around Elizabeth, New Jersey, it's not that bad. It's around the Statue of Liberty. It's not that bad.
Anytime you have to preface
You might
something with "it's
even love
not
it.
that bad," it's that bad.
Yeah. It's bad. I mean, I'm in Boston, so it's
You
really no
might just,
better, but
you
you know, the
just might.
Boston Harbor.
Yeah. Boston is not that much better. So you might just need to turn into a Jersey girl.
Nah, come on down here to Charlotte. Come on down here to Charlotte where the air is a
See,
little
I'd
bit
rather
cleaner.
North Carolina than another
Mhm.
city. I'd rather the countryside. I'm with that. I like
That's
peace.
it. North
My only thing is once I get
Carolina.
there, I might not be able to sleep because it's so quiet and I sleep off of everything that's loud. So
Girl, listen, that's a whole misconception because Charlotte stays wild out. That's a whole misconception.
really,
It's sleepy
Yeah.
here. We are
It
called
ain't a
Charlotte.
24-hour city like it ain't 24-hour city like New York or whatever,
That's not true.
Jersey though.
That's not true.
You know.
That's not true. It's
Yeah, it is because your
no,
post
it's
office
not.
don't stay open 24 hours.
We don't need the post office to be
Yeah,
open
but in New
24
York they
hours.
do.
Yeah,
I mean, do y'all have
Well,
Walmart
in New York they
24
do. They
hours?
love it. The city that
Because
never
I'm sold with
sleeps.
that one.
but Nika, we need to
Well,
exchange
the
numbers
city
so
that
that we
never.
can study together if you don't mind, because I need help, child.
Yes, of course. I don't mind at all. If it's okay with Baba, I'm okay with it.
No, that's what I think is important too. That make connections and building network. You know what I mean? Because especially with around the study that we do, because it's important to kind of camaraderie, and then you may have a skill, you do have a skill, everybody else has a skill that they can use and connect to too. You know what I mean? So we promote each other 100% because it's family.
Yes.
I don't, you know, I don't deal with anybody but family. That's why you get a divination first before you start to study.
And we is family, y'all.
Family. All right, it's too early. My voice can't. We ain't doing
I died. I
We need
feel
but like an hour over here.
it. Ooh, child.
it's definitely it's like 3:45, 3:49 in the morning, 3:50 in the morning here. Believe that. It's 3:49, 3:50 in the morning.
And why are you awake? Is
Because I'm making these. I'm making these. I'm making
no. What did you eat?
some yerba mate. Somebody brought that up earlier, and yerba mate definitely was part of that conversation. But that's what and Orobo, because I had to do.
There,
There you go.
I'm
there.
sold with that Arobo. I'll tell you that because that Arobo had me up wired.
I'm still trying to get mine.
All right, Baba, you gotta drop me, brother. If I drop myself, it'll mess up your algorithm. So will you drop me, Baba? It's been a pleasure meeting you.
Appreciate you. Definitely
Happy
DM me so we can
Christmas.
keep in conversation. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Odabo.
All right.
I'm just saying.
How did you and John, yeah, how did Mr. Wick, you and Mr. Wick connect?
He used to come in my sister's lives. He doesn't even realize who I am, and that's fine. That's so fine with me. I used to go hard on live.
Oh, did you?
And then my sister used to go hard on live. We were, yeah,
Really? I wonder why. Did I ever connect with you on your live?
negative. I haven't been back live since
Okay.
last February.
Really?
It's been over a year. I don't know what's in there, but I see so much.
And not even consecrated yet.
Say that again.
I said it's not even consecrated yet.
I don't know. Okay, well,
Definitely feel the goosebumps in my legs, so I know it's something.
Goosebumps in the legs. We just had that conversation. That's funny.
Oh,
Yep. Yeah. So it's potent because there's a lot of things in there that are you know are good that aid things to flow, right? Um, and once these things open up, it actually gives a better understanding. So this you can put in your pocket. You can't touch the floor though after I consecrate it. So I'm gonna probably make something so you can wrap it around your neck like this one, or even connect it to something like this. But it is something that cannot touch the floor after I consecrate it. But right now, even without the consecration, it's pretty potent.
yeah. I see a lot of orange. A lot of orange. Yeah. Okay.
Baba. Oh, sorry. What happens if you drop it? Do you need to like cleanse it? What would happen?
Just be consecrated. Has to be consecrated.
Okay.
Yeah. So this one's not consecrated now, so that's why it just has a lot of stuff within it. That's that, like I could sell it like this, and it'll work, right? But once I consecrate it in the way that I do it, then after that it definitely can't touch the ground. So,
My sister here.
huh?
My sister here.
Oh,
Hi,
cool.
Yum Yum.
Who's yum yum? I know Yum Yum.
Nika, official Miss Tavy plus size. That's my little sister. So
Okay.
soon as she get her life together and go see Baba, she'll be in the family. Well,
Oh
she'll
my
be.
goodness. Yes. Hey, sis.
Soon as she get her life together.
Hey, life is already flowing. That's the point, though, right? It's rolling already.
Hmm.
It's rolling already. Hey, hey. Yeah. So that's what I've been trying to get done here, just to get things mobile a little bit more with a lot of these talismans and herbs and things that can be used in a greater sense, because there's so much that opens up when things are, you know, put in a different context. And so that's why we like to, you know, give a deeper understanding of what we do and why we do it that way. And the more that we're able to do it, then folks will be able to have certain protections around them. And that's really why I want to start to do this like this anyway, because there's a lot of things that certain things that don't need, incantation, certain things that do, so make sure that everything is done in a proper way.
Synergy, you said you can't find a rugbo where you are?
I haven't looked. Baba has been supposed to send me some for
I
like,
was just about to say, Baba can send you some. It's hard sometimes, though. It is hard to find that stuff.
yeah, he'll send me everything else. I've gotten everything else. I just can't get my nuts. I don't know what. Oh, okay, pause. My bad. I can't. I can't get. It's early. Don't start this. Don't start. Yeah, I've been asking since what? March? No, April.
Yeah, I want so
April.
I'm gonna make an order myself
Hmm.
from Nigeria pretty soon, because I want to make sure that I have on a consistent basis, because like the space I was getting them from out here is not they don't have any right now. And so they're pretty good price, but I think I want to try to get some from Sacramento, because there's a place up there that brings them in for really good affordable price that I could sell it at affordable prices. 'Cause I'm not trying to send it to nobody for no crazy absorbent price. If I sell it, I want to make sure that it's it's not
Yeah.
crazy.
Okay.
It's affordable. So and plus right now, the nature of what's going on in Nigeria is kind of hard.
Yeah, I caught wind of that. I was getting a little a rugbo.
Oroco. It's bitter cola.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I have some Arugbo in here
Baba has to tell you all that stuff, sis. I told you I can't tell you none of that.
though.
Can't get me in trouble.
Arugbo is just a herb that anybody can talk about, depending on how you're
Nah,
talking
she don't know how to stop. She want me to tell her everything, so I just opt out of telling her anything.
about. Okay. Gotcha.
You know how little siblings are. They don't know how to just. Mm-mm.
Hey, sibling rivalry. I am not in the middle.
Oh no, no rivalry. Not none of that. See,
That's a
she
good.
Mine
calls
is
me
all up in the
Munchkin.
news. I'd be like, Auntie, I can't tell you nothing. Nothing. She's
You
like,
know
well,
what I'm
I
saying?
think I gotta come see Baba. I'm like, all right.
Right. I think you should. I don't want to get in trouble. Mm-mm.
God.
No, thank you.
No trouble. What you mean?
I get myself in enough trouble.
And he knows when you're talking about him, y'all. I'm telling you. He knows.
Why you say that?
Cause he just knows. I don't know how he knows. Well, I know how he knows, but I'm just saying Bubba knows. He knows a lot. He just doesn't say that he knows a lot. He's a
Mhm.
Baba.
I know nothing.
See, the conjecture. That was straight conjecture.
I
Straight conjecture.
nothing.
Mm.
Nothing.
But seriously, we are blessed to come across this Baba. I'm telling you, we are really, really blessed.
Oh,
I
I
wouldn't have
know.
it.
I know that's right. I agree. 1K.
I appreciate it. Ifa, Modukwe Ifa.
Benny,
Always.
Baba, Benny.
Modukwe Ifa. Oh. Ifa is the one who brings things flowing. I'm
True.
I'm a mix. I'm just in a mix.
But if you weren't obedient,
Mm-hmm. Well, that's true. But
mhm.
I always give praises to Ifa because Ifa is the one that opens up the doorway. Me personally, you know, I always give thanks because Ifa opens up doorways for everything that we seek to accomplish in our life. Right? Ori is the one that guides that, gives us proper direction, things that we
Okay.
are able to connect to. Because without Ori, everything falls apart. Right? Because our Ori is the guiding light, our force that is our purpose.
Right.
That's for
He's
true.
so humble. You can't give him a compliment. He's so humble. He's like, nope, Ifa. But this is what we love about you, seriously.
I definitely appreciate that. I appreciate the time, energy, and effort everybody puts in too. That's the most important part. Study, because when somebody studies and they're consistent, that to me is a blessing. So I'm always thankful to those who do, and I appreciate you both definitely for that because study. Not everybody's up to par to study. You gotta study. That's a beautiful thing. I love it. I love it. I love it. Because the thing is that when I encounter folks that like to study too, um, it opens me up because it helps me to understand things from a different perspective. Because questions, I love questions. Questions are what keeps things on point, keeps me on point, keeps me humble because I know that there's so much to learn. So much to see, so much to understand, And the more that we understand it, the more we can kind of, make our decisions of what is and what's not acceptable for us, And I think that's the beautiful part about it, is really looking at it from that perspective of how we can really build and open up our connection, not only to ourselves and our own destiny, but the people that surround us. Because the more that we're able to have conversations and build with somebody, the more that we're able to see, okay, well, cool. I'm not by myself, or this things that I'm thinking happens and is dealing. Other people are thinking the same things or having the same concepts come up for them too, And the more we're able to do that, the more we're able to kind of see where our purpose is, because all of us have a purpose on this earth. All of us have an Isheshe, all of us have an Ori. And then the more that we're able to have that conversation, the more we're able to have a deeper respect for each other and the place that we play on this earth. The more conversations are able to develop and grow within it. Like I said, anybody wanting to learn more about Ifa, about Abigba, definitely DM me. Definitely go to the YouTube and Instagram, things like that, because it's good to have a good understanding of what's going on, with you, around you, for you, things that your purpose in life dictates that you open up further, because that's also part of the program. What opens you up in the pathway that you're destined to be. And that's why I never take credit for anything of those things, because that is Ifa. That is your own Ori Inu that guide you to the places that you need to be and things you need to connect to. Me being just as a liaison, or someone that opens the doorway. But at the same time, it's Ifa that opens that doorway, your Ori that opens the doorway. The purpose of your coming forth in the way that you do is based off of your own Ori's willingness to open up that path. And that's what makes it, potent and powerful, because the more that you're able to see, the more you're able to share too and build with self and others. And the more, potent you become, because everyone is potent because of the things that they have to bring to the table with them, around them, for them. And the more that a person brings these things into Q, is the more they're able to see how their purpose has meaning, or has a distinctive flow that they're destined to do or connect to. And the more you're able to do that, the more you're able to have a healthy respect for your path. Because our path is just that, our path. The things that you encounter is nothing is by mistake, because all the things that we see, encounter, people, places, spaces, or even this connection here between you and Nika and Synergy on this platform right now, there's no mistakes about it, because you open up that doorway and allow things to happen, and you're like, okay, you're both committed to a purpose, and because that purpose brought you here, it also opens up the doorway to aiding you to develop a connection to your own destiny on a greater scale, and aiding each other, right? Because once you start to aid and help each other, then you are helping others too, just by your own experience. It's by things you're able to speak on and build with and deal with from a multitude of ways. and that's when things are actually able to grow. Go ahead, Nika.
Oh, I was just gonna, my commentary. I was like, I wouldn't have it any other way. We love it here, especially learning IFA. And again, we all went through different paths, and we all can help each other as well. So I think that's a beautiful thing. Because what I experienced, Synergy might have not experienced. What she experienced, I might have not. So, and it's always good, like you said, to have a family, a family that's like-minded and that, is not on no bull crap or anything, is, all upfront and real. And I love that, good people.
People, good space, good place. That's what it's all about. Good people begat good people. Those things are always a blessing too when you can have a conversation. So that's why conversation is important, because when you can have a conversation with someone that you can respect, and that you're not going to be disrespected, that you can talk freely about your path and the things that you do without somebody, oh, that's not the way, blah, blah. It's always good to have that interconnection with folks, because now it's not just a random thought process and you're not trying to one up each other. It's like, okay, cool, we can actually have a conversation that makes sense, that opens up the doorway, that aids us in our purpose too, you know and what that means to your development and growth. So that's always.
Because we don't got nobody to talk to about this. You can't talk to nobody. So
Oh, believe me, when I first got started, that was like, whew, yeah, that was intense. That was intense, because when I first got back to the States, I couldn't. There was nobody to talk to about Ifa, because whether they weren't dealing with traditional, or they weren't dealing with things that I was dealing with, so it was hard to kind of communicate with people in a lot of ways, especially when I was first studying. And we had phone cards. We didn't even have things that were like this platform or any other platform that we could, have conversations through. It was all phone cards, and that was intense and things. So it's always a good thing to see and connect to folks. Um, yeah, and it's always good too to see people out of the works that many people do, to see how people can connect and have more in common than they know. You know, and then the things that you may not see as in common could be opening up doorways to a new form of commerce, or insight, or whatever the case may be, right? New things to build on, or to open to. And that's also really important, because the more that you're able to do that, the more you're able to kind of see what what these connections are for, right? So when I sit down and talk to my Lord, we talk about all kinds of things, all kinds of different ways, because that's what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have that camaraderie with your teacher, that you can actually have a conversation. It's not like, oh, how dare you talk to me, it should never be that way, because a student always teaches the teacher, and the teacher opens the doorways to things that they've experienced and have been taught, because everyone has a specific purpose on this earth. Because of that, they give um, their experience, and that's valuable. I always have something to bring to the table, because your value is worthy. you know because the things that you bring to the table bring success to others. Because what you may not understand, someone else does, and what you do understand, you gain better insight in unison. you know and so that's what it comes down to. Yeah. So that's where I say that a lot of things that we may think that we don't have in common with a massive groups of people, um, within one conversation, that can be dispelled. You know, because think about it, you guys are on, you gals, ladies are in the same time zone, right? Well, may I be asleep when I do sleep. Uh, you know you still can communicate in the same path. I keep being reminded that he is Igbo. He treats like beneath him. What happened? Toby. I didn't hear what was going on with Toby.
That either.
Toby, if you want to come up, ask questions and see what's going on. I don't know what's going on, but 'cause some things may not come through. I know you said something about Igbo, so I'm just trying to see what's going on with that. Did you have a connection with somebody that was Igbo or something, that some conversation? So the Igbo people have Ifa as well, though. It's called Dibia Afa or Afa, right? So a Dibia is what a Babalao is in um, the pathway that I come from, and a lot of other things. Eddie joined. It is Ifa. The no, IFA is Ifa, and Afa is AFA. Is the same thing. Yep. It is a system that is rooted in Fa. Yep. Baba, I'm not sure if that's a real count. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out too, because yeah, I don't know what that is. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not knowing because there's yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going down with that. Yeah, I think I may even go in and see what's up with that specifically, because it looked like. Go ahead, Nika. I hear you.
No, I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that Baba is not Igbo. Igbo, that's what it is. So I don't want people to think that he's talking about you. That's why I was like, wait, what? Because he's not talking about you. He's talking about somebody else, maybe, but definitely not this Baba. Just so
Okay.
you guys know on this live.
Yeah, no, I'm not Igbo. Dope. Nope, 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 nope. But well, he probably sees the chalk on the F one on the I, or they call it unzu, but that's it's not. It's not. I'm not Igbo. It's similar, but not the. I'm not Igbo. Nope. Uh,
And you treat people bad or beneath, make people, you know what I'm trying to say.
yeah, no, I understand. Let me go back and look at that account really quickly too, though, because I don't know if that is a real person. Um,
Did, and that's why I'm saying I don't think that's a real account.
Perfectly human. Yeah,
Right.
it's like 32 followers, 83 following.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think that's the road to travel. Well, no more. That's what's going down. The joy of block. Yeah, but that's you have to be careful. There's so many things on here, so many places and spaces. I just blocked them. Now, if they're still there, that's gonna be a different conversation. Uh, math meds. I don't know what that means. Hey, Jasenia. Nunes, how are you? Long time no hear from. I've been busy. I've been running, rolling. So definitely feel free to come up and chop it up with me. Um, it's been a flow. It's putting together herbs and things. Prosperity. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing about being on here too. There's so many trolls. There's so many things. It's like, what is going on? And then you can, is this real? Is this fake? Or is this somebody trying to maneuver one way or the other? Or what's going on? That's always an interesting role, and I don't catch everything on there. Yeah. And generally, if the person doesn't have a face on there or a picture or a specific name and they have less followers than they do following, I kind of push back from it. Yeah. So, comment because if you are real, let me know that you're real because you have a lot more following more people than you are have followers. So I don't know if you are
That's
real or
not real. It's not
AI.
real.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that is. I don't think that is because I think that somebody's using their name or they're just a whatever. I don't know because I looked at that and it was like, man, there's a lot of shit followed. Yeah, man, I have to get that part of there.
See, another reason why I said Baba's a real Baba, because I had my first. I don't think he was a real Baba, but he tried me. He tried me, y'all.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a lot more horror stories than there is anything else. It's because people are trying to always maneuver, and it's silly. You got to be really careful on how things move because people will always seek to get over, and there's no need for that. But I guess sometimes, somewhere, somehow, some people feel like there is. But you don't have to go through all of that.
Yeah, it definitely was into the questioning part. Do you know what this is? Do you know what that is? Like, all right.
Mine. Not going there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye bye. Yeah. Yeah, you got to be really careful because there's so many people that come in and try to, again, maneuver and try to undermine and overstep and try to make you believe things that aren't true, open you up to things that maybe um, create unbalance. So that's why Okbon, Idajo, Iwak, you want to make sure that you're dealing with somebody with good character. You want to make sure that that person is actually seeking to help you and not just maneuver you. As with anything in life, but definitely as we go forward, because there's so much that we lose out on just by trying to figure out what's real and what's fake. Like this person, I don't think so. Yeah, user, blah, 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 blah. Not gonna happen. Not this scope of stope. Yeah, definitely come in if you want to. Yeah, come on in if you want to come in and chop it up a little bit. It's good to have good conversations, you know, if you seek the need to. Because Ifa is just that. Ifa is a source of understanding, not a source of chaos. When people seek to make it chaos, then that's when they don't hurt or harm anybody else but themselves. That's really what it boils down to. When somebody's seeking to be shiesty one way or the other, they only hurt themselves. They don't hurt anybody else.
Shady boots.
All the time. Sometimes I'll tell the truth. Smiling faces sometimes. And I got proof.
Yes.
So definitely DM me. This is a really good for protection. This is also really good for aiding with sleep, right? Also for prosperity and things like that. But DM me about this certain kind of ashe that I'm making now. It is definitely worth the worth. Yeah. So definitely ask me about it because I have a few of them that I'm making now. So I like to make sure that I am purchase with what I'm doing. Always making sure that things are flourishing and flowing for people, and not against them. Because Ifa never seeks to harm or hurt anyone in any direction. You know. So think about what you seek to accomplish in your life, or what's going forward in this life, and then what it is that you want to physically obtain in this life. Some things aren't so apparent when you first start out with a phase of life or things that you seek to accomplish in that life. But then that's why we open up ourselves to conversations and understandings of things. It's not just a random act. These are acts of focus. These are acts of wisdom that we seek to align ourselves with. What is the wisdom that carries us? What is the wisdom that opens up our pathway in a greater sense? What are we seeking to accomplish in this life? What is it that is opening up this pathway? A lot of times those things come into play of who and what we seek, and how we obtain and flow within those spaces. And that's just through conversation sometimes. That's through many directions. And a lot of times those things that we take for granted is the things that we should not. Or the things that we seek to awaken our lives give us clarity, because these are things that are brought to us for a specific reason, a purpose. Right? Nothing is out of harmony or out of alignment if we physically assume or seek them out in a certain way. Because when you start to seek, when you are a seeker of light, a seeker of truth, a seeker of wisdom, then your physical light begins to attract things that it's supposed to, like your Ori. Your Ori attracts things that it knows that will guide it to the places that need to be. Sometimes those places may not be the specific things that you need to deal with, right? Sometimes those things are places that people have fabricated to make you feel a certain way, or made you awaken to a certain thing in a certain way. Um, but we have to be clear in what we are actually wanting in our life, and how we're getting it, and who we are seeking it from. Because not everything that we openly connect to is for us. Sometimes we get there. So, uh, what did I remember? This elder told me one time. Sometimes we go through fake things that lead to something that is purposeful, just so that we gain access to it. I go out to a sort of guru phone. Hey, how you doing, brother? Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah. I was looking at your site and things. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Just wanted to get more clarity in what you were doing. We haven't had a whole lot of conversation, but I know that there's things that you're doing that are really positive. So definitely reach out to me, because it's a good thing. That's why we're here to connect to and build with and roll with. Yeah. Because fire is meant to be shared and developed. And as we share and develop, we open our pathway to a greater understanding of why, when, and where, and how. And where these things come to pass is how we ourselves seek to develop. Empress. Let's see where you're coming from. I don't know what that's about. Yep. Yeah. So, any questions? Anybody want to bring to the light? Anything that people want to speak on, and maybe they didn't understand, or synergy, Nika, what's going down? Hmm?
I mostly don't have any questions right now, but I'll come up with some.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That is a good tingling. Yep. Always a question. A question always leads to another question. Leads to another way.
Yes, it's funny you said that because I'm always in my brain, always racking. My mind is always wandering, thinking of different things. So it's a beautiful thing, though. It is.
If you don't have questions, I know you're not listening to what's going on. Questions is always a way to gauge where a person is coming from, what they need, and what they want. Oh wow, it's so nice too.
Was trying to because we've had conversations too about what do you see in your path? What do you destined to do? So that's what I think about a lot. Like, how can I show up for people as well and help them as well? And I know that's so many there's so many things you can do. So I'm trying to figure out that part in my life, because I mean, I love to help, and I love to see people struggle less in life. So if I can be that pillar, I would love to. Don't do that. I've been there, done that. So, like a big sis, not an auntie, because I'm not there yet. But, you know, um, how can I just be great and help other people? That's all. That's what I seek to do. in life, and I'm excited about it. If I can have somebody start, you know.
Mm-hmm. Open up that
Um,
door. Yeah.
yes, and thank you, William.
Yeah. And that's really what it's about too. Opening up that conversation, even not just the thought or the thing, but opening up that conversation where things can be developed. Because the more that you open up now for yourself and others, is the more that you open up for the things that you seek to accomplish too. Because again, what you know, what you see, what you talk about, somebody else may ask that same question, or wanting to ask that question and didn't know how to. You know, so that's why there is no such thing as a bad question. Disrespectful question, but not a bad question. And it's only disrespectful if it's somebody is seeking to be underhanded, or use things to be not clarify what they're dealing with. Because as time goes forward, everyone has something to bring to the table because you have a destiny on this earth. That's what makes it beautiful, and that's why I love when people really take it seriously and study, no matter what stage you're at. That's what keeps things moving too, because when you're able to do things like that, you're able to actually put things into purpose. It's not a random act. It's an act of insight. So no question is a bad question, and that's why I appreciate all the questions that you have. You know, because when you bring them to the table, that means somebody else can actually say, "Aha! I want to say that too. Thank you." Without even you knowing that they're saying thank you to you. You know, yeah. So your comments, your questions are always appreciated.
And your answers are always appreciated.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you too.
See all the nice kindness that Ifa brings to the table. It's a beautiful thing. It really is.
What did Tony Allen say? It's good to be good.
It makes you feel good and makes other people feel good. So, as long as we're on that path, you can't lose with that.
Not on one way or the other. You're always on point. Always on point. And then it makes somebody's life easier too, because you're opening up a dialogue and a conversation with somebody that may not know how to ask a question. You know, whereas we're all in that place in one form or another, sometime or another. How do I ask that question? Should I ask this question? Is that relevant? Da, 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 da. But then you share your experiences, and somebody says, "Oh, you know what? That was relevant. What I was thinking. I think next time I'm gonna ask this question, or I'm gonna do such and such. Because again, you never know what a person is seeking in their life, or wanting in their life, or seeking to have a clarity in their life based off of your question. That's why, never discount what you think or know, because there's always someone that is listening that benefits from it. Always. Seen and unseen, known and unknown. Even a troll, maybe.
And I'll say, go get a divination from Baba, because that's where you start. Because a lot of people don't know where to start, how to start, who to start with. So that's very important, especially if you want to know your path, your destiny. That really opens up the doors to a lot of things. And I feel so blessed. I went into that route because, things are starting to move forward for me. And but when I say move forward, more of a feeling, something that feels complete, but it's not complete yet, but it's just like it's starting to be complete, and then you're just moving on to that path. That's how I feel. Just my energy alone is just, it's great. And I just, I love it. So, and if I can how do you say, what are the words I'm trying to say? What's going on today? If I can refer anybody, I would definitely to start their path, because it's a beautiful thing. And you know.
Thank you.
I agree. I agree. 1K. Um, and then for if there are any females, ladies, women, however you identify, who are on the outside watching this live, just so you know, Baba does have just as many male students as female. Um, in my line of work, I am emphatic about letting women know that there are safe spaces. This is a safe space. I'm not normally a trusting individual for various reasons. I trust Baba more than I trust 98% of my own family. And that's not a gaslight. For those that truly know me, they know. This man is more than just a teacher. He doesn't like to admit he's a counselor, but he is. He doesn't like to admit that he's a mentor, but he is. Ifa in itself is life changing, but to have someone who can teach you and guide you, that's another level. So just consider it. If you're on the outside looking in, consider. I'm going back to the corner.
Thank you very much, Energy. Oh, tu puedes
The corner.
She's never in the corner. She's always in the light. She's
I
always.
was about to say, but to definitely ping on her, yes, very trustworthy, very humble, and he's where Ifa brought us to him in our Ori, so it's important. But yes, I definitely feel comfortable about I tell him all my business, so I'm glad she mentioned that.
Because the reason why it's important is because, again, your business is your business. It's nobody else's business. And that's when you have somewhere that you can actually have a good conversation and not have to worry about, he gonna blast that all over the internet. No, no. That's not Iwak Bale. That's not good character. You know, Showing good character is more, worthy of anything than anything else, because Iwak Bale opens up the doorways to a deeper understanding of who you are as a person. If you can show good character to one person, and that person may end up being that light for somebody else, that will be that light for someone else. And I think that's what makes it focused too, is that when someone's able to really develop in their path in the way that they are doing it, it opens up a pathway for everyone else around them. You know, the more you're able to do that, the more you're able to see clarity. Because even when someone says, "Oh, I follow Baba," da, 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 but really, it's you're following your own ori. You're following your own destiny. The things that are rooted in yourself, that are growing and developing, because you bring a special purpose, not only to um, your own destiny, but to other people in your own way. And your own purpose is speaking about your experiences in life. Because I'm always a big proponent of somebody writing or talking about the things that they have experienced, because in that way, you're helping someone that maybe think that they are alone, you know, maybe think that they don't have anybody or anything or anywhere to go to talk to or build with or grow with. That's why I really appreciate my Luo, Oloye Fashui Bode, you know, Obalurin, Nife, because uh, he opened up to me so much. I really appreciate that, my Luo, so much, because he is worthy of so much praise. And I give thanks to Olodumare and to Ifa, to my Ori, for guiding me to him, because there's so much I've learned from him and guided from him, and his not only just his greatness, but his humility. Um, is such an inspiration to me, so many ways, because it's like another father to me in a greater sense. So I always appreciative of my Louis, and I put a picture of him up there. He's on TikTok as well. Just trying to get him in a little bit more active, but he's up here too. Um, and so, you know, we get the things that we open ourselves to is never a mistake, because those beautiful people in our lives that aided us when you thought that nobody else could or would. Like, some people say their own family hadn't aided them in that way, right? So it's like sometimes blood is not always is our family is not always just physical blood. It could be our people who we communicate spiritually with, otherwise, because your physical life abounds because of your purpose, and your purpose abounds because of your physical life. And there's a lot of things that we hold in our life that sometimes gets convoluted with um, how we maneuver. Like my daughter is always, a big inspiration for me. She's amazing. Um, the things she's going through and living and seeing in the way she looks at life and everything else is really a big inspiration for me. Because just to see, a youth being a point as she is, and seeing other youth in the same way, people that I do mentor, um, and it's like it's always an inspiration for me, because everything that we seek to accomplish in this life sometimes is overshadowed by the process, because that process is important, but then how we connect to and build in that process sometimes is left out. uh, and so I really appreciate comments and things like that people say, because it's from the heart. When people say things or deal with things, and that's what makes me feel good about it, because I know somebody's really coming from the heart and not just something that just is brought up because it's a thing, or they want to prove something. When somebody's talking from the heart is the most important aspect of success, because they're speaking from who and what they believe in themselves. That's why I can never take credit for anything, because it's Olodumare, it's their Ori Inu, it's this Olodumare, it's Ifa that opens up that doorway for folks to kind of connect to it, but primarily their own Ori Inu. Your Ori Inu is a thing that gives you insight, foresight, clear sight in every way. And I think that's really where we tend to lose sight of what we want to accomplish, um, based off of all those other people, places, and spaces that are seeking to put us in another way, or aid us in another way, or guide us in another way that may not be your way. Maybe something else that you're seeking to accomplish or deal with. And I think that's important too, when we're able to really have these good, genuine conversations about our path and the things that we seek to accomplish in that path, and how those things give us inspiration, purpose. Because what we aspire to be in one way could inspire and uh, open up a pathway for someone else. And I say that often because it's true. You know, um, The gifts of our own experiences is the gifts of our own Ori Inu and Olodumare. Because our Ori Inu is Olodumare. And Olodumare gives us so many things, like somebody was saying earlier about their gifts. And then the more you step into your pathway, the more things begin to make sense. Not only for you, but for everyone that listens to you. Like, believe me, I repeat, I did not want to do this work. Meaning, Babalawo. I didn't. I just wanted to be a devotee. 100%. And I said that to one of my teachers. And he was like, yeah, no, this is what you about to do. And I was like, okay. Right. But, you know, when we actually sit down and take note of all those things that bring us to where we are, sometimes we lose track of those blessings that are really given to us from multiple sources. You know, what we know today is what we know tomorrow, but we know today aids us in developing tomorrow. Because our Ori opens those doorways and has no ending. Because what we are going to accomplish is based off of those same insights, foresights, clear sights that we seek to accomplish in our daily life. Right? Nothing can impede us or block us because we are focused, unwaveringly so. So the more that we seek out or look for or open up or build with self and others and aid and help and grow self and others, then we're actually, this purpose, this meaning. And no matter what else goes on, that is the focus. That's the real gift that we provide to the world, is our unwaveringly focused mentality, or centering ourselves around that focus, so that nothing can impede or block it. Because it never can be blocked unless you allow it to be blocked. Your purpose is greater than anything that could distract you. There's always going to be some form of a function of distraction, always. Believe me. Again, I never thought I would be a diviner or even connect with people in any way. But I was kind of, always just like to study. But when we study, again, those experiences, those things that we have in our life, I don't care where you are in your life, are the things that give us clarity. And there may be struggles that we go through to gain that clarity, and then again, those that also aids us to help others. And I like that. One of my teachers told me that one time. The things that you think are struggles now are the things that could help and heal someone later. I like that concept because anything that we do, we're human beings. So it's always going to be things that's going to be, I coulda, woulda, shoulda. I want to, make sure that I have before I. And in reality, all we ever need is right there in front of our faces. All that we ever seek is right there in front of our faces. All that we ever try to develop and grow into is right there. Not because some thing that makes it pop on social media. It's just our physical experiences in our life that we can help somebody else out with, so that they don't have to go through it. Just like, an elder When you talk to an elder, that elder is an elder because they've gone through something things, and they actually can help you to not experience those things in the same way that they did. Maybe help you to uh, not get caught up in certain things or certain ways, certain aspects of life that caught them up, or they saw somebody get caught up with. You know, and I think that's pretty potent in itself when it happens, because no one can ever take credit for that. It's just that, when somebody has experienced something, it's potent, because powerful, because they've been able to share that in a way where others can and understand it, feel it, know it, and then express it, and be able to rely on something from a very genuine place. And I think that's important, to have people in your life that you're able to do those things with. Because no person is an island. No person knows everything. I definitely don't. I know nothing, because literally, there's so much to gain in this life. With any five, please, there's so much to gain in E5. The more that I delve into E5, the more that I know absolutely positively nothing. That's the beautiful part about it, though. Um, the more that I see, the more that I hear, the more that I experience, the more that I'm able to connect to. I beat by in a lot of ways. You came to me 30 years ago when I was 28. I would have been like 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 20 years ago. I'm not that old. 20 years ago. Um, you know, I wouldn't have, I would have been traveling. I would have been ever. But you know, there's a certain level of clarity that comes from experience. I would have never thought I would be doing these things now. I did the math. You did the math? You did? What math did you do? Master builder? Yeah. So, you know, there are things in our life that we build on, and things in our life that we seek to build on daily. And the more that I seek to build on it, the more that I seek to know more about it. This thing called E5. It's so much. So much to see, so much to know, so much to understand. There's so much. Yeah, everything that I make here, make sure you inquire about if you want to know more about it. These amulets, these things that I'm putting together are definitely for people who are seeking to gain clarity or protection, have protection within themselves, around themselves. That's seeking different aspects of their purpose within Ifa, within life, within clarity of space around them. There's a lot of folks. You did the math. You did the math of what? You say synergy? Matthew,
I
Matthew.
did the math when you talked about being, if it was 30 years ago. I'm like, wait, what? I'm older than you. What do you say? No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. But I'm getting ready to head out. You guys have a great day.
Oh, I
Um,
appreciate you. Thank you for. We'll talk later too. Definitely.
definitely.
All right. All right. Odabo.
Otaro,
As
Nika,
well.
you have, yes, ma'am, you have my number.
Yes, I will. I'll text you mine.
Okay, cool beans. Be good.
Yeah, appreciate you. Appreciate you.
You too. I'm always
Otaro.
good.
Yeah, I'm never good.
You're
Ever.
good. That's right.
Ever.
That's right.
I
You all.
refuse to be the Sagittarius in me. I refuse.
Ah, Sag, fire sign. I'm an Aries, so I know.
Uh-huh. 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 That's why we get along. All right, I'm gone. Y'all finna make me late. I'm gone.
All right.
Odabo.
Odabo.
That
Yep. 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 So what you got planned for the day, Nika? You just doing the do?
Yes. Oh, I did most of my cleaning. You know me, I have to stay on top with a little toddler. So I'm probably gonna, it's raining, but that's not gonna stop me, Bubba. I need to go get the little one some shoes because he got big feet.
Growing and growing, huh?
um, yes. And that's pretty much it. I'm gonna study, of course, and relax. I feel like I need to just to relax for a minute.
Yeah.
I feel tired.
Definitely. A lot of stuff I gotta do today. A lot of stuff I gotta do today, but beauties of getting the work done. I just want to get at least 4 of these done today so that I could have those already mobile. And then I can have, so when people are looking for these amulets and medicines, I can have them already ready. And then, you know, make it specifically for them. And, but that is what's going down.
But all the time we talk about Ifa and Ultimate and Ori, I always get emotional. It always makes me so emotional because,
I'm so glad you and
I
Sandy.
never thought I would be here today.
I'm so glad
So
you
that's,
and Sandy got a chance to connect too. That was cool.
yes, I was actually following her. We was following each other for a while now, I think from one of your lives. But
Oh, really?
you never know who's connected and who's not. So that's
Yeah,
beautiful. So
yeah.
I'm excited. Look at you, Baba, bringing people together.
The point, right? That's the point. That's the point.
That's beautiful. It is. Because I'm like, I don't have nobody. Well, I have everybody, but you know what I mean.
Exactly. Exactly.
So, and if I can help and, she can help me, that's, you know, the more the merrier.
And again,
So
you're in
that's
the
good that you,
same time zone.
yes. I know. Oh my goodness. And that's good. I keep on forgetting the site that you wanted to look into.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Um,
BIG Commerce. I want to try to connect with.
no, the other one.
Oh, Patreon.
Yes, Patreon.
I have a Patreon, but
No, there's another one.
oh,
I forget what it's called, but I know you could do like the little groups on there. I
uh,
have to think about it.
I don't know. Yeah, if you remember, please let me know. I'm always down to figure that stuff out too, because that's
I feel
always.
like my brain is old. I don't know why.
Yeah, always trying to make sure that cause I don't know what's going on with here, so but I want to make sure that I'm on point still for everybody else, so that I'm not losing any connection with folks, and then being able to go back and have a good clear conversation with people. Yep. Yeah. But yes, did you have? Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just trying to ask my son. He was like, "Mommy, I don't know what you're talking about," because he knows a lot of gamers. They set up accounts on this site. I forgot what it's called though. I'm gonna think about it though. It's gonna come to me. So you might randomly get a text message like, like okay,
I
because you
like
know
that.
it's gonna bother me now.
There's nothing random anymore. There's so many conversations I have with folks. It's good conversations, and then he's like, "Oh, Papa, you remember this? Oh yeah, cool, 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 cool." Yeah, I'm reading a good book, Synchronicity. It's not Synchronicity. What's the name of that
Sarah,
book?
Serpentine.
Serendipity. Serendipity.
Yes.
That's what I was reading now. It's just a good book. And I'm a book junkie too. I love books, so I'm always trying books and things out. But that it's a good book, and a lot academically, it's good. You can kind of get a lot of little insights in and stuff like that. But basically, what they're talking about is Ifa in an academic way, right? But they're not saying Ifa, but that's pretty much what it is. And so when we start to open up that doorway in conversation about how things move and how one thing or one thought impacts another, there's so many things in our lives that we take for granted that we actually set up. You know, whether knowingly or unknowingly, that's what our destiny was, to connect to people in a certain way. And I think that's what's beautiful about it, is that when we do that, our mind accepts it in a certain way, or we open up that doorway in a certain way. And then the more that we develop that concept and trust in ourselves too in that way, the more things actually able to um, develop and have a positive impact in our lives in a way that not only impacts us but impacts everything else and everyone around us. Um, so I always like to say that, because one thing that we take for granted that is meaningless in our minds could be the very thing that opens up and develops so many other things. That butterfly effect that they talk about, you know, where one thing in this life opens up another thing in somebody else's life, and then you double back and you ends up in your face again. You don't even realize what it was that you inspired, that you opened, that you did, that you connected to, that you had, that you um, awakened without even thinking about it. Just given your experience. You know? And I think that's more potent than anything else when we think about how we can affect other people. You were saying that earlier, Nika, how you could affect other people. But just your story, just what you talked about today, is potent enough to awaken or make things flow in a certain pathway, make things move in a certain way. So I definitely don't think it fell on deaf ears. I really appreciate your what you said, because it makes I like that. I like when people are able to express themselves in a way that other people can feel, and then those expressions are able to develop into other things. Oh, you know what? I followed you and I did X, Y, and Z, and this is what came up, and this is how it came up for me. What do you think about that? How does that affect you? Those are important recognitions and connections.
Thank you. And I feel blessed to have these. I mean, now because I'm learning, of course, because we never learn. We're always learning. When you learn something, you cut off your learning, if that makes sense. But as long as I know that the struggles that I've had in my life don't go to waste, it's just a struggle just to have. There's a purpose behind the struggle and beyond the struggle. There's more to it. So I appreciate that. And every day I'm learning more about my struggles and how it led me here. So that's why I always say I'm so grateful for Ifa, um, and Olodumare and my Ori, because I remember being up one night, a little stressed out, and I came on this live, your live, and I wasn't gonna troll. I mean, a little bit. I was like, "What the heck is he chewing on?" Like, but something was like, "No, just hear him out, listen to him." And I've always been on my spiritual journey, trying to find where I fit in, and I would have never thought that one night that I jumped on your live, that Maori was like, this is it right here. And I feel so grateful and so blessed about it. But I know everything I say don't go unnoticed, Baba. I know you always listening. So and I appreciate that, to be heard. But I get so emotional just thinking about it. And again, like, if my struggle can help anybody, please. I don't mind helping. And
I feel like it's your development, how your development can
yeah,
help people, you know. Because when you
definitely.
develop, you go through things so that you can develop, you know. You're aiding and developing self and others. I know I say that a lot, but you are. You're aiding and developing self and others on a daily basis, seen and unseen, known and unknown. And
Humbling
that's
yourself the right way to even
huh?
get these lessons. I said humbling yourself in the right way just to even get these lessons and understandings. And it's deep, but it's a beautiful thing.
It
It's
is.
beautiful.
It is definitely a beautiful thing, and it opens you up to being receptive. You know, to your own growth, to your own development, and then being able to recognize somebody else. Oh, I know that part. I've been there. You may want to try this. Or you may want to try that. You may want to see this. You may want to see that. Because that's, also the other side of it, where one thing may be happenstance to one person, but could be a life changing moment in another. Um, and that's where growth happens, not in an island, but with recognition and development and with others. Akbo ato asuri guru wufun. Yeah. So I'm always blessed in that way. That how people. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, you got a new site, huh? Okay, that's what's up. Haven't heard from you in a while. What's going on? Boy, I told us what you put from. Yeah, haven't heard from you in a long while. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, definitely give me a call when you can. Let me know what's going on. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Nah, I'm glad you are able to connect. And then also, so that those small things. That's what we're talking about right now. When you have that divination and you come back and you see things flow in a certain way too, it's always a blessing to see where you were and where you are and how things move. You know, one person's struggle was another person's triumph.
Just once you're done with that elbow, woo! Let me tell you. Oh man.
Oh wow, yeah, okay. I get you your info again. You DM me. Yeah, no, it's a journey and a half, and it's a beautiful journey. But it is a journey and a half. And the more we're able to recognize that journey, the more we're able to see, what we're trying to accomplish. There's so much in our life that we may have taken for granted, or thought that wasn't necessarily possible to see. But when we do see it, then that's a blessing in itself, that we're able to go in. Whatever it is, I feel the energy of whatever awaits in the future. Good. Yep. It's always a blessing. Always a blessing to see things develop and grow. Yep. In sync or out of sync. And in link and in line. Yeah.
I'm for it. I can't wait. I said I am for it. I can't wait.
Yeah, for real. For real. It is a blessing too, once we start to see what we're really seeking to accomplish in our daily life. And it's there. It's always there. It doesn't leave us because we aren't connected or seemingly connected to things. Things always come and go in their proper time. Whether we want to seek it, or it opens up for us in that pathway. And sometimes that pathway is not always apparent, and what it is that we're supposed to gain from it. So that's also another road to travel.
You have to trust the process.
Yeah.
Trust the process.
Process, because Ebro makes things flow.
Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, instantly. I'm just so, I don't even have the words to express it. I have the feelings though. But instantly, amazing.
That's the beautiful part of what we do, right? Is to when you encounter a big boy Ifa in general, then you start to see why it's so important for your life to be successful and to follow through. What you have in your life today could be something that somebody needs tomorrow. And what you have in that concept of who you are tomorrow could help somebody today. On a consistent basis. And I think that's what keeps me humble. Because it's not about me. It's not about what somebody that looks like me can bring to the table. It's about the person who is there to receive it and build with it. Because the more I see somebody develop, the more I get excited, because it is just that, somebody building. It's not just this thing that's happening to someone. It's actually something that is, opening up for someone. That's giving insight, hindsight, foresight, clear sight. The more we're able to do that, the more we're able to see what our destiny holds for us. And we have so much in our life that we may even take for granted.
Yes. The things that we complain about, and even with little, little hiccups in the road, there's always somebody that's going through something far worse than what we're going through. So it's very important to know that, just to know that, like you know. But that's why I say get definition so you can see, your levels and how you can improve, how you can open up that pathway and that road so it won't be so bumpy. I'm not saying everything's gonna be perfect in life because we always have hiccups, but at least you can get a little break. Just a little break.
And then even those so-called hiccups are things that are meant for you, so that you could appreciate something more, you know.
Yeah.
You know. Sometimes it's the things that we don't know um, are the most potent things that we have about ourselves, um, that will give us deeper insight into the rest of our life or the things that we are seeking in our life. And don't even realize we already have it in our hands. Everything is there, you know, not due to some hocus pocus halitosis, but due to physically, okay, cool, this is something that resonates with me. Hopefully, it resonates with somebody else. You know, could be just that. Baba, why was there a crow came to? Hold on. Said Baba, why was there a crow came to uh, watch me real quick? Fly away. Yeah, things flow. Things are flowing. Yeah, crows are very intelligent. Crows are highly intelligent. Highly, highly intelligent. Yeah. So I think that's a beautiful part about what we seek to accomplish in our lives too, is when others recognize it, able to see something in a place or space. They've been stalking. Yeah, crows are potent. That is a given.
Crows can talk, or is it ravens? One of those. They can talk, and I didn't know that. Very smart birds. Very.
Yep. They definitely can talk. That's cool. They definitely can talk, and they're highly intelligent, extremely intelligent.
They really
Uh,
are. I know. Sorry.
no, go ahead. I'm listening.
I know I've seen a couple of videos. People would leave out like food for them, and then they would come and gift them things. Like even if it's like a little piece of paper or like a little pin or something, they still come back and like give you something like as a gift for saying thank you. I just think that's amazing.
Yeah, different societies of birds. Yeah, they crows are really potent, and they have like these really master memories too. They have really good memories, and so you jack up one crow, other crows would be like, nah, partner, I know you. My uncle Louis told me about you. you know, it's true
Don't
though.
go away. They'll remember.
No,
Don't be
definitely.
mean.
They will remember. That's a fact. Those are the facts. Yeah. No, I was watching this documentary about crows, And I was just reading up on them too. And that, they will sit there and really just stalk you. And they remember you if you've hurt or harmed or did anything to any one of their family members. And they're like, nah, we don't forget. You think elephants don't forget? Crows don't forget. They do not forget. Yeah. Like even somebody was saying, somebody was feeding one, and everybody would come up and I guess he was getting attacked by someone, and then you saw all these crows come out, and they were like, they start coming down on the person trying to attack this person that was feeding them. They was like, "What? We not having that."
Yes, even their feathers beautiful. Something about their darkness, like the dark feathers is shiny, and I don't know. A lot of people think it's bad. Crows are bad, but they're not. I don't think so anyway. I'm not superstitious, but
I
um,
will say something about crows. They will colonize a space and kick out other birds. They will.
really, wow, I
Yeah, they
can see
will.
that.
They come in and they kick out other birds and do other things. They're like I said, they're highly intelligent and they're organized, and they do not play when it comes to somebody like trying to maneuver one of their own. They'll go above and beyond. So, like I said, they're just not just intelligent; they're like extremely intelligent. And then they did this study where I saw this thing online, and I read about it too. They'll use tools too. Yeah, they start using tools and figuring out things and all kind of stuff. Highly intelligent. Then they will open up doorways, and they sometimes they work collectively to do certain things to learn, and then um, they come back to um, other steps that may thought, oh, they forgot about me. I haven't been there for years, and they come back like, we know who you are. Back up. See, I don't know what this is. King Kuta. Kunta. I don't know that one. I don't know what that is. Um, yeah. So they are extremely intelligent, and they definitely do not allow anybody to get away with anything that they've done. Jido, they are very family oriented to say the least.
Definitely misunderstood. I will say that.
Yeah. Yep. And then they have like ways of detecting like from miles away something that happened um in a whole different space or time zone even sometimes. And they will but they recognize the person and they're like, nope, we don't like you. And they literally will stalk that person. They did this study about that. I was like, dang, that's that's a cold piece. How do you know that? But there's other things that's also related to them that are not necessarily talked about. You know, but they are definitely powerful. Definitely purified.
Pigeons have their own little stories too, and it's so sad because pigeons used to be messengers, and then when we got telephones and all of that, they forgot about them, and they were wild, and now that's why they rely on people to feed them, and people just shoo them away. And I just feel so bad for pigeons ever since I heard that story. Like, oh,
What's that? What story was that?
that, like, be them being messengers, and people, they relied on people so much, and now people just, they don't care about them. Like, especially in big cities, they see them, people, some people feed them, and they tell you, oh, don't feed the birds, because they're all come, of course they're hungry, and they, like I said, they relied on us. And now people just look at them as disgusting creatures and things of that sort, but really, they're not. They're very smart as well, but
I mean,
we just forgot about them. And now
yeah, that's
you only see them in certain places. You don't see them a lot either. So
Mike Tyson was big on pigeons. Saw one of his documentaries about him and his pigeons. He was like, "Oh, it brings me peace." But yeah, they are extremely intelligent. So the thing, you start to look at pigeons like eleye funfun, right? Uh, and their purposes in the tradition and other places too. You know, um, people have things that they are related to or connected to um, within a tradition and around the tradition. And then there are folks who um, are, they are still messengers in a spiritual realm as well, not just in a physical. Very powerful. Prosperity, success. Yeah, that is the beautiful ting-a-ling-a-ling.
I always just feel so bad for them little things, how people treat them. Just shoo them away like, they're nothing. That's not fair. Oh, man.
Yep, definitely they have their own particular societies. Yep, yep. Yeah, I think that's what's beautiful about it. All the different creatures that we have around us. Everything has a specific purpose, one form or another, one way or another. You know, the more we start to see and investigate and go through and figure out, what one has in this state, another has another, and how they actually flow. That's why I go research on different animals too, because there's been a lot of things that, like you said, have had relationships built over time that have been skewed or misrepresented or forgotten about.
And now I feel like, especially out here in Boston, they're building so many buildings, and they're taking away where they live, like a lot of animals where they live, like coyotes. We have so many coyotes out here, and people are like, oh my gosh, we have to stop. But I mean, we're messing up their house, like, and that's sad too, because people are gonna start harming them and killing them, and they're just doing what they're supposed to do, living in nature.
Right, right. Because then who's to say that the very thing that we disrupt is disrupting a source of food, a source of something that was meant for us to build and grow through too. You know, and that's where we talk about ecology or those things that give us insight to what we seek to accomplish. And sometimes we take it for granted. Those one little thing that we say is just flying rat or this or this and this. could be the thing that actually keeps things in balance in our environment. Again, not talking about hocus pocus, just talking about just keeping things in balance in our environment in general could play a pivotal role in something. And then without that, oh, this population of whatever grows to the staggering amount. This is why, you know, because it wasn't really meant to um, be without this environment. And then because it's out of an environment now, we have a whole slew of other issues that are going on.
You never know what a bug or an animal or anything could be protecting us from. There's, it's a whole world of the undiscovered. So imagine.
Physical and spiritual, what they could be protecting us from. That's also that other side of it. Animals, just like trees, just like microorganisms, just like all these other things, have a purpose for us. Um, have a purpose in our lives that we don't even realize until we don't realize it, until we don't have it. Like, wait a minute, that was doing that. What? What?
Look at they trying to kill bees. I'm like, don't, not the bees. Not, I mean, I'm petrified of bees because you never know if you're allergic to them or not. That's my whole thing. But look at all the pollen that's out now, and all these allergies because the population of bees are declining.
Exactly.
Little things like that.
Exactly. That and not little, but not so little things. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That is so important because they're the master pollinators. And there are a lot of other ones like wasp also that are pollinators. You know, that people don't realize how important a wasp is to our life. Snails. What part do they play in our lives, medicinally and otherwise? You know, that's what comes into play in a lot of ways. How we, as spiritualists or practitioners of Ifa, it does not, knock us out from really understanding and appreciating. Because sometimes people do things that are unscrupulous in this tradition that, leaving things and doing things in certain ways that are causing havoc to us, you know, to our own environment, to our own things, to how we relate and not relate to things, places, and spaces, and people, you know. So I think that's really important to realize because all the things we take for granted is the very thing that we should not because of all of those beautiful things that are um, opened up to us for a specific reason. So when somebody came in earlier and was talking about their gifts, and that's exactly it. So you never know what gift you are or uh, leaving or abusing when you don't really have a good connection to your environment and what's around you. Because it could be something in your environment that you are connected to, but you may be harming it inadvertently. And that could, open up a whole other realm of what your own flora or your own, bacteria that you have in your body, because everybody has specific bacteria in their body. So that bacteria in your body could be dependent upon one thing that you are killing off with a antiseptic or uh, antiviral or antibacterial or antibacterial more so than anything else. You know, a lot of things that we take for granted could be the very thing that sets the tone for what we seek to accomplish. Um, and it's important because there's so much that we trees wise, right? When we don't think about the trees that we don't have anymore, right? Because of and what the effect of those trees had in our lives, in your local or non-local environment. Trees are
Well,
high.
no, we can't breathe anymore.
Right, right. You have those dry areas. Like there was back in the days, there was this thing, big push in the Bay about these, arid zones where you had things that were, it was really hard on the environment because we didn't have certain trees. Like there's eucalyptus trees here in the Bay Area, but why are the eucalyptus trees here? Because they brought here and they um, now become naturalized where they weren't before. There were no eucalyptus trees here, and so they were talking about we need to take them out, but now they're naturalized here. And so though that they may cause other things, we introduce things here. It's not always meant to be here. Not always meant to have a place in that environment. When it does, it creates havoc for other things. Those essential oils of that eucalyptus is causing havoc with other things, or kills off other entities that could have been that were really useful. Like look at Florida. There's a lot of things in Florida that weren't supposed to be in Florida that people would just kind of throw, had exotic animals and stuff like that, and threw them in the Everglades, and now killed off half of the population of, or killed off all the population of certain animals. By having those pythons and other things that's in there that are now naturalized in that environment. You know, um, but people don't think about those things until it's too late. Um, it's important to think about that. What impact do we have in our daily life, in our environment?
Too, the extinction of animals. Look at there was like a white rhino. I forgot the exact name of it, but they're extinct now, and it's sad because there was the last one that just passed away, and I think it said it'd been here like millions of years, and now there's no more of them. So that's just the environment that did that, and it's so sad. It didn't have any babies.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's a perfect example. So survival of the fittest. But in reality, some things are sped up because of us. You know, um, and so it's always important to think about that too. What impact are we having on our environment, and not just animals and things like that, but also people. What impact are we having on the people around us as well? What things do we actually part do we play in the development or the non-development of certain things and people and places and spaces. You know, so much in our life that we affect that we don't even realize that we do affect. Right?
Pollute all those things, the products we use, and
Yeah,
it goes down the line.
yeah,
Electricity, electronics, all of that. You never know how it could affect people, places, and things.
yeah. In one environment, or not even in your environment, somewhere else, in another person's environment. Because think about the island of plastic that exists, right? The island of plastic that exists in the ocean, um, and so much that's been just discarded, dumped, known and unknown. Not by the average person. You know, so
I think there was something I seen about Japan throwing waste into the waters, and on a spiritual level, it's not too many people that were happy about that.
no, of course not. If you think about that, that's a whole yeah, yeah. There's a lot of people that those are just the ones that you see and hear about, but there's so much stuff that goes on in these places and spaces that America ships things to places all the time. You know, in other so-called first world countries ship things to other places that people don't know or don't care about, you know, that be poisonous here, and people don't want to deal with it, but they'll ship it somewhere else because nobody's going to say anything about it, you know. So
Not so great character on their behalf.
exactly. So the very places that people talk crazy about are the very places that you'd be surprised in how much dirt other people have done to those places. You know, so that's really where a lot of that comes into play too. The dirt that you think others is doing is the dirt that folks has done to someone else. Yeah, but you know, that's my half penny for the day. That is mine.
I'll take it and run with it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate it. But that's the thing about E5 too. E5 encompasses all those things as well, because it is that, care about the different things that are not just in our immediate space, selfishly about within ourselves, but then also those things that are in our environments as well, right? Period. You know, people, places, things that we seek to accomplish in those places, and then how we use and abuse and connect to and don't connect to, in many respects, things that we need to. Yeah, but the more we seek to understand something, the better we, you know, open up to something else. And that's where, learning and studying is always key. Because there's nothing in this life that is an island. Just because we see it here doesn't mean it's not happening somewhere else. Or the things that's going on here that's not being recognized either. You know? In this country alone. Not even just talking about some other country or space or place. Just in this country. The level of homelessness that's going on. Nobody's physically really, they're pushing people out. Like there's a space that I saw a lot of people that had a homeless encampment here, in that around that area, and you don't even, they literally booted them out. I was like, dang, where did they go? you know, that's the person that came to mind. So where did they go? What happened? They just boot them out, and let them boot them, or was it just what? What happened?
Here as well. It was a lot of addiction that went on, but if you're gonna boot them, at least have something set up for them. Have housing, have help, something for them. Just don't push them away, because that's probably how they got there. You never know people's story, and I feel bad. They have their little tents up, and that's where they live. And I just don't. We have all this money for everything else, and not that, and it's sad. It really is.
Supposed to be the richest country in the world, but how many people are actually suffering in this so-called rich country? You know, on a daily basis, food wise and otherwise. You know, those things are just as important as the environmental issues that we have and talk about and deal with. Yeah.
It's definitely sad. And that's why I feel like I have to help. I have to do something to help change the world.
Exactly. Keep things motivated and moving. Moving and motivated. Yep. I can't believe it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning here. That's craziness. That's crazy, dog. 6 o'clock in the mountain. Yeah.
Do you have any plans for your birthday? Anything fun?
I'm gonna do this workshop that I've been training and getting some things in. So I'm gonna do that on Sunday, which is my birthday. And then getting some other things moving and grooving. But that's about it. That is about it. Just doing that, and then after that, checking all of that in. Get a massage.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
For real. You doing this all day.
No, seriously. That's why I was like, oh, my back.
That's always good. The self care is the best care. So always a good thing. Just really, birthdays are birthdays, so I don't necessarily celebrate my birthday like that. My daughter, yeah, for mine, you know, it is.
You have to have some cake, Bubba. At least some cake.
I have to have my cake and eat it too, huh? Nah.
Yes. It's a special occasion. You have to.
No cake for me. I am cakeless.
Pa-punch.
Yep. Oh shoot, where's this at? I put it in there. I did not. I should have did that first time. Yeah, so you are been hanging tough with me though over this thing.
Always. I always tell my son, Bubba's my homie. It's my homie right there. I told you, we in this together.
Yeah, buddy. It's a good thing though. I get this thing rolling. I was rolling out yesterday, rolling around trying to get this stuff for the set bowl. I may have to do some work on that bowl today, but I didn't want to work on anything else but you know eating that beaver. But sometimes it just don't work out that way.
I always say, I don't know how you find time, but you find time. So that's a lesson to me and to everybody. There's 24 hours in a day. You can get things done.
Yeah, facts. 24 hours in a
I
day.
take my own advice with that one too.
You know? Yeah, 24 hours in a day. Just I need like 39.
Yes. And some sleep on that 39.
Yeah. Yep. But it's good. I cannot complain. My life is amazing always. Mon duple fa.
Always.
Always fun. Yeah, no, it's good. I can't complain about it. I just try to make sure that service to self and others. That is the goal. That is the goal. That is the goal. Mm.
I'm excited to use my soap today.
Oh, you got it in. That's right.
Yes. I got it. It smells so good. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna find a container and make it work. I'm excited though. I was waiting for it. Like, where's my soap? You know, post office be playing sometimes.
They definitely do. Like, dang. And I know that firsthand. I used to work for the post office. They play.
Yes.
Oh, shoot, shoot, shoot. Right.
So now why are you going in the opposite direction? I was stalking it. Like, all right, come on now. You guys gonna sit there for 2 days? Come on now.
What's going on right now? Yeah, for real.
But I'm excited now. I beeline to my mailbox like, yes.
Got it.
I always get excited when I get packages, especially from you, Bubba, because I know you have some good stuff in there. Uh,
I'm glad you got a chance to you got it so quickly too. Glad that's always my concern that people get what they ordered quickly. I know that I'm checking it too always. Be like, wait a minute, did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get
right.
it?
Right. No, because I know you do things right away, so it's
Yeah.
definitely not you.
When it comes
So,
to products and things that I said that I was going to get to you, so I was going to make sure that you get them.
yes, you are always consistent when things like that. So I appreciate that. I do. So I'm like, oh no, when you have a chance, you're like, nope, I'm getting it done.
20 minutes from now, I'll be there. I gotta walk. That's the only reason why I like doing that because it's important. It's important for folks to get what they need immediately. The soap is gonna be good though too. Let me know how you feel with the first wash. A little bit goes a long way too, so you don't have to use a bunch of it, just a little bit at a time.
Yeah, that's a lot. I was like, oh my goodness, thank you. It smells so good. I'm excited. I am. I will definitely let you know.
Okay. Yep, to make sure things is floating and boating, flowing and flurring the way you only do.
Just smelling it alone, you know, you can feel the ashe in it.
Like that. Does have that's cool. I'm glad it got to you in time. But it is a powerful soap. So know that once you wash with, you be like, well, okay, it's supposed to happen like this. I'm supposed to get that quickly. What's up with that?
Nothing surprises me anymore, Bubba. So I'm ready. I'm like, yes, let's go. Ready to start my day.
Right, that's right. Right. You're 3 hours ahead of me, so you already start your day way before I did.
Yes. Get in there. I'm getting there. Now I'm interested in different things I can use in regards to coffee because I didn't know. I mean, I know the Roke Bowl gave you energy, but I didn't know that there was different types of coffee or things you can
You can take in, yeah.
alternate route of coffee. Because
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I love my coffee, but I'm okay with trying other things too. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Because there's a lot of things that have caffeine in it, but not as much caffeine as coffee does in process. So it all depends on what you're seeking to accomplish. Because then there's things that give you a nice boost too of energy that give you the same kind of thing without all the side effects. Side effects.
But I'm scared of the Roke Bowl because that had me going. I mean, I'm not that scared, but I was just like, whoo, all right, let's get it done.
Yeah, it just keeps you like just a bite.
Yes. And I know you said a little goes a long way, but I have a problem with measurements. So when you say little, what do you mean?
What do you actually mean by
Because
that?
it is little itself. So I'm like,
Yeah, like a little bit goes a long way. Believe me. Whew. Yeah, Red
I
Bull.
chewed a big chunk, and it's not bad either. It's
No,
bitter, but it's not bad. I'm okay with it, and I'm picky on my taste buds. I'm like, but no, definitely.
I like bitter though. Bitter is good for your kidneys. Bitter is good for your kidneys. Bitter is better for the kidney. Yeah.
Yeah, but I love these bags you're making. Are you making a strap now?
Yeah, making strap. Putting herbs and stuff in there too, but making a strap.
Ugh, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely work on getting one soon.
Yeah,
Soon. I need one for my little purse.
yeah. The daily protection. The daily protection. That's what that soap is. That soap is good protection too, though. Different ways to approach that bad boy.
So said, "Get back! You don't know her." And I smelled it. I was like, "Woo, okay." Oh,
Yeah,
but I love the smell. Oh my goodness, I
yeah.
do.
It's a nice smell. It's a nice smell, and just like you can feel just like calm too. It does. It brings a nice sense of calm, sense of calm. Yeah,
Yes, I need that because once I get going, I get going. So,
that's all good. You're doing well, more than you know.
thank you. I'm excited. I can't stop expressing how excited I am. I just, Baba. Oh my goodness, life changing.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good thing. Life changes and rearranges. It opens up new possibilities.
But Baba, you should do some story times too, because I love the stories that you tell, especially on the previous lives. I do. I love them. You should do your little storytelling.
You know what I want to
I
do
don't know if
though?
it's a
I want
podcast
to.
or
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I want to do a podcast, but every time I connect with somebody, says, "Oh yeah, let's do a podcast," and then it start in conversation, and it fizzles out. Like I can't do everything. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but yeah, sometimes
yes.
I take that on. So anybody that definitely does podcasts, let me know and figure that out because that is one of the things that I was really seeking to get moving and grooving is a podcast because that's good. That's just another way to connect with folks too, people, people's places
Especially
and
the
stuff.
clubhouse. That's a beautiful platform for that as well. People still I think there's still a lot of people on the clubhouse too.
Yeah, I was on
It's a
there for
good
a quick
platform
minute.
for that.
I was on there for a quick minute, but I don't know why I stopped. I think it was just a lot of arguing and whatever. It was early on though. I think when it first came out, and I never went back. 'Cause somebody had told me about. I think one of my students told me about it, and I was like, okay, cool. That seems like a nice little whatever. But when I got on it, it was like, okay, it sounds similar to what I experienced other places. I think I'm not gonna do that. So
And I think that came around the pandemic, so everybody was a little bit out of their mind, just a little bit.
maybe that's what it was too. Though. I think you're not too far off the track with that one, because that's right. That is true. It did come out then. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely correct. Yeah,
So I came across a lot. I was like, oh, okay. All right.
so much, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, so places and spaces and cases that we releases. Yep. How's it? The trip out synergy new um brother that came up there.
Yes, do you know him?
I don't know. He just came up today. I just met him today when he came on
No,
live.
I said, oh, okay, he's having fun. I wanted to ask him if he had a wild night, but I didn't want to. I don't want to sound like I was being disrespectful, so I just didn't say anything. I wanted to be like, "How was your night?"
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know him. I just met him today. He came on and was like, "Oh, I'm not trolling, but I'm trolling." Okay, okay.
He brought the energy out on him because when I came in, he was muted. So I said, "Go on in, it's synergy. What you, what you doing to him?" He said, "Hey." I said, "Oh, hello.
He
Good
did
day,
come
sir."
back. That is true. You're like, is that Synergy from such and such? Yeah,
I said, "Ooh."
yeah, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Making connections. So that hopefully, not hopefully. I know that it will open up that way too in other platforms. But once this one fizzles out in America, um, that a lot of people can roll over to the YouTube and other stuff. You know, that's important.
Yes, I have to remember what site I'm talking about. Um, Patreon is great though too, but it's I can't think of it, and it's gonna bother me. I'm gonna do some research and definitely get
You
it
talking
to you
about Reddit?
today.
You talking about
Huh?
Reddit? Reddit?
No, not Reddit. No, I know a lot of gamers go on this site as well because you can have the groups and I can't think of it. It's like at the top of my head, but it's not it's not coming through for me right now.
Coming in, not rolling forward.
So I'm like, I hope I don't have an old brain now because I'm forgetting things.
Now stop that. Stop that.
No, I said an old brain.
Yeah.
Because my brain thinks about things I don't need to be thinking about. And
A youngster. A young. I can
I'm to my brain, shh.
youngster. You're a youngster. Yeah, that's good though. Keep our brain active in many ways.
Yes, I actually, the book that you're reading, you referred me to it. I was reading the Google preview of it. So I think Google gives a couple of good pages on it. So I want to definitely get back to that because I was interested in the first part.
What's that?
I had the little one jumping, the Serpentine of, I forgot the book you just mentioned
Oh,
with the little leaf.
serendipity.
Oh, serendipity. Okay, yes. What I said, certainty. I swear I can read.
Nah, that's a college. That's a college person. Scholar.
Yes. So I got one class this summer in communications. So I'm excited. Hopefully I like it.
Communications. What kind of communications?
I think it's just communicating with people. I'm not really sure. I have to go back to the description because I was just the only thing I have into graduation is just what is it called? I can't even. Why can't I think today? What is going on? I forgot what it's called, but I did all my classes that I need to graduate except for electives. So
That's cool.
yeah, I was like, what can I pick? But I was picking a lot of things that I would be interested in,
Uh-huh.
but then I lost because I need like 25 credits or something like that. But I lost interest when picking them because I'm like, what else do I want to learn about? And it wasn't really a lot to choose from because you have to be in certain programs for the ones that I really wanted to learn about. So, and those are the programs I'm not in. So I feel like at the end I was just picking things. But
Cool.
yeah,
What kind of
women in history. I'm waiting for that class to come out again.
what kind of stuff were you dealing with in the summertime wise? or you just some of the and to do with your a lot of electives that you can kind of get in and easily go through, or just like brain buster stuff.
Brain buster stuff, and then just like, I love history, so um I did right now I just got done doing literature, African American literature, which it was wonderful, but I'm a very emotional person.
Okay.
So I didn't think it would affect me as much as it did. So now I'm like moving forward. I was supposed to take a couple of more classes in the summer, but money wise, it's very hard. So I only could do one class. But moving forward, I wanted to do women in history or women in America. I think it's women in history. There's definitely a drawing class that I wanted to take,
Okay.
and ethics, which is it's good. It's a little difficult, but it's good. And there was one other class, but I can't remember it right now. So I'm gonna try to bang those out and see how that goes. But I wanted to do definitely something that would benefit me, especially communicating with people. I can spark up conversations. I think I'm a little shy sometimes. And I'm just like, I don't know how to, you know. Although I do have a face to come talk to me and tell me your business face, but I just want to effectively communicate with people and, you know.
Yeah,
So,
that's a good skill to have in general. Effective
yes.
communication. Be able to have good conversations and with folks from different places and spaces. And that's in general, whether it be business or whether it be other things. It's just good to be able to have conversation with people, be able to speak in a way that you can have good flow. You know,
Because I definitely get nervous and my brain goes every which way. I'm like, nope, come back, come back.
Come back to me now.
So, I'm excited about it though. I like learning. It's never no harm in learning great things.
Not at all. That's like a given. That's a beautiful thing. I love to read. I'm a bibliophile for real. I love to read. I love to study on different things, different topics. Just because what does that mean? How does that figure into my life? You know, how can I communicate with somebody about something that in that thing that is really intriguing to me? Like languages intrigue me. Like just different ways that people approach herbs intrigue me. Powerful, powerful, powerful things.
Especially the herbs. Love them. I love learning new things about them as well because I never really knew so much, and I've learned so much just with you, Baba. I learned so much in these couple of months. I think it's amazing. So I love my plants now. Now I just trying to learn what plants is supposed to go next to each other because I didn't know that matters with growth. You can't have certain plants next to other plants because they won't grow or they won't thrive anyway. So
One plant who rides on another plant.
yes, exactly. I think some of my plants love each other because they're always entwined together. I'm like, check you guys out, making friends. But
Energy
I want
that
to get a big stand of them.
energy that you bring that makes it happen.
Not talk to them and we have good old time. Hi, my babies. I know my kids think I'm cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but
Nah, that's funny. That's what I say. I say cool, 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 cool.
I'm like, they're alive. They're breathing. They can hear you.
No doubt.
Take care of them.
They definitely have a communication that they have with us. You got
And
five.
I told you my nail plant. Oh my goodness, is the energy that comes off that plant is amazing. and you just go near it. It's just, oh, it just does something. I don't know, but we have this connection. I'm just like, ooh.
Keep you kosher. Keep you flirring. Keep you flirring on the fleur.
But I'm gonna work on getting other one. I like to grow baby plants so we can see them grow to big, huge plants. So
Yeah, I like that too. I like how plants kind of, they call to you too, though. They open up because they do have a different energy that you can kind of connect to. That's what I like about plants too, is that they have, just as much as we connect to them, they connect to us. Giving us just as much as we give to them. And that's, just like the way that we communicate with trees and stuff like that too. All that stuff is important. And then the bugs that are on the trees and the microorganisms that are on the trees that also communicate with us in the same way. It's really cool because the more that we're able to do that, the more we're able to actually have a great dialogue with our environment. You know, the subtlety that we mistake um, for just happenstance. There's a reason why that tree is out there scoping you out.
no, it's true. I always see things in the trees. I can't really describe it, but it's something about the trees. But this summer, I definitely want to get into nature and connect more. Um, I'll sit down by a tree and say hi. They say tree huggers. I'll be a tree hugger. It's beautiful.
Nigga, you finally heard me.
No, it's true.
I'm trying to communicate with you. Put all that stuff on your car, you didn't even know.
Exactly. Oh my goodness, Baba. Yes. And we complain about things and we shouldn't complain about them.
Right. They're in the environment doing what they're supposed to do. That's why it's funny where a lot of street trees we got. Street trees are some street trees are literally not supposed to be in a certain environment, but they're there. And then we wonder why our car or whatever is all bombarded by the same stuff that we call the issue. Yeah.
See, now I feel like I have to go,
All right.
drop something by the trees because I feel like it's a gift that they shredded their little. I don't even know what it is, but these poor trees look so dry and sad. So my neighbors might think I'm crazy, but I don't care.
That's a different conversation because we are impacted by the things that are around us. We are opened up to that same conversation, whether we realize it or not. We are still impacted by our environment. Our environment is impacted by us. So the more that we are in communication with those environments, the more we're able to have a decent conversation about what's going on around us. More ways than one. What colonization is happening that we don't even know?
That's
And
what I think of as well. I definitely think of that.
what's around us in this place and space that we gotta kind of have a better concept or realization of what's going down in the Braxton Pond. Yeah.
It got light over there real fast, Bubba. Because I'm like, first it was dark and now it's light out there.
Yeah. It's 6:16 right here now. So it's a bunch of stuff going on. Cause it's that time of day.
Yes, it's raining out here, so
Is it really?
Yes, and we just had wonderful weather. So beautiful. But I think this week coming up, we're going to have great weather. So I'm excited. And we'll probably go back to 40s.
Yeah, yeah. This weather has been a trip. The pollen has been off the chain too, more so than normal.
Yes. And I'm normally not affected, but I'm definitely affected.
Yeah, for real, for real, for real. And I was
I'm gonna walk around with tissue on my nose.
and I never have issues with allergies ever, and so it's just that. And then I guess I'm using certain herbs that I've been using more lately than I have before. But still, it's like stuff has been in my nose trying to tell me something.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, yeah. But that's I think that's in a nutshell how a lot of things that we see in our environment that we take for granted that is really important to us. How we communicate about it and run through it.
I guess I have to put that on my learning list of
What's
things.
that?
How to freeze. I have to put that on my learning list. How to connect with trees. How to leave a little gift for trees.
What's in your environment and what kind of tree is there? That's always good to. So any good owl is one that looks at environment or her environment that is looking at the plants and animals and things that are surrounding you. You know, when we do make EPO, when we do make all these other things, it's important because those things play a pivotal role not only in our waking life but in our spiritual life too. You know, play a major role because we're talking about those things. Those medicines that we are connected to. That's surrounded.
Definitely a great way of looking at it.
Because we, I mean, that's what it is. When we make a bowl for something, we do something. That's we're communicating with that same environment. It's not just some random thing that we're doing. We place it at a certain place to do certain things because that it plays a role in that particular environment that is being put in. You know, always good to think about it in that way. hmm And the more we open ourselves up to it, the more we start to see, oh wait, this is something that I'm doing in this environment.
How we can contribute to the environment as well.
Right. Exactly.
So it's
Right.
important that it was here before us. We must take care of it.
And it's adhering to our life as well. Giving to us in so many different directions. So that's what's giving us a little extra understanding. Just as much as we think that these things are random, there's nothing random in our lives ever. Nothing random. The more that we think things are random, the more that we actually are in harmony with it in more ways than one. And when it's not there, like I said earlier, when it's not there, we see it, we feel it immediately. Immediately.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Very true.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's really where when we can open up that doorway and have a grander conversation about those things, you start having a lot more other conversation about, what impact am I having in my community, in my space, in my um, conversation. With this conversation with people in general, how do we communicate with people? How do people react to us? You know, how do we react to us? You know?
I'm glad that I have that energy, though I know I was like making a joke, like I have that face to come talk to me and tell me your business, but in actuality, that's a beautiful energy to have. People feel comfortable to come and say, "Hi, how are you?" So,
That is medicine. That's medicine in itself. To be able to communicate wisely with people and people feel comfortable to do so. That's medicine.
especially being on their level, hi. So you don't want to be like, "Hi." You just want to kind of come down to their level. Hi, how you doing?
Huh?
So,
What's your day like there?
very true.
Yeah. Be surprised because they are alive. Plants are alive. Trees are alive, and they provide medicine for you in a certain way too. Just like house plants, when you put them in your house, they have a specific reason for being there, have a specific purpose for being there. They open up a dialogue with you too. You treat something correctly, they actually defend and open up things for you. Becomes a symbiotic relationship.
Yes, I can't wait to get more and I can spread them throughout the house. I love it. I really do. Those are my like favorite things ever. It's my plants. I tell my kids, hey, you get on my house before my plants. Poor kids. But no, seriously, don't touch mommy's plants. They know.
Don't touch it. Don't do that. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Beautiful thing in the place to be. Place to be is a beautiful thing. Yeah. Yep.
Bubba, your hands are not cramping? 'Cause you've been going.
Oh, I just making in the making, like I said, it's in the making. It, just moving and grooving. Yeah, trying to make sure I have things kind of looking a certain way, flowing a certain way. When it comes to cool little concept to come through too.
Very creative.
I'm an artist. I am an artist. Artiste. Got my MFA from the school's not even. Oh yeah, CCA. CCA. Yep. Let's get in there and create the creates.
Yes.
Yeah.
Drawing is my happy place. Sketching, not really drawing so much, but in painting. So practice makes perfect. So maybe I'll take some time and do that as well.
Sculpture installation is my thing. I take environments and I rearrange them so it looks like it's supposed to be there. Things that are flowing in that area, in that space. That's really where we get down on the sound.
That's different. I love it. Love it.
Yeah, so through sculpture, through sound through all kind of different stuff. But I make poilets and stuff like that too. So it's like I really want to. Once I get into a house, I can really start to create some other things, popping and locking. Yipper. Yep. That's what's going down. Yep. Yep. Make sure I get all of the all in the all. For the all. Yeah. Now once I get moving and grooving, I gotta keep it schnooving. Keep it rolling.
Same here, because once I sit down, it's over. So I gotta stay on my feet.
Right now, be a wrap. Maybe. I did have a yerba mate though. But I'm sure that's probably what's keeping me up and mobile right now. It's like, really? Yep, that's what's going on. That's what's going down. Sound for sound going down. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Is that like a herb or like what is it exactly?
I just put it in there? Yeah.
Oh, I was talking about you said some type of coffee from earlier.
Oh, yerba mate, yeah. It's a herb. Yeah. It definitely is. Yerba mate. Mate. It's a beautiful herb too. And so that's one of the things that has caffeine in it, but it also is, not as much as like coffee or whatever, and has a lot of the medicinal qualities to it too. It's really good. I like yerba mate.
Okay. Yeah, because the coffee effect, the regular coffee effect, doesn't last very long. So
Yeah.
people have 10,000 cups a day.
That's what a rug bowl. You start taking out a rug bowl, you be like, I don't need anything else.
And now is the time because I took it kind of late and I was zooming. This is the time now, but I have to unthaw it because it's frozen
Oh,
to preserve it. Well, that's
yeah.
how I got it frozen.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the bomb palm cherry rum. That's the good stuff, Puff. I yeah, that's a good herb. A rugbo. Rugbo is really good.
The place I got it from there from Ghana, and they did not know what I was talking. Even when I said bitter cola, they said what? And I seen a picture on the storefront, and I had to show it to them, and they said something. I don't remember the name of it though, but I was like, oh, okay. I didn't want to be rude. It's not rude, but I didn't want them to be like, girl, because I wanted them to repeat themselves. Like, can you say it again? Just so I know next time when I go in there.
Right.
Because if I go in there again, it's gonna be the same thing. Like, what did you say? What is it called again? And I'm gonna be like a rug bowl, bitter cola. They're gonna be like, we don't know what that is. So
Yeah, I did that at this place today. Was speaking Igbo, and I was like, so I said bitter cola, and they said, oh, bitter cola. We have bitter cola. What'd you say again? Oh, rugbo. What? How do you know that? Because I was, that's a Yoruba word. They were like, because the mother was like, how do you know that? Yeah.
Yeah, the lady asked me, "What do you use it for?" I mean, it's health benefit. It's really good. A lot of people use, bitter cola.
Now,
Maybe not in the area, but
for immune
it's
system,
popular to somebody.
for immune system, everything. It's really good for you. It's really good for the system. It's really good, actually. Really, really good. Opens up a whole different kind of frame of reference. It is, it is. It is. Yep. Nah, that's bitter cola is amazing stuff. I love the way that it's not only for some people use it as aphrodisiac because it definitely helps with the kidneys, but it also is really good for so many other things: immune system, diabetes, and um, all kinds of different herbs, all kinds of different uses for it. So I like it. Hmm.
In a way, it's bitter enough. Like coffee, like black coffee would be like bitter. The taste reminds me of coffee in that way.
Yeah, yeah, it really does actually. Mhm. It really, really does. Rally, rally, do, 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 rally, do. Yeah, no, I like it. I like bitter cola. I'm a little strange like that, but I like the flavor of it. I love the flavor.
But I'm proud of myself. I've been trying new things lately, and to my liking too. It's been great. So, because I'm picky, I'm like, but so far so good, literally.
Yeah, trust me. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That's Yeah, I was vibing on some Gregory Isaacs earlier. I was like, I used to bump that all the time. Love Gregory Isaac, especially that album Night Nurse. That's my album. That's my album.
Yeah, music is very healing too.
Yeah, yeah, nah, it's good. Flow would have flowed. I really enjoy Dash Bish. Time rearranged and moved on in a good way.
Yes, if I start listening to music in the morning, that's definitely a major motivator for me to get up and get things done. So I definitely love that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Congratulations to you. You like right there at the cusp of your graduation.
Hopefully soon. I think not being able to take all of the summer classes I want, because it was like three of them, but that would have been like 10 credits, which would have been great. But I know everything's in due time, so it might have not have been the time right there. So maybe fall, which is cool. I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
I'm okay, but I don't want to rush. I don't want to rush it either, because that's when things, taking too many classes, I'll get overwhelmed, and that's that. But thank you.
exactly. You don't want to get overstimulated because you got a lot of other stuff to study.
Yes, of course.
Like I'll slip that in there. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I seen that. I was like, yep, I sure do. But that's good though, because I have the summer to do more of my studying. So
Yeah.
that's a blessing. All my studying.
Oh, yeah. Mm.
Very important.
Yep, 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 yep. That's facts. No, but it's good though. So that's the more you learn, the more you earn, emotionally, mentally, and physically, and otherwise too. But there's nothing ever wrong with learning more stuff that you didn't know before.
Every day you learn something new. That's the beautiful quote. I don't know where that quote came from, but whoever made that is, yes, genius. It's true.
Yep,
Even the smallest things.
exactly. As long as you living, you're learning. Like my grandmother said, live a little. You'll see.
Yes.
You'll see what I'm talking about. Live a little bit longer.
Experience, experiment, but not too much though. The positive things, I should say.
Exactement. Yeah, but that's what's up though. Yep, I'm glad you are getting things moving and mobile. Um, how was the semester for you though? Was it pretty good?
Nope. Nope. Um, it was difficult this semester. Definitely difficult. And like I said, mainly very emotional. As you know, our history is. I mean, it's the reason why we're here today. So I appreciate it and respect it. But I have a more respect and more appreciation to it. But I had to work through those emotions
Oh,
because there's a lot of things that we learn in regular school that is nothing like what I've seen and learned this semester. So yeah, I want to get emotional and cry, but our ancestors went through a lot of things, and that's why we have to represent them and do what they want us to do. It's even more important. So that comes together in everything I'm learning right now as well. And my other classes is, you know,
yeah, yeah, that's real. That's
it
real.
it all sinks in. This is why, and everything that they did for us, because they didn't have to stay alive to go through that, but
No, hopefully.
they did, and this is why we're able to walk this earth today and learn and go through so many things, even with education,
Yep,
because that wasn't given to us. We had to earn that and fight for that. They had to earn and fight for that. So we have to take advantage of things
just be able to
like
read,
that.
libraries, and that's like so many things we take for granted in our life because it's so much that folks, they would have been hung if they were reading books. You know what I mean? They'd have been taken out if they were reading books. They, went to the library.
Even paying for education. I
Exactly.
did not know in other countries you had to pay for education, and here we are in the United States, and we don't have. I mean, some people have to pay for college. That's different, but I'm talking about grade school needs to be paid for, and if you can't afford it, then you don't get that education. So, it definitely opens up your eyes to a lot of different things.
Yeah.
So,
And that's so true too, because
get
when
all the
a lot of people that want to go to school, they can't go to school. Elementary level of things like that, and that's also important to understand too, because there is a lot of things that we take for granted that we have in our hand every day. That we have access to every single day. Um, Good, bad, or indifferent, we have access to it. You know what I mean? And there's a greater sense of self too. We start looking at these things. The many things that we take for granted are things that people would die for to get a hold of and have. You know, and this is not like 100 years ago. This is like shit, 60, 20, 30 years ago. You know,
yes, that's the thing that amazes me the most. You know, People think it's hundreds of years. No, and still to this day, there's a lot of these situations going on.
Yeah.
So, I get so emotional thinking about it, and angry as well. But there's no time to get angry. We gotta move forward. But we have to put some respect on our ancestors' names because they definitely earned it.
Right. Yeah. And it's true. They did. They did earn, respect for being able to learn. I was reading, George Washington Carver, his autobiography, and it's really interesting because he was a powerhouse as far as like the things that he did because he never took a chemistry class. He never did, but he knew it. It was innate. When he said that plants talked to him, that wasn't some random act. That was like
I
they
did not
literally
know that.
speaking to him. You know, Osian priest did not even know. But he would go into the forest by himself. But they did to him. They castrated him when he was very young, George Washington Carver, and so that he wouldn't deal with his the the master's child or whatever, girl, child or whatever. But it was like that was a trip because one thing they took away from him, and then all this other stuff started to really develop in his life, opened up in his life, and he was able to these visions and these things that it opened up were phenomenal, and how he was able to really connect with not just information, but really be able to download so much insight about plants, about herbs, about all these things. It's like the plants talk to me. Like, yeah, that's right. It's facts. They definitely do. They talk to you on a daily basis. If you pay attention. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Yep, I'm up for real.
They do. My fans, they need because they'll get so dramatic and droop until you water them and talk to them, and then they get all perky. So I
Right.
definitely understand that. I do.
They do. They really do. They really, really do. It's not like no, just a National Geographic flow. It's actually real. Trying to talk to you and express things to you, and so when you got a funky attitude, that's why sometimes people don't realize that funky attitude. It's like I don't got a green thumb. No, you got a funky attitude.
It's your energy.
Yeah, you got a funky attitude.
Now I'm interested in the plants that talk to him and how they communicate because just language is not really communication, it's communicating in other ways.
Mhm.
And so I wonder.
Yeah, yeah, that's facts. Yeah, so much has been convoluted by the thought of it being, oh, that's science fiction. No, that's not science fiction. That's science fact. Well, that's an anomaly. You just kind of, nope, that's fact. He had this connection with herbs and plants, things that were so called, these inanimate objects, but they're not. They're alive. They speak on a consistent basis to us about all kind of different ideas and thoughts and premises of what it is that they want to communicate to us. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate those roses. Yep, that's really what's going on too. So much is going on in the course of a day. And once we begin to open up that doorway, there's like oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So much in our doorways that we take it. thing we take for granted. We take for granted all of these blessings and things that we have on a daily basis that we can actually communicate and deal with. But you see that outside the country, when that's why it's so good to travel. Because when you start to see how people get down outside this country, you start to see things in a clear way. And then even in the country, you start to travel around. This thing that we do is not just one dimensional. How we communicate, how we don't communicate with each other is not just one dimensional reality. It's a fact that once we begin to do it in a certain way, it opens up to us in a certain way too. Yepper. Yeah.
It's always been interested on how others live in different countries. What's their daily day look like? Their daily life look like? How does it, you know, how does it flow?
Right.
So I can't wait to discover that soon. Soon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, how we even communicate with each other. One simple, body language.
That is a big language. It's definitely body language, especially eyes. You can look at somebody's side eye or anything with your eyes, and you kind of know, you kind of understand and know what they're talking about.
Yeah, seriously. Are they being genuine or not being genuine? Or do we not want to see it? you know? Facts. These are truth. This is the truth. Root.
So I love eyes that you can see somebody's story within their eyes. I don't
Facts.
know why I can read it, but I can. Maybe it's a gift or maybe it's just knowing, but I I can see sadness in people's eyes as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. The unspoken. Unspoken.
Yes, that is the word I was trying to find. I was trying to find it.
You left it off and I brought it forward. You threw it out. I got the assist. Mhm.
Yep, Bubba the homie.
That's another place I do want to go to that homie.
So true.
Yep. Yep. Mhm. Man. Yeah, but that's communication is a root of success, right? How successful you communicate is how successful you become in your life. The more communication that you have with someone, the better the flow of understanding.
Yes. That's how I was like, maybe this would be a great class to take. See how different things flowing. You got me saying it now, Papa, flowing.
It's contagious. Yeah, I've always been a book junkie though. My pops really, my father, he didn't like to be called pops. But my father he loved to learn. He did. And that's that, he would always read different books. He would always have these other books in there. Oh, somebody's trying to come up. Somebody's trying to come up. Who's trying to come up? Yeah. Yeah. So I was It's always nice to see how folks communicate and build with each other. Well, me specifically, I love how people communicate. I'm able to communicate with people. It's always nice to get that nice little other insight to what a person's life is in another place. You know, what kinds of things are they thinking about that brought them to this place?
And amazing how we all cross paths, you know? I think that's amazing. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's some people that I've met on TikTok that I would have never met in life. Outside of TikTok, just because they're on the other side of the world. What things how would we have ran into each other?
That's why I say all praise to Ifa. Bring us all together. Because unknowingly, I don't think I ever met a Babalao, ever. That I know of anyway. I know you guys don't go around promoting yourself, but I haven't. So that's why they shouldn't shut down TikTok. It's a learning app as well.
They're not getting paid. That's why they shutting down TikTok. They not getting broke off. It was like, we're not getting paid here.
Like, oh, you guys want to learn your rights? Oh, not in here. Get somebody else to do it.
You're not getting paid. That's really what it comes down to, money. You're not getting paid. This ain't good for the economy. Uh-huh. Right. Who knows? Who knows the flow of the flow? But we'll see what comes next. It said that somebody's gonna buy it from here, I guess, and things gonna flow in certain ways. I don't know. Who knows?
Yes, but now I think it's on a hold because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think TikTok is trying to sue. Um, I think they're trying to sue
Okay.
or something like that. You know, I'm trying to keep up, but I have to do some more research.
I haven't time, energy, and effort into keeping up with that. Truthfully, I have not. I don't even know. Like I said, I just get back on here. Really, I'll come on, look at stuff and look at other people's stuff that they posted, but I don't even know what's really going on with it. I mean, some people are
And there's,
like
sorry,
this is their livelihood. You know what I mean? Yeah.
it's a lot of misinformation as well. So I want to make sure I don't run back and say something out of, you know,
Right.
misinformation. So,
Like, you know what I'm
but
talking
I can't deal with the politics outside of, I just don't go look it up, and it gets stressful in that way. We're trying to bring peace. That's taking away my peace.
Exactly. Exactly. He's like, nope, you can't have that.
Hey, I'll go live in the woods somewhere. Everybody's choosing bears nowadays.
Yeah, what's up with that? What's going down with that?
A lot of people are saying they rather be in the woods with a
Yeah,
bear than
I've
a
seen
man.
that. That keeps that getting off
I was like,
about
I don't want to
it
be in the woods with a man or a bear, because
at all. Either
like, what are we
way,
doing here?
yeah, I'm not trying to do that at all. Not
I'm
even.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
there's been a lot of movements, like the 4B movements, but a lot of people are taking it a different way. That was for a different country in terms of women being abused and abused in all ways. So
Okay.
that's why some women in those other countries have, you know, they don't want to deal with men in that way because they're forced to do a lot of things they don't want to do. But you know, not us, because I'm not claiming that, but a lot of people take that and run with it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that's just, how we're being guided in things. Because there's still good men out here. You just
Right.
gotta. There's great men out here. So
Exactly.
I can't go against that. Sometimes we don't make the best choices on choosing them. And that's not our fault because sometimes people sell us dreams, but I don't want to take that away from the good guys. So I can't agree with all of that. But from a different country point of view, I can and I understand. So, and I definitely support that. But, you know, we don't have those type of things. I mean, we do have those type of things. I can't say that, but not like in those other countries. So
A lot of stuff in that other countries that we definitely don't have because we're there's a lot of we get spoiled here in a greater way. A lot of stuff in the states that are like what there's so much that
have rights, we have laws to protect us from those type of things. So I don't see how the 4B movement really benefits us too much. But if I mean, hey, if you want to be along with that movement here, I support it as long as it's for good reason and not just being a follower. Because again, there is great guys out here still, stand up guys that will protect and love women
facts,
and children.
facts, and that's I think a lot of the I have to kind of just push back from a lot of the stuff on media now too. It's just a lot of stuff. It's like okay, I get it. So it's a lot of distractive stuff. I ain't got time for all of that.
But that makes me feel when we're distracted by these things, what else is going on that's bigger than these things? What is being covered up? And see, and I don't like to go down that rabbit hole either, because then that brings in politics and all of that. But
Yeah, no,
it's a distraction
exactly,
from a lot of things. So we
exactly.
have to be mindful of that.
There's so many things that are distraction. It's like what exactly is this conversation that we're trying to have, or that's there to have? Facts. Because there's a lot of things that are just like I don't want to hear that anymore. Like the P Diddy, whatever. I was like, I don't. That has absolutely nothing to do. And then or the beef with such and such. Uh huh. Okay.
I'm sorry. And then they use this great talent to is it called diss track? But I'm telling you, they come up with some things nowadays. I don't know. I said, this generation is different than what we grew up in.
Right.
Oh man. But of course, sometimes money is the root to all evil. And unfortunately, when you have all of this money and don't know what to do with it, you become powerful and not in great ways. So I say stop supporting them, stop watching their videos, because once you watch their videos and you comment on things, that's supporting them and that's giving them how you say that's growing their negative thoughts and movements or whatever it is. So because P Diddy don't care about us. He's still living the best life,
Has not cared
but
about it from the beginning down. Was
yeah,
on.
and there's women that get abused every single day and they don't get the justice that they deserve. So we care more about celebrities and their things that's going on. Let's worry about the people who don't have that
Represent.
platform to express their.
Exactly. Don't have the representation. Don't have the time, the energy, the effort to even to go in and talk about or deal with any of those things, or even have, it's like, oh, well, you're a such and such. I didn't realize you were a celebrity, so I can, that's why you're important. No, 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 no. Everybody. What about those that don't have that voice? Don't have that connect? You know exactly.
Should definitely be bigging them up and protecting them. P Diddy doesn't need protection; he's fine, and everybody else around him. Not saying that it's right, but I'm just saying there's a lot of people that need help in other ways. We should be bigging them up and protecting them and giving them a platform to speak and feel safe.
Right.
More so.
Mhm.
So It's sad,
A lot of that,
and I know it's not easy.
people get caught up in so much stuff, and it's like, I don't want to hear about Cat Williams anymore. You know, okay, good for you. I don't care. I don't care. Don't care.
It's energy, a waste of time, and a waste of good education.
Right, right.
Ugh.
We'd rather talk about foolish stuff, and so that's what he's playing off of. I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna use this platform to get what I need to get. But people like drama. People love drama. They love drama more than anything else.
Yes, drama sells for sure. For sure. You can post the most positive things and you won't get no reaction, but you post one negative thing and everybody's like, wow, what happened next? Wow. So that's another sad thing. But I hope people find their paths and their way of life in a positive way because it's important. It's very important.
Yeah. But again, because when you go outside the country, this stuff that we fantasize and deal with every day is nothing in comparison with what folks are going through on a daily level. On a daily. And then the stuff that we have here that care less about Nike and all that other stuff and shoes and whatever, status symbols, and what's that got to do with so much other stuff that those things are irrelevant to, you know? Who and what makes that popular and successful? To have things. This thing makes me successful. If I don't have this thing is what's going to keep things moving. I don't care about these things, you know.
Just making the next man rich.
Yeah, you
And
have a new car. You got a new car. You got a new house. Okay. You know how many people don't have a house right now? You know how many people
yes,
don't.
and you're right. People who don't have it, I can never understand that, especially celebrities too. Like you guys are showing us all these nice fancy things. People are trying to figure out how they're gonna get their next meal.
Right.
So we don't care about your bags. We don't care about your big houses that are ridiculously big that you don't even have. You don't house that many people. So I don't see why you need a mansion for two people. But that's just my opinion, you know.
And even
But
still, a lot of that stuff is like this circumstance and fake. It's like it's just fake, that fake mentality, that front mentality. I'm a front about X, Y, Z. I'm a front about such and such. Because it's more important for me to front than it is for me to be, um, aiding and helping developing folks, right? Because why you think they're there? Because they can front. You give somebody something that's never had nothing, and then they want to push it in somebody else's face. That's that individualism that folks love to promote. Not building with folks, but individuals. Oh, I'm a this and I'm a that. I'm a number, 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 number. Okay. Now, let's come back to reality again. Because if anything goes down, like it so many times over and over again, I don't care how much O's you got behind your name and on your checks, you can be all taken away in the course of a second.
I always say God gives and God takes away. So
Or just
it will give to less fortunate.
when you're not a favorite anymore, somebody else's, whatever, then all that stuff that you claim and push and promote and woof about that makes other people extremely wealthy and does nothing for the average everyday. Why is that? Or I'm looking for somebody. You gotta have money. You gotta have just come on now. That's not real. Let's look at reality. What's really around us that's gonna really build something greater. Money comes and goes and comes again. That's the least of something that should be worried about and talked about and dealt with on a regular basis. How many people actually physically, you know, have issues with, like you said, homelessness, food, you know, diseases, cancers, and there's so much in this world that we negate by talking about these silly fantasies. You know, it's like the '80s, right, with the home of the rich and famous. You know, it's like, again, this individualistic mentality that means nothing.
And just like you said, helping and developing people, that's being rich to me. Healing, loving others, that is rich. You know, that's rich. Rich in knowledge, wisdom. That's successful, you know. You can help somebody and see them blossom and run with it and grow to their highest is rich to me. It's a blessing, you know.
The richest that you can be, you know. Yeah,
Things
that's
that money can't buy.
yeah, that's the most wealthy that you could be, the most successful that you could be when you can help develop and grow self and others. You know, not just worrying about the booty shake.
Not the booty shake. No, it's true though. It really is true because a lot of this music too. We're talking about gang banging and unaliving people and drug use, and a lot of these people that are rapping and singing and all of that, they don't even do that on their everyday life. So
That's not
it
family.
creates stink in this world.
Yeah, they got family. They got this. They got that. But they're serving a purpose. You know, for somebody, certain things, so that they could have, you know, or look or keep people in this mind state of lack. I ain't got nothing. I got to get like such and such you got. So I'm a do this and I'm gonna do that. You know, I'm gonna have it by all means. Back in the days when folks was robbing folks for Nikes, for a status symbol. Yeah, let's about some shoes that all of them, all those Nikes and all of those other shoes are made in sweatshops. All of them.
Nothing but a logo. Nothing
Yeah.
but a logo stops from being expensive.
Yep. It's all in
Because I have
sweatshops.
some Vans, but they're not Vans, they're Target Vans, but it's the same thing. They look the same, they just don't have a logo on them and they're comfortable. So,
Right.
hey.
Right. And so it's like that's the mentality though, that if it's not a designer, so once you slap a label on it, then it becomes something. Word? Yeah, that sounds like, then who are you promoting? Somebody that don't even want you really to wear their clothes at all. They have no love for you
Exactly.
whatsoever. I'm gonna wear this status symbol. Why? What does it help you? What does that do? Nothing. Not for you. They give nothing to you. Absolutely nothing.
And you're trying to be rich, but you're buying these expensive things and making somebody else rich is
Who really buys these things is poor people buy these things to make themselves look like X, Y, and Z. But they themselves don't have that, don't need that, don't live that. I want to look like I got. Nah, why would you want to front? That's like this, it's like a fake culture. Wanting to fake your way to having or looking or seeing something. What? Fake? Fake is fake. You know, all you got is something that's not real that you're trying to promote and push to somebody else that don't have it either. Because people who got it don't care. They're just getting rich off of you, basically.
and a lot of people that are rich, you can't tell that they're rich. The true rich people, you can. They have old New Balances that look all beat up and everything else because they don't spend their money on things like that. Invested in different things and places. So
They do. have the money to spend it. But if you're trying to struggle to do X, Y, and Z, and now you got these, extensions and hair that cost $1,800, and or shoes or clothes or whatever, that's not that's silly. That's silly to have these status symbols that don't mean anything, have no meaning whatsoever, no purpose whatsoever. Just wolf.
My mom, yes, my mom used to always say, "Don't try to keep up with the Joneses," and I never understood that until now. Like, yeah, I get it. Keeping up with the Joneses, I'm go broke. Now I'm trying to figure out and feed my kids. So,
What's more important? Keeping up with some foolish status symbol or literally being able to take care of your family and children and building and opening up? That's more important than trying to keep up with some foolish status symbol. That's silly.
trying to educators.
Have it for real. Talk about businesses. Open up a business, investments, not just status and looking like you got a business or investment. You know, be it produce something, put something together. That's more important than anything else than
Give
trying to.
back to the community.
Yeah,
Boost up the community. The children, for sure. Investing in the children, because they're going to be taking care of us one day. So we need to make sure we're guiding them the right way as well. It's very important.
that I think that's where people miss out on, even with dealing with the traditional system, because they're always looking for that traditional system to give them money or give them things that don't even really matter. But when it comes down to really study, are you really about the study or the development of self and others? That's what I say. I could be wrong, but that's just my half penny. Because it's like, status is meaningless. Status is meaningless if the people around you are not in that same status. If your education, you don't, you're not controlling the education in your immediate um, environment. If you don't have control over your immediate economics, that is status and generational wealth. Status. If you want a status,
Talking about, yeah.
about that. You know what I mean? Instead of people that don't care anything about you whatsoever. Bump anything else. What's up with that status? Everything else is irrelevant and delusional.
You'll be surprised when you have everything that you desire and all these expensive things. And then when you lose it, you'll see how people really care about you. You'll see it. You will see, because people will fold so fast when you have nothing to offer them, nothing to give. Then that's when all the quote unquote friends and family and everything, they leave. But the people that are real, that will stick with you through poor, what it for better, for worse. What is that marriage thing? But that is, it's not just for wife and husband, it's for family and friends and things of that, sickness and health. Those are the real ones. So that's wealthy in that way, wealthy in love and happiness and peace. And even if you have to create your own family, it's a beautiful thing.
And then just, meaning, when we talk about traditional systems, because that's what's popular too. People are making this popular, which is good. People are looking to, traditional African systems and other systems. But what exactly are you seeking to connect to? The culture, of these systems, or just the hocus pocus of those systems. Like even when somebody says, "Oh, I want to know my DNA. I want to know this and da 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 da." Okay, but are you going to go practice those systems that they practice traditionally, or are you going to go practice what they practice from a colonizer perspective? That's
That
a
part.
that's a whole other thing.
That part.
So just
But
knowing,
that's why we said to humble yourself, because our ancestors were way far more humble than any of us today walking. Well, not any of us, but a lot of us, very humble. They didn't mind getting their hands dirty in different ways,
yeah, they
you
had
know, wasn't so wasteful.
they had to. They couldn't do X, Y, and Z. And not to say it wasn't back then too, because it was. Folks did the same things too back then, but not to the extent that it is now because you couldn't. You know, you supported black businesses because you couldn't go anywhere else. You know, that's not a thing. They'd rather support somebody else than somebody that looks like themselves. Like, go out the way to support somebody else. And that's kind of disturbing because everybody else profits off of black people. They do. They profit off of black people. You know,
Day
and not black
one.
people in America. I'm talking about black people in the diaspora in general. Because there's a lot of black people in the diaspora that don't want to claim to be black people. I know black.
Definitely, I know black, but and that's where a lack of education comes from as well. So, being black is doesn't necessarily mean that you're Afro American, but it's more of a skin tone.
My grandfather was indigenous Filipino, which were the black people in the Philippines. The first people in the Philippines were black.
Yes, yes, skin tone, brown is considered black. So light skin is still considered black too. We have some melanin in us.
I'm just saying,
So
you have those things that aren't associated with, but you start looking around the world and you'd be like, oh, there's a lot of folks around the globe that don't say they are this or that because it's not popular to say it. Not popular to say that this is worthy of any respect or care or love or anything like that, right? So it's it's important. Think about those things. The things that we disrespect or we throw away on any level. Whether we're dealing with some Willie Lynch kind of mentality or we're dealing with somebody on a level of who you are globally, not just nationally, globally. Those are facts.
very
You know, everything is very local, but globally. And I'm not just talking about fads of people saying things and doing things so that they can get likes in X, Y, and Z. I'm talking about things that are literally thinking about global issues and things like that exist that are being hushed up in so many different ways that nobody hears about, nobody knows about. You know, it's a trip. There's a lot of things like that, but it's not important because it's not in the media. Huh?
and so we're distracted by P Diddy and all these other things.
Meaningless things that have no reason to be talked about or dealt with in any way. Like, what's the point of delving down that road? That's irrelevant. So what's going on for real? For real, they got the properties to escape and do whatever, But that's just it. So anyway, that's my like I said, my half penny. But dealing with Ifa, opens up these other aspects of our life too. The why and where and how do we actually live to create harmony in our backyard, in our life, things and decisions that we make on a daily level. What's really important to us on a daily level. You know, what actually um, opens up the doorway to aiding us and guiding us to having a good insight to the things that we do or impact that we have, not only on our lives, but everybody else's life that surrounds us. And not everybody's about that life because they don't have to be because we're sheltered. So what happens when that shelter gets no longer there? You know, what do you do then? you know, it's so funny because you look at the pandemic, and the pandemic is like almost like an experiment in a lot of ways. When you're talking about how people were rushing after not water, not food, but toilet paper.
I'm still confused about why the toilet paper. I don't I don't understand why I still don't understand the toilet paper.
Toilet paper.
Am I missing something with the toilet paper?
Yeah, I mean it's like what toilet. Why would you go after toilet paper and not water?
I'm sorry. Cuz they was fighting people in the store. Oh my goodness.
So wait a minute, you don't have towels to wash your butt?
Exactly. Exactly. I don't exactly.
You're not washing your hands when you come out the bathroom? You're not taking baths? Okay. So toilet paper is more important than that? Okay.
That's the last thing I would have thought. It would be all the food and water.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't like how people act because, oh my goodness, it was a whole.
So,
Ugh.
you know, yeah, that's a whole other thing. And it's funny because I think in a lot of ways what we put as importance in our lives, the people even, because the essential workers happen to all be people that worked things that supported other folks, right? That's a trip too. Um, yeah.
Labeled essential workers. That was, and it seemed like it was a lot of medical. Not that I'm against medical care because we appreciate it, but
Well, just everyday folks. I'm talking about just like you go into
everyday folks.
yeah, you go into a grocery store. Like I worked at a grocery store, a health food store at that time, and it was like, what? This is essential workers, and I started to think about like, wait, why are they essential workers? Because they're helping those that have more means to get to things, you know, and nurses and things like that. They were essential, right? But it's just and doctors and things like that. But it's like those things that are so trivial in a lot of ways when we think about why a lot of things happen. But it gives you a lot of insights on the mentality of what was, the things that we put importance on in this country. You know,
Definitely opened up my eyes to a lot of things,
toilet paper.
and to always be prepared for anything that could possibly happen, especially with children, because it was a lot. It was a lot, but we made it through.
Right, right. Yeah. Toilet paper. I'm still tripping about that toilet paper. Wow, what a world.
Granny's. Granny's was in there fighting. I said, "Oh my, you shouldn't even be out the house, ma'am." But yes, yes, and then the higher brands, because you notice you can always get the lower brands in the store at any given time. It was the major, to a point where they couldn't produce what are they called, ventilators, because it was too busy on producing toilet paper and other non-essential things.
You know, that made no sense to nobody at any point. Why are we putting such, you know? But then again, you know, we're spoiled.
Yes, we are, because in other countries they dig up their holes to relieve themselves. You know,
Or
we
even
have
if they don't,
bidets and everything else.
or even if they don't, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, because I heard somebody say the other day, it's like, oh, you know, in Africa they don't use forks and knives. That's not true. That's not true. Where on the continent are we talking about? When are we
I
talking
was gonna say,
about?
was this Stone Age?
Hey, no,
Oh man,
somebody said that. So again, the fantasies about these other places that people generally do not have a good understanding of. You know, lack of education here. Like, you know, Africans don't use toilet, don't use forks and knives. What? Where? I'm confused right now. I'm a little confused because I know I lived there and they definitely use forks and knives. You know, that's the, you know, it was a trip to hear that. I was like, don't use forks and knives. What are you talking about? You know, they don't wear clothes. What century are you in?
right. I was gonna say, don't wear clothes. Oh my goodness. But actually, it's, I think it's Indian culture when you go eat certain foods as well. Just like any, I mean, we don't use fork and knives for pizza. We pick up with our hands, but that's certain foods too. But I know in some cultures like India, I know you're not supposed to have shoes on when you sit down on the floor and you eat with your hands, because that's the food that they have. But you have to use utensils to cook and things like that. You think they're just mixing their their hot foods with their hands? Come on now, let's be real. Let's be for real.
The way it was said, it was really interesting to me in a lot of ways because they was like, oh, you know, black people don't, you know, that's not our thing. We don't use forks and knives. What? What? You know, Africans, real Africans didn't use forks and knives. What? They didn't use that. They don't use that. What are you talking about?
That's why traveling is a must. You must travel to see how other people live, so you don't be ignorant and say things like that. Because that's wild.
Traveling is a must. Is a must. You know, that's just funny. But you know, that's what's perpetuated too, in a greater sense. Somebody says something like that, it's perpetuated over a course of time. A lack of understanding, lack of sense of place and where. So caught up in this, you know, space that being created to us, that dialogue to us, what we are and what we are not. Instead of it being just, oh, we, you know, this is the facts of the matter. Like I remember I would teach these herbal classes here in the States, and then people would be asking me some really silly questions. Have you ever really been to Africa? Yeah, I lived there. Yeah, but you know, in Africa, they never did this. Where in Africa are we talking about? When in Africa are we talking about? What country? There's over 54 countries. You know, what does that mean? But that, you know, what's the put it on importance? Is education put importance? It's not because the teachers aren't put in any level of importance.
They're really not. They don't get paid enough. They really don't. And these are educators. Like if it wasn't for our teachers, we we wouldn't know how to read or write. It's a lot of things we wouldn't know how to do. We spent so much time of our youth, early ages with them. I feel like they should be the millionaires, you know, because it wasn't easy.
What do we prize in our lives that is most important? Educators? Nope. Why would you want the masses to be educated? Why would you want people to actually have some information? And I'm not talking about that the flat earthers. I'm talking about like real education. Right?
Oh my!
That's sad. That's really sad. That's really sad. 'Cause I remember back during the pandemic, I heard a lot of that. Oh yeah, people, Africans knew about it. Yeah, Africans knew that the world was round for a very long time. Facts. Facts.
And
Documented.
that's true because people feel like because you're in a different continent, a different country, you're not educated, and really, it's more educated than what we are. I'll tell you that. They'll make things work, things that we never would have thought would make ends meet does. So that's one thing that annoys me as well. Why do you think there's lack of education in different countries, continents, and things of that sort? Why would the earth be flat? How could we stand in gravity? Okay. Woo. Don't get me started, Bubba.
That's deep. That's deep. That's deep. That's deep. But again, that's where a lot of stuff comes into play. Is what is important in a society. Drama, foolishness, booty shaking. What's important in a society? What's really important to a people? Education should be. And I'm not just saying educating on the things that we've been learning, educating about those things that are not always taught. You know, education is more than just learning. Because we learn history, we learn biology, we learn any mathematics. It's never us. It's always a history book. So that's why I say, even the liberal arts or the liberal the other aspects of learning is a history book that doesn't include most, definitely not black people, right?
Definitely doesn't. My favorite subject, liberal arts. I love it. I love it. But it definitely does not. It doesn't.
And we're talking about the elementary school level and otherwise, right? At not to mention collegiate level. You know, I was in grad school, and these these cats are there. This woman was from South Africa, so but squatter South Africa, Afrikaan,
Mm,
right?
got that. Huh.
And so you're talking about something in West Africa, in Benin City, and Benin Republic, and uh, in Ile Ife, talking about things from Ile Ife as well. But it's like when we're talking about art, I was like, you're not from there. Have you ever been there? No. Just because you're African, or you say that you're African, colonizer, that doesn't mean that you know anything about these other places because you probably never been there, and she didn't. And I'm like, what? Well, she's really African. I was like, okay, we gonna play that game, right? That's a cold piece of work.
That's nasty work there.
Cold piece of work. And so, looking at those things and being realistic on what is it that we are actually educating ourselves on, um, you know, what is being perpetuated while you're there. Because again, I got my bachelor's, and my master's, but so even within that, what is it that those things actually represent here when we speak of that, right? We're still looking for a status, right? So, because once you have that thing, that doesn't guarantee you nothing. Just you have a, a bachelor's or a master's degree, doesn't guarantee you anything unless you have some serious contacts, right? So,
It's funny because I feel like I learned more out on the streets than I did in school. That's how I feel, even through experience. I just,
that's not to say that
it's
education is wrong. I'm just saying that this it's like it's disproportionate in how we what we actually are learning. What are we learning about?
things we'll never use in real life. Well, that you think anyway, we won't. And I think that in the school system, I think a lot of things should be changed around. I think more life skills and other teachings would be
Yeah,
more beneficial.
have
You
been,
know,
right? That's the cold part. They did. You could get a internship or whatever or shop or X Y Z or you know or part of a labor or union or part of you going and doing X Y and Z. That's music is not even in the regular schools now. Not really.
right?
Creative arts is not in the regular. I mean, it's like it's these things that are after school programs, not part of the main curriculum. You know, things that
Financial education either.
huh?
Financial education is not included either, and I just don't understand that.
How often does somebody get taught how to learn how to make a what do you call it um, a business plan in school,
Oh, never, never.
right?
Never. You'll be lucky if you have a teacher that actually cares and kind of fits that in. Not that actually cares, but understands the importance of that and kind of fits it in a little bit into their lessons,
I mean, you
but not too often.
if you think a teacher, a good teacher is there because they want to be there. They want to teach, but they're handicapped. They're not getting the support. So yeah, sure. There's teachers that are frustrated or whatever, and then they can't even discipline the children.
And these kids are disrespectful. They're disrespectful. You could not pay me to disrespect my teachers when what? Oh no.
I'd have been toe up
To
before I
the
left.
flow up.
I left the school, and by the time I got home, yeah, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Just that level of disrespect, the level of not caring about school. School isn't important. School is an afterthought. Education is an afterthought. And that's a cold piece of work. What's on 841? I bored. Oh, I think it's just they're trying to come in. Yeah. So I think that's pretty interesting in itself, though. How all these things we hold importance to, but what is it that we actually hold importance to? I don't want to hear about Diddy anymore. I don't want to hear about um, things that aren't consistent. I don't care about Drake and whoever.
that's irrelevant to my life. There's no expertise on my table except want to jump out. Hey, how are you?
How you doing? I'm at Walmart right now getting my own change. I'm just gonna say a quick hi.
Oh, okay. Going at it.
I'm having issues with the signal right here right now, but I'm doing okay. I'm in a war with my coworkers right now, and gaslighting and toxicity and all that, and I'm just tired. I'm basically tired. So I'm part of like my community for my. And I can't hear you on the other end.
I haven't sent it. So when you talk,
I can't hear you.
You sound low,
I know.
Bubba. You sound very low.
huh?
You
Oh
sound
yeah,
very
now.
low.
Yeah, so it's low when somebody's talking.
Yeah, yeah, your voice is cutting out and it's low too. So I don't know if it's TikTok or anything, but it's,
Can you hear me?
yeah, now I'm hearing you a little bit.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So the background noise is what's stopping the.
But right now I'm just dealing with the toxicity in my work, and I'm dealing with my health as it is. I'm getting therapy, and this next week I'm going to be able to take medications with it. So it's slow but it's surely.
Yeah. Focus.
And about my person that I thought that he was the one, he's not. He just friends on me, but that's okay. I'm not gonna. He's still a friend of mine, so I just leave it at that. But I just want to say a quick hi and just pray for me. I really had to make decisions and choices regarding my health and regarding my sanity and regarding my job. It's like the thing of the matter is that I cannot believe that there's some people that feature themselves as Christians act so arrogant and so condescending and act the opposite way. And they think they're all that in a pack of chips, and I'm like, I cannot deal with that. And then they're praying for a house, they're praying for this and praying for that. And how can you ask God for things if they're acting the opposite way? That's why I just rather be away from Christianity altogether and just do my own thing.
Yeah. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, I just, no.
Yeah.
You cannot, how did, I mean, the thing that pisses me off the most is like, I have been praying for God for an specific wish in my life, and nothing happened. And I received an answer, no. That was the answer, no. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna walk away from it. I don't have nothing to do with it because I cannot. How can I gonna keep on living like this with no support system by myself struggling? I'm not going to get 4 or 5 jobs in order to just keep myself. I cannot do that anymore. I'm just done. I just want to walk away from it.
Yeah. You definitely can talk again one on one. You know, when you get it planned, go through those things, see what's going on. health wise, otherwise.
I mean, if there's a God, I would be having a family of my own. If there's a God, I would be like, I mean, I cannot say happily, 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 but at least I could get my things like a car, like, I mean, a job, like a good job or anything. It's always struggling for me. And I'm just getting to the point that I just, okay, I cannot say, oh, I have to be grateful, I have to be grateful. I have to be grateful for crumbs. That's the question. I cannot be grateful for crumbs. I cannot be grateful for all the trauma that I've been through, all the bad episodes that I've been through. I cannot be like that. I'm sorry. But anyway, I'm gonna go. I think they called me for getting my car done. So, because I'm at Walmart and everybody's listening to me, what's going on. But anyway, it's been a while. It's been a while I don't talk to you, and I just hope that things will go positive on your life and on yourself as well. So I'm gonna go. See you guys later.
Take care.
Take care.
All right.
Bye.
But it's important to realize too that our life is, there's so much in our life that we take for granted. But there's so much in our life that when we open ourselves up, we can have, so many other things going. But we have to really look at our life and what is our purpose, like we was talking about yesterday rather, other day. What is the purpose in life, in our life? Is it strictly to have things, or is it to have a family? Because sometimes we, in this country specifically, we equate making it, quote unquote, making it by having a job that pays X amount of money. But then how much are we really family wise putting the energy, effort, and time into family, finding a mate? And so I thought about that because um, working and doing the things that I do, sometimes, I work from home, I work here, I work there. And, what room are we creating for others? Are we really creating the space for others to be there for us, with us, around us? Um, and it's a struggle sometimes too, especially in this climate of dating and everything else. It's a lot. Prioritizing those things early in our lives and connecting to these things in our lives that gives us insight and blessings of children of all these things. What do we prioritize in our life as youth and adults? It's a, you know, it's always that balance too. What do we seek? What do we want in our life? And what are we working toward to do those things and opening up those passageways for people to be there in our life? It's it is definitely a challenge in a lot of ways. In the states, I go back to that again because it in the states we're taught from an early age that individualistic mentality is the way to go. Be an individual. You know, be the boss. An individual, not for self, not for anybody else, but only for self. That's what we're taught from a young age, right? Opening that doorway and saying you gotta have this, you gotta have this to be status, and da 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 da. In reality, you're missing out on everything else. Children, life, things that really matter. legacy, things that really matter in our lives. You know, status is nothing without, you know, things that we seek out. Is nothing monetary, because money comes and goes and comes again, like we said earlier, right? Money is not just some end all. That's what's going to save everything. The saving grace of everything is to have a bunch of money. Well, I mean, money makes things nice, but then even then, what is it that are we really striving after in our life that creates harmony? Money is not going to get you that harmony, you know. And again, doesn't mean you have to fear money or making it, but what's the purpose of it when you slave for it, right? What's the purpose of it if there's nobody to really share it with? There's a lot of folks that are coming to those grips of things and why things are moving in a certain way, things are flowing in a certain way. Why did not put that time, energy, and effort into something else before this? You know, there's a lot of people thinking in that pathway right now. These modern times. Um, Prioritizing happiness, not happiness and like, oh, everything has to be perfect. No, happiness in having a mate, having things that are flowing. You know, within our life creates harmony. What is our purpose in our life? For real. You know, it's always good to think about those things in a lot of ways because we can prioritize something that's, oh, as long as I got all this money, I'm good to go. As long as I got this job, I'm good to go. As long as I get this and such, I'm good to go. But like we learned in the pandemic, all that could be gone in a second. And people are running around trying to find toilet paper. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different flow. And I think it's important to really think about it. And what's the purpose of these things that we talk about or deal with or connect to or speak about in our lives? What is truly important to us, for us, around it? What truly gives us satisfaction in this life beyond just things? What in our life gives us insight, foresight, clear sight? Just things. I got things. I'm good. But that's not what gives you happiness. That's not what gives you focus. Things mean nothing. You don't have somebody that cares for you or you care for them. Or you're developing children. Otherwise, how important these things are to our life. And we forsake them for status symbols, status things. Those things are meaningless in the retrospect of all the things that we seek to accomplish in our lives. Why do those things make sense? Why are those things even a part of our daily routine? Do they even mean anything to us at all? Is there anything that they actually physically represent for us at all? Do they actually give us anything at all? Think about these things fully. What are we doing in our life that creates harmony? That bring harmony not only to us, to others, to ourselves and others. That's the real purpose in our life, is to think about what brings success in our life. I appreciate everybody for stopping through. It's almost 8 o'clock here, and I got to get to my other work, if I work, feeding that big butt and all that good stuff. Because there's so much in our life that we take for granted. So much in our life that we don't actually focus in on that is just as important as any of these other so-called things that we latch onto. So what about these things makes it worthwhile to crave and covet them? Nothing. Things are things are things. End of the day, what makes these things valuable in our life? Things come and go. Depreciate as soon as you get them. What in our life is truly important? A car, clothes, temporary things that are meaningless to our life, have no purpose in our life really, except sustenance. Whether you got $500 shoes or you got $120 shoes, the shoes. It's quality of shoes, but they're all coming from the same sweatshop. Believe that. All come from the same sweatshop. We start thinking that it don't. Hey, that's when you really gotta start checking ourselves. All those same shoes that we covet and crave and talk and whoop and whop over, all come from the same sweatshop. Harming and hurting other folks. Meaningless status symbols. Lives. Meaningless status symbols. A watch, a car, a Gucci bag, or whatever foolishness that people try to attach themselves to. That don't have no relevance to our life in any respect. It's a cold, cold world, right?
Boy, is it.
So we put so much importance on those things instead of the things that are really meant to give us insight and love and things. Just like the sister just got off of here. It's not fair. No, it's not. It's really not. But what is the priority in our lives at a young age? We just talking about education before she came on. What's the priority in our young age? To gain, obtain, to be an individual, be independent. End of the day, was it actually guide us to and give us? Absolutely nothing. Heartache.
What is that song? What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. I told you my mind going places, Papa. Oh,
Say it again now.
yes.
War. Yeah. But you know, think about that. What are we prioritizing in our life? We speak of spiritual things or spirit or religion, but spirit, really opening ourselves up to understanding our purpose, all of our purpose in life, our focus in life. What are we here for? What is our purpose? How do we obtain this purpose? Guide it, purpose. Understand it, purpose. The rest is irrelevant, right? What are we trying to connect to and build on, build with? Status symbols? Word? Word? Status? Yeah, that makes sense. Huh?
A status. Ooh,
Status for who exactly? For people that don't have nothing either?
trying to impress broke folks. We broke too. We don't care about that. Ah,
Why? Why would I care about that? What? Oh, you rolling? But you living on a trailer in a trailer on the side of the road. But you got a fly beamer. You rolling though?
yeah.
Priorities. What's really important? I know they don't value teachers or education, right? This country doesn't value it, and people don't demand that they value it.
Do you know teachers don't even get paid for summer school? They don't get paid during the summer. That is wild to me. How are they surviving? They have to get another job.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just it's wild to me. Oh
Most
my goodness.
do have to get another job on top of it. They I won't say they don't get paid for summer school, but they're because there's a yeah, it's crazy that the things that teachers aren't valued at all. Teachers aren't valued. You know, fully truly developing self is not valued outside of gimmicks.
And those are the essential workers, in my eyes anyway.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. That's cuckoo for me. But that's just like we were talking about earlier, the importance that people put on education. Not a whole lot. Unless it's like, oh, I'm gonna get this good job. A job it could be taken away from you in a flash of a second. You know how to really create a platform for yourself, as far as making a business, creating or producing something. So you can really have status. What are you producing? Job can be taken away. Not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. I get it, but that's not even an option for people talking about things. That's the cold part. 100%. That's the cold part. It's not. That's not even part of the conversation. Why would you want to be a producer? Why would you want to produce something, make something, create a business? for yourself. Why not promote that in your own community? Right? For black people, I'm talking about. And brown people. Definitely black people. It's not promoted like that. It's not. It's not promoted. And if it is, it's for show, so that the status again. So that you can prove something to somebody. That's the cold part. Why is that not really talked about or dealt with? Right? Because it's not important to people. Right? Rather talk about Drake and Kendrick. So what's that got to do with my life? For real, for real. How's that feeding me in any kind of way? How's that putting anything on my table or helping with education in any kind of way? It's not. Status. I'm out of here with that. Care less about status. Out of here with that. That's a waste of time, energy, and effort. So, either way, but those are the distractions that we were talking about earlier too, right? The distractions people get caught up in and not really looking at the reality of what is around them. Give me a status symbol rather than where I can't pay for nothing else, but I got the status symbol with, wearing these shoes, these tennis shoes, made in a sweatshop, really worth only $2, $2, but we're paying 500 for them because they got a symbol on it.
But you're fly. That's what matters. As long as you look good. My mom used to always say you could have the same outfit and wear it every single day. As long as it's clean and it's ironed and looks nice, people would never know. People would never know.
I mean, the importance of just that, of to put in the hard work before you get X, Y, and Z status. You know, how often is that really pushed and promoted? If you want those status things, then you put in the work, and not just to gloat or push anybody else. If people around you don't got it, why would you want it for yourself to prove it to somebody else that don't got it?
That's why I always said if I was to ever win the lottery or ever become rich, there's only so many things I could possibly buy. But then I would, I would want to help other people too. Like if I'm going to eat, you're going to eat. We're all going to eat together. That's more important to me. Even if I got to give it all away, I will.
Well, we got crab in a barrel mentality, though, right? Crabs in the barrel. If I'm eating and I'm good, I could care less about anybody else. But that's something that we were that was pushed down our throats during slavery, during colonization, during all this other stuff. I never had, so I need this. No, you don't. You don't need it. You want it, but you don't need it.
This quote keeps on coming in my head. I don't know where it comes from, but it says, save you, save two. You go save two. So
why worry about something that's if everybody in your community that you looking around at, it doesn't have X, Y, and Z, and if they do, what's the priorities in schools and businesses and X, Y, and Z in the midst of it, so that it's not just one generation. Rich is one generation. Rich can be taken away in one generation. Status ain't jack if you don't have longevity. You can have what's the name all day long, but if it's if it's only one generation, it was worthless. If it ain't sustained over more than one generation, it's worthless.
Comes in different forms.
Right, it does. But even if you're talking about status and building land, property, developing, growing, something that generation after generation after generation will have, that is status. You had this for just for 10 generations. You got da 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 da. That's status. That's status for real. You got something over 5 generations. That's status. But having shoes, car that depreciates as soon as you get it, here, come on. Something missing in that. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Nope, you're not wrong. You're right. Cause $600 weave just to wear it for 2 weeks and throw it away. Oh
Oh
my gosh.
no.
Oh
So
my gosh.
there's somebody I remember that had like $1,800 weave. $1,800. Could barely pay their rent. But had an $1,800 weave.
That is wild. Oh my goodness. You know what I could do with $1,800?
That's
What?
what I'm saying. You
Oh,
could invest just $600 and get that and some
yes.
more.
Exactly.
You could $1,000 into a business. I'm just saying.
Watch it grow.
Right.
Like the weave won't.
Like the weave on, exactly. Yeah. But that's so it's a cold shot in the world, but that's like the importance. It's the main point. The importance of status symbols over building an economy and let others coming in and build that. And I can't be mad at others that come in and make the money off of us. I can't. Because they're looking at it like, okay, well, bad. If you want this, I'll provide it for you. 100%. I got you. I don't care. I'm going to get paid. Right? And so that's, well, I'm going to get paid like you. I want to be in your office like you. I don't want to create a business. I want to create just like you. What? Where?
But the difference between you and other people is that you're actually growing generations. Growing. Even is whatever you're doing, you're still growing generations and setting them up for success. So that's the difference, you know? So I'd rather invest all my money into you because I know you're going to grow. It's going to grow and you're going to help grow it and, so on and so forth.
And
So,
helping others too. So it's like
yes,
not
of
just,
course.
you know, that's why, you meet in synergy. X, Y, Z. Okay, well, bet she's a business owner, a black business owner in North Carolina, right? So you connect to her, you build with her, you support a black business.
And that is important, no matter how much it costs as well.
Right. But it's like that. That is the mentality. We why they go give a French designer that has nothing to do with anything or never gave anything to your neighborhood or anybody that look like you, like for real, let's go support that person that doesn't care about you at all. Word.
Well, these logos already very specifically said they don't want hair weaves in their bags, and the Timberlands that we get and all of that, they're not meant for style. They're meant for work. Those are work boots. Specifically said that. And what do? We
Nah, they got
go buy them for style.
right. And so the thing is that again, the importance of things that we put on status symbols. You see somebody wear it in the thing, and they're not producing those shoes. They're not producing X, Y, and Z. I was watching this thing on the net the other day, and it was interesting to me because it's kind of popped up on my thing, my feed. But it was talking about uh, her Patti LaBelle's uh, pies, right? She didn't produce those pies. It doesn't. What community though? Or is it really a black-owned business, or she just slapped her name on it?
She definitely slapped her name on it. She definitely did. There's no way that she's making those pies all in one day.
No,
No.
no, no. So you know what I'm saying? What does it mean really to support a black business? You know what I mean? Are you supporting a corporate business, or are you supporting a black business? What does that look like? That's really what should be talked about. Above and beyond all this other Drake and Kendrick and da 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 da. I could care less about Drake and Kendrick, straight up and down. You know, they represent corporate entities. That's what they represent. Corporate entities. That's what they represent. Corporate
And that
entities.
goes deep, deeper than anybody can imagine.
Corporate,
Whew.
right? That's what they represent. Corporate entities. So regardless of how, when, or where, and what those things look like, I mean, really looking at those things and saying, what is it that I am truly supporting in my life? So that's one thing. If those corporate entities are helping or developing those communities that they're coming from, they're not. They're not. They're not. I guarantee it. I guarantee they're not. So while you tweaking out about what they're saying 24/7, they could care less about you. For real. For real, for real. They represent corporate entities. And why is that important to know? Because, those things are what people are tweaking out about and talking about 24/7, but don't have any understanding of what it is that they're supporting. For real, for real. Maybe they do. I don't know. I can't put, words in somebody's mouth. Just because you see a black face on it, don't necessarily mean it's always a black business that you're supporting. Because they get pennies on a dollar. They're not really getting paid. An artist gets pennies on a dollar. And even if, Drake is a multi-million, whatever, corporate entity that he represents. Believe it. Why would I care about a corporate entity? At least credit unions, start talking about credit unions or something like that. I don't know. Something other than a corporate entity. That's a cold shot. You know, the things we attach ourselves to on a daily basis, calling it reality. They profit off of your reality all day long, no doubt. They love profiting off of you all the time.
And when you stop supporting them, their status is depleted. That's the thing.
So what's the importance of your paying homage to that that corporate entity, and that's what you're doing, worshiping that corporate entity.
What about our ancestors, huh? Jeez.
And we just talked about that earlier. It's like, so when we talk about the status or this thing that we're dealing with, what is it that opens that doorway up to creating harmony in our pathway, in our daily life, in our people that look like us, in the things that we make and dismake and don't make. What are we doing by supporting these corporate entities that don't support us, that don't have to support us, right? Because they don't. I can give a few basketball players and a few what's names millions of dollars, but keep the majority of cats tweaking and geeking over pennies on a dollar. Just saying.
It's very true. You don't see a lot. And I just feel like the ones that do actually care about the community and push through trying to give knowledge and wisdom, they don't make it. They don't make it, which is sad. Nipsey Hussle. A lot of people didn't know how great he was until he transitioned. But his books and the books that he suggested to read and giving back to the community and things of that nature.
About that in the past. Well, maybe he was.
Yes, somebody unalived him a couple of years ago.
Yeah, oh no,
But a
he
lot
was.
of people, oh, sorry. A lot of people didn't understand how much wisdom and knowledge this man had. Very smart man, and it took for him not to be here for people to hear him. So
You know,
sad.
that's the cool part about it, right? So, what is the actual things that we seek in our life that are creating harmony in our life and those that look like us? And so that's the status foolishness that folks get caught up in. What are they really looking for, status wise, temporary status that has nothing to do with their daily lives. And if it does, okay. But how does that help anybody else? That's my second question. How does that help anybody else? It don't. Create entertainment, drama. That's nice. But does that build any kind of fortification of business districts for real, across the nation? No. Talks about their status though. Great. You got cars and you got this, you got that. Good for you. Now what? So what? Crabs in a barrel. I got mine. I don't care about you. I don't care about nobody but myself.
Hood rich.
Yeah,
Hood rich.
exactly. Individualistic thinking. Individualistic thinking. I'm an individual. I could care less about anyone else. An individual. That's the mentality. It's about me and nobody else. I could care less about what people do or say. Let's talk about Drake and Kendrick all day long. Yeah? There's people that's don't have a home. Are not eating. Families. Not because usually the narrative of homeless people are that it's people on drugs and X, Y, and Z. This families out there. Families.
Veteran.
Veterans.
They
Exactly.
go,
Somebody
you
that
know,
fought for
fight
something
and
in this country, right? But
yeah, and
even
come back and nothing for them. Sad.
black
It's
veterans,
sad.
you know, Synergy is a veteran, right? That's a cold world to be in. That what is it that we promote again? Go to war for us, but when you come back, it care less about you. Oh, you got Agent Orange, you got little things going on, and we've been experimenting with you on there. But I don't care. That's the mentality. Go do this, and whatever. As long as I got mine. Really? Word? You got yours. Nobody got anything. Is okay with you. People
Eat and
still.
don't want to see other people eat. I can never understand that. I can't.
That's a cold world. It's a cold world. Individualistic. All about me. Me, 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 me. That's a cold world. It's a jacked up world, really. It's all about you. All of it. That's kill us about your shoes, your clothes, all of that is taken away in a day. It means nothing. Nothing. So you got a few tokens that do X, Y, and Z to have X, Y, and Z. So what? What's that got to do for anybody else? Nothing. I'm not saying that people have to give what they work for, but I'm saying it's like, what's the purpose? You're promoting this thing that has nothing to build anybody else, but to make you feel like, oh, like the 80s. I always go back to the 80s. You look at a lot of the shows in the 80s. Ricky Schroeder, Silver Spoon. It's that same kind of mentality still today, though. Nothing's changed. You haven't made it unless you made it. Bigger the better.
My goodness, Bubba.
There used to be like these. I talk about this all the time. There used to be these in Oakland anywhere. I don't know if it was anywhere else, but there used to be these rims that would make noises like they were spinning, like they were like burning rubber, and it would make the noise, but it just spinned. Right? Like Yeah, that's stupid.
Yes, I remember.
What the? That's the first. What the? What?
Why? Just why? Why?
Front. That's the ultimate of fronts, right? Make it look like. Hey, damn you. That's
A
crazy.
waste of money. My gosh.
How many people are starving? Dumb stuff. But again, sell you the moon, especially if you're not producing. They'll sell you the moon. Why is that important to life?
Got to start thinking about what is important.
Your purpose in life is important. You know, people want to be part of African tradition, but don't want the tradition part of it. Right?
Then that makes no point. It's no point. Stay Americanized.
That's what it is, though. It's like so like anything else, if something can be exploited and put into a whatever, right? Something actually going to help you emotionally, physically, spiritually is unimportant. And I'm not talking about just some glorified pimp, you know, preaching.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. You hit that right on the nail, I'll tell you that.
That ain't that's just as bad as as anything else. You balling with codes and rolling on X, Y, and Z. Say what? Okay, that's deep, y'all.
Them poor people, they be giving up all their money for a pimp in a Cadillac. I mean, a preacher in a Cadillac.
For real.
I'm sorry.
No, that's exactly what it is. But it's like so can you blame them though in a greater sense because that's like what has been promoted and pushed in so many different directions that's what's important. Connect with somebody that's gully on X, Y, and Z, that's dealing with this, that, that's fronting and woofing you. Not actual results. Not physical, not real results. Just I can woof you down. I'm talking about real results. You know, but that's an interesting road to travel because then looking at all of these things that is opening up to people because there's also a lot of information out there like on African traditional systems on other things, but what exactly is being promoted when we look at these shoes and clothes and serve a purpose for anything except for looking down on somebody else that's beneath you. They're not even looking down on somebody beneath you, looking at somebody that's right across the street from you, right next door to you. I got this. You ain't got it. What? Where? Where? This status. So what? You want a lollipop? You know what I'm saying?
When it gets taken away, you're right there back at ground zero, and you have
Right.
to build your way up. And it's a continuous cycle.
Yeah. And it is at a cycle. Cycle. Psycho and psycho.
Exactly.
But it's again only because that's what's been promoted and pushed on us too. So I'm not saying that that's not a factor because it is. It's pushed to us. I want to be like Massa. I become like Massa. I'm okay. I mean, because before uh, segregation happened, and there was a lot of things. There was a lot more black businesses that supported black people. And I'm not saying that it was right that they did X, Y, and Z. I'm saying that there was more black businesses that supported black people. And so once that happened, then what would happen? Oh, we run to the, Mr. Such and Such because I want to be like him because he got the da 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 da. I want to be an Italian. I'm gonna be an Italian today, and I'm a pump this up. Da, 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 da. I'm gonna take on the names and take on this da, 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 da. I mean, that's the kind of mentality. I'm gonna be this. I'm gonna be that. Pump that. That's a slave mentality. So many people saying I'm not no slave, but you sure are picking that cotton for real.
Sure is. Oh man.
Over priorities of other things. For real. What is
This is why we have great educators like you, Baba, to put us on.
this is funny to me. I look at that and I always I'm not perfect. I'm not whatever. It always amazes me the things that we promote and push. We serve people that don't look like us. We serve and seeking to promote things that are, you know, surrounding us and say, yeah, we're really this. Okay, cool. Somebody came up and was like, oh, the original Jews were uh were Yoruba.
Um.
Right. That's what somebody told me. And so then I know he wasn't necessarily pushing it in that way. We were having this dialogue though. And it was interesting because, when you think about that, you always want to associate with someone else. Whereas before there was anything called that, there were black people. Toi. Before there was anything connected or built with any of those things. And I'm not seeking to disrespect or push down anybody. I'm just saying that we always love to associate ourselves with other things and other people. Like that's why I even talked about, even the Afro Colombian, the Afro Peruvian, the Afro, these black people that all over the globe. Call me crazy. I'm just saying. What are we really promoting in our life to our children, to ourselves. What are we really wanting in our life to be successful? What is success? What is success? What is success? I'm not going to deny my children these status symbols. Word.
Shoot, I will. You need a job.
You're not going to deny. You're not going to deny them history about themselves. You could deny history about X, Y, Z, but you're not going to deny them these status symbols. I'm confused. What does that mean? Like for real, for real. Am I hearing that correctly? Or am I just? I don't get it.
My son learned real fast when he got his first job last year. He was on the symbol status, telling you he wanted to keep up with the Joneses, and he was spending his money on sneakers and all this stuff. And he turned to me and was like, "Mommy, I don't know where my money went. I don't know." So I bet you this year he's not doing that. He's like, "Everything's expensive nowadays." I'm like, "Yes, I try to tell you." And now, so we have an understanding. So you need to save money. Save.
Exactly. What does it look like? What are you really wanting in your life for real? And that's the value of really using it properly. That's real. What are you trying to really develop? So, you know, I said a lot of things tonight or today. Um, Health, though. If you look at health, the amount of time, energy, and effort we put on other things, but how much time do we put on mental, emotional, physical health? How much, or when, and how we put that type of energy into the things we put our energy into all this other stuff. So put African tradition to the side. Just health, you know.
Health is
For real. A mental, emotional, spiritual health. What does that look like? Are we really trying to promote things that don't have that represent a corporate entity? Why would I want to, any way, shape, or form, promote that as much as possible, right? Because there's always going to be things that we do that is just there, right? Whether you work a 9 to 5 or not. But why spend our money on leisure things that don't really promote the benefit in education and the emotional, physical, spiritual development, economic development as a whole in that environment, those environments? Because that's not popular. Straight up and down. That's why we don't promote it. That's why it's not promoted. It's not popular. Education is not popular unless you're doing something for sports or otherwise. Education is not popular. We got enough athletes. We need some scientists.
You have enough rappers too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 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 yeah. But that's not what's promoted. And you can say this system, this whatever, and that. But are you promoting that to your child? That ain't nothing to do with the system. That's you promoting it to your child.
We are their first teachers, so we have to make it count.
Like that's not fair. Why are you doing such and such? Okay, but every leader that we've had sought to do so. But individually, individuality is what's promoted, not community. No matter what the rhetoric says and how it gets down, individualistic. I gotta have, and I don't want nobody else to have because they got it. Then they gonna outdo me. Individualistic. I don't care about the sneaker. Care about none of that foolishness. So when Timberland starts to support black communities, I'll be buying Timberlands. When Versace start to support and connect with black communities, I'll be buying Versace. When Gucci starts promoting black communities and helping black communities and college funds and X, Y, and Z and helping with education, I'll be supporting Gucci if they do that. Be the first in line to do so. Promoting nothing that has nothing to do with me or my community at all. Nope, not gonna do it. Why do you go to Goodwill? Cause shoot, the you'd be surprised how many people go to Goodwill that are not in a status searching mentality that got money.
Hey, Goodwill has nice things.
I'm trying
I
to
like
tell
thrift shops too. Oh my gosh, that's yes.
you. I'm just saying, so if you go to Berkeley right now, you'd be surprised at how many people are dressed whatever. Like I remember I was a mailman and this cat was on the street and the next day I was up in his neighborhood, up in the hills in Berkeley. Right? Hey, what's going down? That's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for me. I'm just saying. I think that's kind of cuckoo. Abo Raboye. Making some things. No. But that's really where my brain is for real. It's talking about like Akboato Sorigurufu. Um, that's what I'm thinking right now. Somebody asked me, what are you thinking? I'm thinking I don't want no status symbols. I'm thinking I could care less about Versace or Gucci or any of that foolishness. I'm thinking about business. I am an herbalist. So my business is to help heal people. I'm a babalao. My business or the work that I do is to seek to help and develop people. Okpon, Idajo, Iwakbale, wisdom, justice, and good character. Everybody has to do what I do? No, they don't. At least promote to your children that there's a possibility to do it. The idea of owning a business instead of patronizing a business, giving, something that you can sustain and give a lot longer and have a lot longer. It's work, of course. Everything is work. It's facts. That's supposed to be. It's work. It's work to promote and push and do a business. No doubt. Okay, I guess this could be a problem. Yeah. Yep. Status. Status on the Gladys.
Well, that was a wild ride.
I'm just, I'm,
I know, I was only kidding.
things to do with things. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. You know. We got enough of other promoting all kind of foolishness. Why not promote something that's gonna be, you know, useful to people? The development and growth of people. That's the most important. So, I'm probably gonna go out and what's the name now? It's 8:55 and emerging. I'm gonna finish this stuff first. At least two of these, right? It's good medicine.
Yes, I'm gonna start my day when my baby gets back. He's doing his training for his job this summer. So yes, have to wait for the kiddo. It's my baby. I'm so proud of him.
Good. That's good. That's good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep, yep. Taking care of the babies. Babies are not so much babies, right? They always will be your baby.
Yes, but they're, you know, little people in a big world.
Yep, yep, yep.
That's our generation growing. They will be the leaders of this world one day. So if I can raise them up, great. Then I know I did something good.
Exactly, exactly. Especially boys, black boys and girls, but black boys. You have black boys.
Yes.
So yeah, She said she wants to be a paleobotanist. I was like, yeah, a botanist. That's what's up.
Yes. Wow.
Loving it, loving it, loving, loving it. That's like sciences, right? That's what's not promoted to girls, really, but sciences.
It's definitely different and not on everybody else's wing, you know? So that's beautiful. I love it.
Yes, I am so proud. But that's the things that we seek to accomplish in our life. At what cost, or what place, what space. You know. Anyway, let me get off my soapbox. I'm just if I these are shades and um, medicines that I'm making are are good for a lot of different things. They actually promote health in a lot of ways, and then they also promote um, because the herbs and things that are in it specifically A1, and then the specific things that it represents. Not just represents, but is actually activates more so than anything else. It doesn't just represent it; it activates it. So because this is a science, herbs, roots, things that have purpose or cause or focus, um, you know, anyone seeking to gain more inside the body, fire or herbs. I know I've been kind of going and riffing on a lot of different things, but that's what I've been kind of going through. Thinking about these things all the time. Like you were saying earlier, how can I open up this doorway to aid and help and develop self and others? You know, it's important. How to use a platform to actually aid people, not just self, and not just rhetoric either. You know, because a lot of things that we look at in our lives are based off of rhetoric. And what exactly is process? What are we seeking to accomplish with this process? What are you seeking to be guided with or in with this process? You know, these are thoughts, deep thoughts by John Handy.
I was thinking that too because those are my thoughts. Like, how do we start? Where do we go? You know, how do we do this? So that's mainly been in my head. A lot. Because it's important and to do it the right way. Because anybody can set up shop.
Right.
But
And then,
you need to do it the right way.
mentor folks and connect with folks and do those things too. And I do. Folks do. And I know people are doing work. But that kind of stuff, those kinds of things aren't being promoted. Nobody's talking about people doing work unless it's some status attached to it, or trying to prove something to somebody one way or the other. Right? You know, work. There's a few episodes I gotta do today. Gotta feed that big butt in a minute, though. I gotta go and get those things to do that. For certain.
But Baba, make sure you get some good food today too.
Food is good. I like food. Food good. Food good.
To sustain your energy.
Somebody got to do it. Why not me? Yeah. But you know what? It's funny because it's some stuff that I gotta do for someone's OD. So actually, that's when I'll be eating. Because then you can't give something without tasting it too.
I like food.
Like food, good, food, good, food, good, food, good. You got to do it every once in a while, sustain the body more than every once in a while. You got to sustain yourself in a healthy way.
Yes, I know. No ding dongs today, no Twinkies.
Yeah. Yepper. It's a good thing, though. Life is good. I cannot complain an inch or a mile. Although I just did, didn't I? Yeah.
That was not complaining. That was expressing your feelings on foolishness of the world and the generations to come. No, that was not complaining at all. It's something for all of us to think about. 'Cause, we do get easily distracted in these type of things, even if we don't know that we are. So we love your knowledge and the knowledge of Ifa.
Appreciate Ifa. Appreciate the comments. I'm just a peon in the mix, trying to make sure that I do something for more than just self.
That is something every single day. Every day you do. You do. Whether you know it or not, but you do. Even what you're doing now. That's not just for self. That's
Yeah.
to heal and to get people where they need to be. So that's beautiful. I can't wait till I get to that point.
Yeah. Already. You got munchkins. You already doing it.
Those my babies.
The babies. Got to promote the babies. Yeah. But no, it's all good. Tomorrow. What's today? Today the 18th. Yeah. Tomorrow is my birthday. Just in case you didn't hear me like 50 times saying that. But tomorrow's my birthday. Tomorrow's my birthday. It's also the day my father transitioned. What time and date that I was born too. That was a trip. Um, you know, and my pops was always talking about A.G. Gaston, one of the first black millionaires in the state, because see you need and feel it. That's what's his big thing. He say it all the time. Um, and it's interesting because um, back when A.G. Gaston was around, and he did things. He's the one who funded the civil rights movement, amongst many other things. It's interesting too because you start to look at those things and how we actually really think of how and when and what we promote to ourselves and others as status. And I can't go there again. I promise I'm not gonna go there again.
No, it's fine. I'm
But going there, dealing with, connecting to, you know, entrepreneurialism, and not just for self and self only, but entrepreneurialism that helps others around you. Because of course we can always do things for self, um, and it always starts out that way because generally most people don't believe in your idea, thoughts, or things that you do until you've made it, right? Um, but promoting a black business, talking to a black business, dealing with a black business, you know, well, there's no black business around us. You'd be surprised how many folks is around you that you may have crossed over for a long time because you thought their products or whatever were whatever, you know. But it's really intentional, that idea. Um, and I don't compare myself to anybody, so don't expect me to be like, oh, we need to be more like. Nope, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that promoting a black business, going to a black business, Slider Great is important. Not everybody's going to be a school teacher. Not everybody's going to be an entrepreneur. But those dollars, those things help other people, right? One black business supports another black business, and another black business supports another black business. And then it doesn't have to be this grandiose thing, all in the public eye. It can just be something that's done on a consistent basis. And I think that's important. Whether it be mine or someone else's, but supporting it, connecting to it, building with it, investing in it. If that's so your desire to do, to invest in something, invest in a black business today. Aid it. That means promoting it on your page or promoting it on somewhere or talking about the place that you've gone to that is a black business. And then, holding those black businesses accountable. How are they actually helping that community that they're in? How often are they spilling their dollars in that community? Because as a consumer, if that's what you choose to be as a consumer, you are responsible to hold those accountable who are there in your vicinity accountable. You know, so if somebody supports a black business, how often does that black business go back and support another black business? Or are we like crabs in a barrel? And I'm not just talking about here in California. I'm talking about other states too, because TikTok goes further just past California. Clearly, you know, are we only supporting the ones that we care about? Are we supporting all black businesses? It's a nice catchphrase, but how many of us actually doing it?
very important.
Mm-hmm. No matter where you are, you're in Massachusetts or you're in wherever that may be, how you promoting and pushing, developing a black business. I remember I went into this bookstore. I was doing landscape design stuff like that at that time, and it was a black bookstore. So I went and I bought books in there before, and I was like, oh, I have a flyer. It's not no slight on them one way or the other, but it's just the kind of mentality that sometimes things how they work out to be. I said, oh, can I put a flyer in your space and I'll support you too if you have anything that you want to do X, Y, Z. And I remember the person, and I remember this vividly because it was like it was interesting to me. The person was like, "You need to step your game up." Or,
Ah,
yeah, it was deep. It was deep. It was deep. It was
that's
deep.
what you're trying to do by promoting
Their
and
business.
supporting.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. It was kind of deep. I remember that. It was interesting because they soon after that closed down. And that's not to say, oh, okay, ha ha ha. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's interesting how maybe it was these things that they sought to push and promote self individualistically instead of promoting other businesses to other black businesses. You need to step your game up. Wait, what? Hold on now. I'm doing a business. I'm coming to you. Can I put my flyer in your business? As I'm always, spending money with your business. That was deep. Black grabbing in a barrel mentality is something deeper than just words, right? Um, and that's not to say she has to put my stuff in her stores. That's not what I'm saying at all. It just the thought of it, because all she could have just said was just no. But it was more like a demeaning kind of mentality, and it's interesting because that crab in the barrel mentality is real, for real. Somebody perceives something or thinks something, which they don't even understand what it is or what they're looking at, but because that Willie Lynch crab in the barrel mentality is something that is not just in the past, but it is now amongst us. Not anybody outside our community, amongst us. Just something to think about. What is it we really promote?
Absolutely, without any monetary gain as well. Because I'm pretty sure if you'd be like, "Hey, I'll give you this," she probably would have done it. But it doesn't. It's not taking away from her. It was, boosting you up like you boost her up, and I think that's fair. Because one hand always washes the other. You know. But
I told
I feel like
you, give me. I didn't have my hand out. I was like, look, this is a business. Do you mind if I do this, or do you have anything that you know of that X, Y, and Z? And this is just the kind of work that I did at that particular time, right? And I had a lot of businesses that I tried to that I did at that time. Herbs always was in the loop. Um, Medicinal herbs always was in the loop. So it wasn't just that. She knew me for other things that I did, but it was like that crab in a barrel mentality. No, mind you, she again not obligated to do any of that, but she also was not obligated to be a crab in a barrel either. Had that kind of mentality either. And I think that was this was like back in the The 90s? No, it was 90s, 2000s. Oh no! It was 90s. It was 90s, 90s. But that's it's interesting in a lot of ways how one will be pit against the other too. And and again, I've been a lot of places in the country, in the states, United States, and outside the country, but and seeing how people move. Um, but that crab in a barrel mentality is real, very much so, more than um, Unfortunately, when I went down to the south, it was like that too. And I get it, people are, uh, you know, coming from a place of wanting, and then well, if I promote you, how is that gonna promote me? How am I gonna be fed? Because I promote you, you know. But that's like again, that's the mentality. Crabs in the barrel, Willie Lynch syndrome. Whether that letter is real or not, it is a real thing.
Very unnecessary.
You know, and it's true. Those kinds of mentalities are rampant in the black community too. Hey, Aaron, da 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 da. Because it's true. It's true.
We're not known to really support each other as much as other people do support their people. That's something we all, definitely need to work on. Because I don't want to have that mentality. That's nasty work. Oof.
That's a cold shot in the dark. But again, all I can say is like, oh, okay, well, that's how you get down. That's how you get down. I'm not gonna argue with you about how you get down, right? And she kept going on and look how you look. Da, 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 da. Again, status. Mm, that's a cold shot. But I was the early days of me doing what I do with herbs and things. I've always done it though. I used to sell at the Ashby Flea Market and stuff like that too, and it was cool. I remember that. That was cool. That actually was nice because you could firsthand deal with a lot of black businesses all at one time. When it was, I haven't been up there in a while. Um, but that was pretty cool. I remember that back in the '90s and 2000s, and and actually there was an elder um, black woman who really saw what I was doing, herbs and Ifa, and I wasn't doing Ifa then, but herbs and other things, herbs and promoting and selling books and selling other stuff. She was like, because I remember I would go help her at the market, and I'm saying that because um, it was interesting because I remember she was not about that crab in the barrel. A lot, there's other, a few brothers that were there too. A lot of people that were there, not just a few, a lot. And it was really interesting because
Bubba, you cut out.
I know the alarm was going off, trying to tell me it's 8 o'clock. I already passed that though. So yeah, so that it was cool because I did see that. So I don't want to always just be a sour puss. Oh no, black people help black people. That's not true either. There are black people that help black people. It's just not enough of us that do it.
Yes, I stand corrected. Absolutely, you're right.
You know, because there are lot of black businesses that do support, but you know, a lot of black folks that do support black businesses rather. Um, and so those are things I think that's not amped up or talked about either. But I know that there are a lot of folks that when we look at these things, we assume a lot. Just because you have a business doesn't mean you got money. Shit, you know, you maintain, you get things moving, you get things flowing, and it's really important to realize that a black business is a black business, a business that that is being promoted and pushed and opened in a certain way. Um, Opening that doorway and having a good dialogue about these things, and that's really what I'm seeking to promote: a good dialogue about things I'm speaking about. Not really to call people out, but to call people out. Because it's good to, I know we hear it a lot and we promote it a lot, but beyond February, we need to support black businesses. Beyond February, we need to start studying and learning these things about business, about economic um, building blocks to help our children to have a sustained focus on that as well. And that's really what I'm trying to promote as a whole. Is, that's why I was trying to. That's why I like having these forums and talking to people on TikTok and other places and spaces, um, because then things happen because of not just dialogue but actually action. So there's been many people I've been able to connect to that I've been able to, to patronize, to give to, and to uh, their businesses promote and do their business and aid their businesses in one way or the other. Um, yeah. Fan, fan base. Has anybody dealt with that before? I was trying to figure out what that was. Um, I don't know specifically.
I personally have not heard of it.
There was a big push for it at one point, but I haven't heard anything else from it since. But I guess Isaac Hayes' son or something like that was rolling it, running it or something. But I don't know what's the status of it now. It's still going or not, or what's the feedback from the stuff that's going on with it. Um, but I'm always just looking for other opportunities. So that's why I like to do that too, is talk to folks about opportunities of what it is that they do, business wise and otherwise, because hey, when I talk about what you do, when I talk about your business that you can have free of charge, I'm not asking for anything. Um, if you sell whatever, or if you do whatever, let me know. I'm always down to connect with or build with something that you produce, that you make with your hands. Because there's a lot of us out here that do, that make things with our hands, or just create things and have a service, which is important. Or have a service for folks to go and patronize one way or the other. You know, opening that doorway, having those conversations, um, connecting and building. That's why there was a real estate person on here before. I remember I had talked to, and she was, I forget where she was. I think she was in Texas. Oh no, I think she was in Georgia. But I actually really want to start traveling to other states. Not travel, but as far as like with business wise, with EFI wise, with other things, collaborate with folks and connect with folks. So, you know.
Wonderful.
Um,
You have a lot of students on the East Coast, so that'll be wonderful. I think that's a sign you should come down here.
Hey, got enough folks for me to come out there. I definitely come and build folks, do classes, and you know, that's really what it comes down to. And true, I sell bulk herbs, bulk medicinal herbs. That I get from Nigeria, that I get from whatever, putting together formulas and crochets and um, making different things. Soon, Irokes and stuff like that. But I definitely make those things. It's good to be able to make your tools um, and medicines and things like that. Knowing what herbs and things that grow around you on a regular basis, which is really important, that people discard every day, that they walk across or step on. You know, that's why I do classes on herbology. What are herbs? What is herbalism? That's one of the classes that I do. I was gonna do it on here, but it just nobody really came through. So I didn't get that. So I may do that on Patreon, and some other spaces and places. But if you have 6 people, that's a class definitely. Uh, mm, you say?
I would definitely be interested in that. I've learned so much so far, but I would love to learn more, all the good stuff.
Beautiful thing. Oh, yeah. That's what it is. The good things of life. They bring forth less strife, good health and prosperity, clarity of mind, body, and soul. Yep. Afro Urban Apothecary is the name of my business. Afro, AFRO, Herb, NHERBN, Apothecary, APOTHACRAY. Um, that's what we do. Afro Urban Apothecary. So Definitely do tonics, herbs, other herbal formulas and powders and creams and salves and all other kind of things. And I'm always seeking to, again, connect and build with folks. Um, always, always, and for always. Yep. There's a company in. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that, Nicola. Um, in Columbus, in Ohio. I think she's in Cleveland. She's in Cleveland. As is a black-owned company out that way. Just in case folks didn't know that. As is, she came out here. That's where I met her first. She's on Instagram, I think. But as is a good company, good black-owned company that I always try to connect with one way or the other. Um, she's really good too in the things that she does. T-shirts and I think hoodies and other stuff that she does. But she physically makes she draws it out and does it. She's also an artist. So, good folks. There's a lot of people actually that are, and I think I may start doing that. More so. I've had people want to talk about what they do, but I think I'm gonna do that even more. So don't just talk about it, be about it. And I seek to, seek to really buy and deal with things like, I'm not gonna buy a pork chop from somebody. I don't eat pork, but I'm just saying, I definitely will seek to help promote a black business. And actually, you know what my challenge is for a lot of things. I had this logo, my logo, for a long time. I mean, I'm an artist. I make it. I did it myself, but my point was to find, like the merch, find because I know that it exists in Louisiana and in a lot of other places, Mississippi, I think too. I'm not 100% sure, but people that are growing hemp or cotton that are making and sewing the hoodies or whatever the case may be, right? And somebody that silk screen on and on. Because I know I think my cousin does that. He did anyway. But I wanted to. I need to talk to him too. But that was a challenge I was trying to put myself in one way or the other. Is how many black hands could I connect to that dealt with, seen, or connected to different phases of what black business is, and how to actually promote that and talk about different black businesses. I think I may start interviewing folks like that. Just talk to people here and just start doing a whole series of that. I know probably people. I want to be. I don't want to be pessimistic, so I'm not gonna say that. But um, yeah, I think that's important to promote black businesses. And I'm not talking about eyelashes and stuff like that. I'm talking about businesses that produce something, right? Like for real, produce something. Because not no disrespect to folks, um, but when we talk about eyelashes, you're promoting somebody's making millions and billions of dollars off of you because you don't make the eyelashes. You're getting it from certain places, and you may specifically may be getting them, but you're not. That's not like your thing. You didn't produce it. You're getting it from somewhere, and that's cool. I mean, I'm not mad at it like that. I'm just saying, how much is that actually is being produced by black hands, or is it coming strictly from? And then again, no shine because folks is getting it from where they get it from, China or wherever. But how much is that actually being produced here in the billions that's being spent? Thousands, you may be making thousands, but they're making billions and trillions over you. So that's my thing. Um, so I won't say that it's there's no black hands in there, but they're not the ones that actually producing it. When I say black hands producing something, that's what I'm talking about.
That would be a beautiful live, and it would
Huh?
help out so many. I said that would be a beautiful live, and that would help out so many people as well. I like that idea.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Just promoting black businesses in the black community, not just in one area. You know, in California, in wherever. Looking at it from that status, you know,
Um,
you actually promote it that produce something, right? And there are a lot. That's not like, oh, it's so hard to find. No, actually there are a lot that produce, whether it be jewelry, whether it be, um, or a producer service even, right? Maybe it's a salon, or maybe it's a or whatever, but that produce something. I don't know. Just a thought in my brain pattern, you know, because I think it's important to really look at it from that perspective. And what are we producing as a whole? And then how can we, because, we can be pessimistic all day, but what are we actually producing? And then looking for those people who do it. So please DM me if you do produce something, you make something, your business is in making something, um, because I would love to collaborate and interview and talk to people from different parts of the country, especially if they're into things that I'm into, like herbs and things like that. Like there's a um, Baba Aleye, he's in North Carolina. I want to definitely go out. When I go out there, I'm gonna talk to him um, and build with him and his nonprofit that he's dealing with out that way. Good people, definitely got things moving and grooving. He's a botanist, and he is doing other work, brother. If you haven't seen him on here, I'm sure you saw him in his own lives. Good people, uh, doing work, have interns teaching and doing things. His own projects that he's been producing. We had a few conversations so far. Um, so those are things that I really want to start to do in that way, because again, it's easy to talk about things. It's harder to produce them, or because it just takes time, energy, and effort, right? Like anything else, it takes time, energy, and effort. Nothing is a easy road, but like I said, if you are a black business that produce that make something, please give me a call, DM me, connect with me, because I definitely want to be in a loop with that one ASAP, as much as possible. You know, promoting a black business to me is the epitome of black power, if you want to go down that route, especially if they're affecting and connecting to their communities in a greater way. They're not just profiting off of them like someone that would on the outside and not helping anything. That I really don't want to connect with. I want to connect with somebody that actually is aiding the community. But black businesses in general, you know, I'm not trying to say I don't want black businesses in general, because I do, but I would like those black businesses to, maybe asking, like, because I know, sometimes we don't get promoted or patronized by the things in ourselves. But black businesses, definitely. But if you are doing something in your community, DM me as well. Um, because we highlight those kinds of things. Okay, because in other places, TikTok is not just foolishness and madness. They don't even allow that. They only talk about things that are actually relevant in promoting uh, things in a certain kind of way. So that's all I'm saying. I don't just want to be this talker. I want to be a producer of things, and I'm not talking about music. We got a lot of that, and no shade on that. But other aspects of business, that's what I'm more interested in. The more I talk about it, the more I'm excited about that. You know, iron sharpens iron, as they say, right? So I would love to promote that, aiding, helping, developing black businesses, some form of function in the way that I do, by talking to, connecting to what they do, where they're at in the country, outside the country. You don't have to just be in America, but where, because there's black communities all over the world. Just keep saying that because that's real. Um, so I just really wanted to make sure that that is a thing for me. Again, it's easy to talk about something. It's harder to live it and deal with it and do it in real time. So if you are a black business, I would love to talk to you, whether it be WhatsApp or otherwise, preferably in the diaspora. You know, that is the preference that I would love to talk about or deal with other people too. I wouldn't, black people throughout the globe, but so of a black business that would love to do it, please let me know that too. Because it's important. So use the platform for something that's promoting something worthy, right? Mhm. All right. Oh, it's almost 10 o'clock. I got to get out of here. I got to go to my other work. I'm saying, hello?
Baba, can you hear me?
Hey.
Okay.
Yep. Did you hear what I was talking about?
Yes, promoting black businesses to definitely make sure inbox you and
Yep.
promote their businesses, which is great. I love that idea.
Yeah. Why not? Why not talk to people that are doing a business, providing a service, aiding people to help people, dealing with people?
And I don't mind posting on my social media networks too. Is that what it's called? Networks? But yes, I don't mind promoting either anybody's business.
That's what we take. Uh, we take these things that we do and we seek to use these platforms for something that is good. What are we doing with them? What are we doing with our platforms? Playing silly games, dancing around. But, what are we actually doing with these platforms? Because everybody's on them. You know what I mean? Why not? But I'm about to get out of here for certain. For certainty. That's what I'm about to do.
Yes, I'm gonna start getting up and starting my path to greatness outside in the rain.
That's Fox. That's Fox. You are great and you are doing great things.
Thank you, and you are as well.
Thank you. That is most definitely. Oh,
Yes, but if I get off, then maybe you'll get off too. So, because we could talk all day on here, Baba.
I am making them. I'm making.
Yes, you did. No, you did great. I'm just here watching you be great. But I always gain knowledge, so I appreciate that. I do. But I must peel myself off. I sat down. That's why I'm like, so I shouldn't have sat down. But I'm getting up. And it's too quiet without my little one here. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's right. Right. That's right.
Yes, I'm like, oh, I miss him jumping off the bed like a sumo wrestler. Oh man. Oh, so yes, thank you again, Baba. You are the best. Praise to Ifa always.
I appreciate you.
I will message you soon if I have any questions. So I think I have a couple, but we'll get to that.
Always ask questions. There's nothing wrong with questions. There's not any disrespectful questions. There's there's no wrong questions except for disrespectful questions. And I know you'll never ask those because you good people. And so definitely anybody has any questions about Ifa, herbs, roots, um, anything that I've spoke about today, even my little rant, um, give me a call. And definitely if you are a business, make sure to give me a call or DM me stuff like that so we can definitely get ahead and connect to things because I want to jump on that. I may start locally with different things, different spaces and places. But I want to definitely go and travel to different places too that do black businesses throughout the country or outside the country too, but definitely inside the country in the diaspora. Um, but that's really where my brain is, um, and also really just looking at things from a different perspective. You know, everything is not always just this "what was me" syndrome. We can actually put work in too, and that's what I seek to do: put in work. So I appreciate you because you could have been in many different places and spaces, but you chose to be here with me. So I appreciate you taking the time, energy, and effort. Um, Again, if you have any questions about the things that I've spoke of, Ifa, herbs, um, art, or otherwise, I am always available. You can always contact me, Afro Urban Apothecary so that is a different email. That's AFROHEBN, Afro Urban, APOTHECARY @gmail.com. Definitely, if you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to come through. Akbar Ato Asuri Guru Wufun. Just talking about just making things, actually making medicines and the crochets and things like that. That's what I was doing for those who just popped up real quick. And so I've been on here for,
This one,
yep,
Baba?
yep, that's me at Gmail. Yep, at gmail.com. That's me. Uh, I know I say this all the time, but um, definitely. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Yeah, good to see you too. I haven't been on in a while. I just been busy with firework and all the like. The work, the work. So definitely seeking to connect with folks a little bit more. Get on here a little bit more before this belly ups. But I'm definitely gonna be on here a little bit more. Um, so please, any open the doorway for folks to come through, connect and build. If you do seek clarity or insight on a lot of these crochets and medicines that I'm making, to please DM me as well because I hand make them myself, obviously. And then herbs and roots, and I'm gonna consecrate these after. But there's some of them that don't need, incantations and things with it because the herb itself has a certain kind of ashe. But these will have incantations with them and things to do with this, like protection and balance and prosperity, double sleeps, things like that. So I am always seeking to promote those things that I do. But this is what I do. If you have any questions or anything like that, please feel free to contact me. You can go to my profile, and a lot of those things will be on there. Oh shoot, I will be on there. And I am again a 10th generation herbalist. I am a Babalao a la Bigba. I make opoles. I make different those things. Feel free to come and connect. All right. Thank you for stopping by again. Because you didn't have to come by here. You could have did a lot of other. You could have been in a lot of different other places. You could have been in lot of different other spaces. But you chose to be here with me. Those that came in, those that stopped by. Thank you. That's I appreciate you. Please DM me. We can connect and build with things we spoke about earlier. And if you have any questions, please feel free about Ifa, herbs, or Abigba, Ifa in general. I am a Babalao Abigba. And I do readings with other tools of Ifa as well. But Abigba is the main tool that I use specifically. Yeah. So I'll see you soon. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for spending your time with me, and I will see you soon. Or double.
Thank you, Bubble. Double.